Chapter 1674. In the hot spring behind drunken immortal residence, Princess Yongmu and the other noble women were also eating. The pool in the middle was not for people, and was used to fetch water. The food was placed on a tray, and floated on the water. It was the noble women's first time eating like this, and it felt very refreshing. They had soaked in the tub of the hot spring before, and could get water from here. They couldn't get water from other hot springs. Around the capital office, whenever there was a hot spring, it would be occupied by the imperial family. The capital office was too far away, and they couldn't go there just to take a bath. There were many bubbles in the hot spring, and they had a layer of small bubbles on their bodies. With a stroke of their hand, they floated on top. Princess Yongmu didn't care about this bubble hot spring. She had hot spring water from Huaqing Pool, and heated it up again. Everyone ate their own food and didn't talk much. They didn't surround Princess Yongmu. Some of Princess Yongmu's female guards were also soaking, while others were strolling on the shore with weapons. Princess Yongmu's people were all around, playing music and singing. Xiaolan had just left and now ran back. She dived into the water and swam to Princess Yongmu's side. "Princess, the 4 chancellors and His Majesty are all here." Princess Yongmu raised her eyebrows. "Not seeing Li Lang for a day? He's not here to see Li Lang. His Majesty is here, because he saw the chancellors come out." "The chancellors are..." Xiaolan blabbered on and on about all the information she got. In the end she smiled slyly. "Li Lang took in another disciple with a good memory? That's good news. The newspaper is the most important thing. If the commoners don't have the chance to read, that child might be mediocre for the rest of his life. Even if he learns when he grows up, he probably won't have any intelligence. He'll be busy with 3 meals a day and accept his fate." Princess Yongmu was happy, and thought of education for all. For example, the commoners of the capital office, ever since they learned to read the newspaper, their energy was different from normal. For example, they shouted that the notice posted by the yamen shouldn't be deceived. They hated that they couldn't correct the notice if it was wrong. "Princess, if the imperial court wasn't rich and the Grieffield Square didn't have enough funds, that child might have died long ago." As Xiaolan spoke, she looked at the other noble ladies, as if she was looking at money. "We'll organize another event in a month or so. In the future, when the train is connected, people from Hunan can also go to Chang'an." Princess Yongmu understood what Xiaolan meant. The rich ladies were rich, and the money they earned was used on the people of the Tang dynasty. They pursued the feeling of being high and mighty, and they wanted to see the people of the Tang dynasty lead a good life. There was no conflict, and each of them took what they needed. "Princess, we still have a mountain west of Luoyang. We can bring the people here there." Lan knew how much territory her family had. Pigs and chickens were still being raised in that mountain. There were many mulberry trees, and they were all short mulberry trees. Using the method of cuttings to breed roots and transplanting them, one by one, they would grow into a large patch, not allowing them to grow taller. It was easy to raise silkworms and harvest mulberries. The farmers in Zhuangzi took turns to be stewards. If there were any new planting and breeding techniques, they would teach the people who went there to learn. The local officials took good care of the forest. No officials had ever gone there to cause trouble. They were good officials. "I wonder how the situation there is. I haven't received any letters for a few days. I should raise more pigeons and send them there." Princess Yongmu was very concerned about the place next to Luoyang. That was the base where Li Yi went to help deal with the locust plague. When the others took the imperial examination, he left. 42 students passed the first grade, but he was not there. "Yes, I didn't know him at that time." Quick, faster." The rain stopped, and the water washed it away. In Luoyang, Hunan, a group of people were riding horses on a road. More than 30 li south of the Li family's Zhuangzi mountain, a village called Xiaoluanan village was washed away by a mountain flood. After receiving the news, the 3 farmers in charge of the village quickly organized people to rescue them. The informant said that there was a big rock blocking the way. It rained heavily yesterday for the whole day. The sky cleared up, and the water on the mountain flowed down. The big rock finally couldn't take it anymore and rolled down, followed by the water. Fortunately, it was morning, and the people were not asleep. When they heard the noise, The people in the village quickly ran away. The people ran away, but the houses, pigs, and poultry were all left behind. The horses, mules, cows, and donkeys were all obedient and ran with them. After running to a high place, the people in the village rode on horses and reported that the village was going to Luoyang. Another group of people went to the mountain, where the Li family's Zhuangzi mountain was. The third group of people went to the Yamen in Feishan County and told them that they didn't expect the Yamen to help. The Li family's Zhuangzi mountain people knew about the situation. As soon as the warehouse was opened, the ready-made packages were taken out and hung on the horses, and the hired workers went there. If the road conditions were good, it would take less than 20 minutes to drive there. Unfortunately, the road was not good enough. Even though it was wide and paved with stones, there were still potholes when it rained, including the mountain path up and down the mountain. When it was in the sky, they had to leave at dawn to carry the load. They would arrive outside Luoyang at noon, and it would be dark by the time they got back. This kind of road couldn't be driven by off-road vehicles. The people who were hired all had serious expressions. They usually filled the water, repaired the road, dug ponds, and planted trees. Every few days they would receive military training. They would line up, walk in unison, march, carry weapons, and ride horses. The others also received military training, but it wasn't as frequent as them. They just needed to know the discipline. They earned more money and had a stronger sense of honor. They thought that they were the Li family's Zhuangzi mountain people. From the time they received the news to the departure, it took 5 minutes, including taking things and strapping the horses. Almost at the same time, the village led people to the outside of Hunan Prefecture. They didn't even go to where the Luoyang order was. If it was a big matter, they would go to the Hunan Prefecture's magistrate. They reported to the higher-ups. Zhang Shua, who was correcting official documents, heard about the situation and met the village chief. I am the village chief of Shaonanluo village, Ma Jin. The village was washed away by the flood from Feishan Mountain. It's all over. The houses, pigs, chickens, ducks, geese, and the land are all soaked. The village chief shouted to Zhang Shua, but there were no tears. They had money and ran away with the exchange coupons. The money from the exchange coupons could buy 2 more houses, pigs, and poultry. The village chief didn't know what to do. They couldn't go back. The water was still rushing. The pigs were washed away, and the ducks and geese swam to the shore. They couldn't swim back up, and were carried away by the water. Men, gather the people to discuss. Zhang Shua shouted, "You guys discuss. Is there anything to eat? We need to fill our stomachs first." The village chief was angry. "Hurry up and send people. When you first came, you posted a notice saying that there was a disaster, and the houses were damaged. The Yamen will repair them. What will happen to our village tonight? Sleep outside?" There were many mosquitoes. Luoyang had a complete system of officials. If Li Longji was in Luoyang, he would bring people and directly take their positions. A large group of people came in a hurry. Was there a village that was washed away by the flood? This matter had to be dealt with quickly. If it couldn't be suppressed, there were people from the Li family Zhuangzi over there. Would they dare to kill people from the Li family Zhuangzi? Rolls and soup were delivered. There were people selling rolls outside. The village chief brought people to eat and drink. They had to eat their fill first before thinking of a solution. Organize people and go over immediately. The Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Works, Lang Zhong will lead the team. Check the situation and record the losses, Zhang Shua ordered. He didn't have the time to discuss. There's also black bread and salted vegetables. The village can't start a fire. The pot is gone, the village chief shouted. Chapter 1675. The villagers in the Li family Zhuangzi's group were also eating burritos. They didn't need to buy their burritos. In the mountains, there was a workshop working at night, and food was provided 24 hours a day. The villager who reported the news first drank water in big gulps. Now, he ate 2 bites of the burritos and drank a mouthful of water from the pot. They left their horses behind and rode the Li family Zhuangzi's horses back. They weren't worried about their horses. These 10 villagers were in much better spirits than the village chief Ma Jin. They had everything in the group. The highest-ranking official was called Li Guiheng. Originally, His surname was Gu and his name was Gugue. When he came to the Li family Zhuangzi, he followed his family's surname and had more than one word in his name. He waited until they reached the top of the hill and said to the villagers, "It's good that you're fine. Everything else is just a small problem. Think about it. Let's build a new house. We'll build a second story." "Yes, yes." A villager swallowed the food in his mouth. "How much will it cost?" "Not much. You know that there's a cement factory and a brick factory on the mountain. Didn't Magistrate Zhang say that if the house is damaged, the Yamen will take care of it? They'll pay for the houses. We'll give you the cost price. It's enough to build a second story. Don't pigs and poultry have marks on them? It's better if they can survive and come back on their own. If they're picked up by someone else, they can ask. The land will be delayed. The good soil on the mountain will wash down and fertilize the fields." Li Guiheng tried his best to speak positively. He didn't want to make people sick again. What if the soil that washes down isn't good? What if there's a lot of sand and stones? Another villager still felt that it was better to have a fertile field. In the winter, you can clean up the silt. You're planting new indica rice, so you'll have to soak it in water. If you don't have enough livestock, I'll lend you some when plowing the fields. I'll give you some manpower to build the house. You'll take care of the food. I'll give you some chicks, ducks, geese, and piglets. They're not worth much. Li Guiheng continued to comfort them. Small poultry were the most worthless. Artificial incubation was equivalent to giving them a batch of eggs. We have savings. We can survive. After washing, we'll see if we can find anything. The villager was completely relieved. When the sun was far to the west, the group arrived. The water flow became smaller, but it did not stop. Apparently, there was still a lot of water on the mountain, and there was an opening here. 700 to 800 people stayed on the hillside. The older children brought the younger children to look for wild vegetables and fruits to eat. The adults used their hands to pick wild vegetables, and some even broke branches to weave things. The animals grazed on their own, so it was hard to tell if they were frightened or not. No one in the entire group cried. Even when their house was washed away, they did not shed a single tear. When the Li family Zhuangzi's caravan arrived, the villagers actually smiled. "Come over and help set up the tent. Children shouldn't run around. You guys eat first. We'll set up the tent." Li Guiheng shouted, and suddenly remembered that everyone had not eaten yet. The food was packed in large wooden buckets. Even the canteen, which provided food 24 hours a day, was emptied in one go, and the canteen would cook again. There was a lot of food that had to be remade, and they still had to send it to the village. In summer, the food wasn't afraid of getting cold, as long as it didn't spoil. Children, elderly women and men lined up in order to get their meals. There were no stools prepared. Everyone stood or squatted to eat. It was too childish to be fed by adults. House-like tents were set up, and fixed ropes were tied around the stakes that had been smashed into the ground. The place where the windows were opened was picked up, and the screen was sewn there. It was hot in Luoyang at this time of the year. It was so hot that people couldn't stay in their houses and ran to the roof to sleep. For example, during Li Yi's time, some people slept on the sidewalk. There were also factories where the workers didn't live in the dormitory. They bought their own small tents and slept in the open space, unless the factory installed air conditioning. The ground inside the tent was covered with felt, so there was no need to cover it with blankets. The most worrying were mosquitoes and bugs. If the bugs crawled in and bit people, they would get red and swollen. Lime was scattered around the tent to block the bugs, and the screen to block the mosquitoes. 2 groups of people can still come before dark. After you finish eating, set up the stove outside. The people behind will send food and household utensils. Soup can't be sent, it's too heavy. Li Guiheng's arrangements were simple. As long as the people's emotions were stable, nothing else was a problem. The men who could work shoveled food into their mouths, chewed a few mouthfuls, swallowed, drank a few mouthfuls of soup, and worked. As they worked, they chatted and laughed. And at the same time, they cursed the heavens and the mountain gods. If it weren't for the mountain torrent and the ruins, it would be impossible to tell that they had suffered a disaster. There were only 3 people in the Li family Zhuangzi. They gave orders and occasionally rubbed the head of a naughty child. In the hearts of the villagers, The three of them were the stabilizing force. Their voices made them feel at ease. An hour later, the second group of people from the Li family Zhuangzi mountain arrived. They brought tables, chairs, iron pots, tools, and kerosene lamps. The sky was dark. The third group of people brought food, bacon, seasonings, rice, flour, clothes, and medicine to calm the nerves. The villagers helped them settle down. Several families lived in one tent. The surrounding toilets were dug out and covered with branches and thatch. Wooden buckets were used as vessels for purifying water. After settling the sand and stones, they took the water and boiled it to drink. There was no need for others to teach them about epidemic prevention. They all knew about it because they read the newspaper. Of the three villagers, one was on duty, and the other two were sleeping. They lived here. They needed 24 hours, and one of them had to be active. The villagers on the other mountain did the same. A village of nearly 1,000 people was no small matter. The horses rested and went back. They had to come back later. If Dongzhu was here, I guarantee that he would do better than us. A villager on the mountain was thinking about what was not done well. He told his companions, "Don't compare yourself to Dongzhu. Anyway, we did our best. Dongzhu can fly. Can you fly?" Another villager said, "According to my conclusion, our organizational ability was not strong enough, our response was not fast enough, and our logistics arrangements were not perfect," another villager said. The other villagers nodded. Indeed, they still had to learn. They did not know that many countries in Dongzhu's era could not do what they did. At that time, some countries were still in a meeting 72 hours after the disaster happened. The leaders bragged in front of the media. The people there were suffering, but it did not stop them from bragging. After bragging, they told the voters to choose their party. "We will bring you happiness. Don't worry." When night fell, the villagers took a bath and changed their clothes. The women who were on their period used clean sanitary pads. No one could sleep. Only the elderly and children slept soundly. The adults were in a state of excitement. A group of flying insects gathered around the kerosene lamp outside the screen. The temperature of the kerosene lamp did not spread into the tent, but the light warmed the heart. An even larger group of people was moving forward with torches. From time to time, there were sounds of paw, paw, and mosquito bites on their faces and arms. "Don't worry. I personally brought enough food. When we reach the place, we will arrange a meal." Zhang Shua rode on a horse and spoke to Ma Jin. His subordinate suggested that he ride a roller coaster, but he refused. He was not afraid that the roller coaster would not be sturdy enough, and he would fall. He was worried that the news of him riding a roller coaster would spread to Chang, and he would fall from his position. He would not even have the chance to join the regiment. Xiaoyi was ruthless. He would probably say, "Why don't you ask someone to carry you when you ride a roller coaster when the people are suffering?" Chapter 1676. Ma Jin did not speak much along the way. Only when Zhang Shua specifically spoke to him did he reply. "Thank you, Magistrate Zhang. The people of Shaluo village are extremely grateful." Ma Jin replied again. Zhang Shua felt a headache coming on. Why did these words sound so awkward? "Are you sure you are thanking me on behalf of the villagers?" There was no wind tonight. The torches swayed gently as the procession moved forward. Occasionally, there would be a crackling sound as insects flew onto the fire. "Magistrate, don't worry. You didn't eat lunch or dinner. Just drink some water. This is called rapid disaster response. As soon as we know that the people are affected by the disaster, we immediately organize people to make arrangements. In a very short period of time, we have transferred large amounts of resources and manpower. The magistrate even personally went to the disaster area. The road is difficult, but it can't stop our determined pace. The night is cold, but how can it extinguish our enthusiasm? In the whole world, our Hunan province's logistical ability and reaction speed is definitely the best. Why? Because a doctor from the Ministry of Revenue came up and praised. "Rest for a while. You will be busy tomorrow." Zhang Shua interrupted him. "There are people in front with torches. Are they villagers?" Someone with sharp eyes saw the light. "Alert!" the guard shouted. The procession slowed down. Someone in the procession stepped on the crossbow. Gradually, the light in front became clear. It was a torch illuminating the cows, horses, and donkeys below. "We are the Hunan Province Magistrates' procession. Where are you from?" Someone shouted. The other party shouted. "We are from the Li family Zhuangzi on the mountain. The livestock of Shaluo village have to be sent over. Then we will take turns to send things back." "Does the Li family Zhuangzi lack livestock?" The procession shouted again. "Shaluo village lacks fodder. If we don't bring them back, what will we eat? Just eating grass is not enough. We have to feed them with refined materials. Transporting refined materials is tiring. It is better to use manual labor." The other party shouted. "Let them pass. Don't talk too much," Zhang Shua said. He was very dissatisfied. "Let's go. It's so late to come over to take the livestock." The procession let them pass. "Brothers, you have worked hard. With you here, the villagers feel more at ease." The procession passed by. After the procession left, the Ministry of Revenue's doctor spoke again. "Magistrate, look. The Li family Zhuangzi's procession said that we can calm the people's hearts." Bah! Zhang Shua did not care about official etiquette and directly spat. "Are you blind or are you blind? They came from that direction," which meant that they had already passed by. "Have you asked the Li family Zhuangzi? It's too late, it's too late. We're too slow, too slow." Luckily, it was the village that suffered the disaster. If it were two armies facing each other, we would have to be ambushed layer by layer. We can't even run away. They're just waiting for us to tire ourselves out. We're tired. After Zhang Shua scolded the doctor, he felt much better. He didn't feel ashamed. Competing with the Li family Zhuangzi in logistics? Do you believe that the Bashui Legion will crush you with their logistics? The Li family Zhuangzi was ready for battle at any time, while the Hunan prefecture was in a state of administrative operation. Their accumulated costs were not on the same level, and they had money. Ahem. Ma Jing coughed. Magistrate Zhang's team is not slow. 10 years ago there was also a flood. At that time, there were more than 1,200 people in the village. My uncle was the village chief. He never thought that the government would arrive in time, so he thought of a solution himself. My uncle was tired and died of illness. After waiting for 11 days, a full 11 days, the bailiffs came, took a look and left. Today, 10 years later, the village's population is less than 1,000 people. Fortunately, the Hunan prefecture's actions are not slow. The words that Ma Jin spoke the most tonight were memories and joy. "You haven't seen the Li family Zhuangzi's speed. When I was in Chang'an, Shaoi didn't care about money. He always piled up emergency supplies in the storehouse. The Li family's troops had already set off before the news reached His Majesty's ears in any place that was affected by the disaster. It was the same at the Tubo border outside the capital. According to Xiao Yi's medical theory, he has a mental problem. He always looks like something will go wrong at any time." Zhang Shua shook his head. He couldn't describe his feelings. In any case, it was urgent. The Li family Zhuangzi was not at the front line. In short, Magistrate Zhang's speed is not slow. Dr. Zhou spoke the truth. Ma Jing comforted Zhang Shua again. At the same time, he approved of the Ministry of Revenue's doctor. This was because he was relieved. The Li family Zhuangzi's speed was very fast. The livestock was rushing back, which meant that his village was safe. Since that was the case, he should be a good person and not offend people. In the future he would have to deal with them, right? Ha ha ha. That's good. The safety of the people is more important than anything else. Zhang Shua laughed. Of course, he knew what the village chief was thinking. The village chief's face was gloomy just now, but now he was smiling. If the Li family Zhuangzi's people didn't go over, would he still be smiling? The troops wandered to the place. Under the light, tents were set up in picturesque disorder. The night watchmen were feeding the resting livestock. The latrines were more than 100 steps away. Someone carried a kerosene lamp and walked to the latrines. He didn't seem to be in a hurry. Obviously, he hadn't eaten anything bad. Outside the tents, there were earth stoves. Some of the earth stoves were still wet, and firewood was being burned inside. The fire of firewood was a bit stronger, but it wasn't as fierce as the fire of coal. It was suitable for slowly drying the earth stoves. If large firewood was burned, it was possible that the earth stoves would crack. By gathering soft firewood, they could set up a large iron pot tomorrow morning. Zhang Shua watched with his eyes. He was analyzing in his heart. What did each detail show? As he thought about it, he laughed again. He didn't understand before. And this was something he learned from Li Yi. Zhang Shua didn't care that his troops were late, and that the Li family Zhuangzi had arrived first. It was more important that the villagers didn't suffer grievances. The Li family Zhuangzi had never disdained to compete with others for logistics. Was his troops slow? They weren't slow at all. It was just that they were next to the Li family Zhuangzi's territory. Xiaoyi didn't compete for credit. He just did his best. Whoever he led into the regiment would enter. Who would he compete with? That's great. Let's get another support team. The village will recover soon. Zhang Shua said with relief. Magistrate Zhang, should I go and wake them up now? Ma Jin looked like he was going to wake them up, but his feet didn't move at all. You're not satisfied with me being the Hunan magistrate? Do you have to get rid of me? Are you sure that the next Hunan magistrate can do a better job than me? Zhang Shua glared at the villager. You're too bad. The villagers are sleeping soundly, and you're shouting that I let you do it? Magistrate Zhang, you have to have a place to rest. Ma Jin smiled. Wait a moment. They're coming. They're the Li family Zhuangzi's men. Zhang Shua glared at Ma Jin again. Hello, Magistrate Zhang. There are 4 empty tents for emergency use. You can go there first. The others can set up tents 200 meters to the west. It doesn't matter how loud the noise is. Even if the villagers wake up and find out that new tents are being set up, they will still sleep soundly. The more people we have, the more noise they will sleep soundly. The Li family Zhuangzi's men who were on duty here bowed to Zhang Shua and began to make arrangements. Chapter 1677. The truth was just as the farmer had said. While everyone was working, the people living in the tents woke up. Someone told them that the Hunan prefectural magistrate had personally come with a large group of people. Those who had woken up fell back into a deep sleep. The baby cried and was then coaxed to sleep by the mother. There were always teams coming and going at night, but it didn't affect the villagers' sleep. Under special circumstances, some sounds could actually help one sleep. The sound of patrolling footsteps could be heard, waking people up. They knew that there were people patrolling. When they fell asleep, they would quickly enter a state of deep sleep because of relaxation and self-hypnosis. Under normal circumstances, entering a deep sleep state depended on the degree of fatigue and psychological factors. It had nothing to do with sounds within a certain acceptable range. In an environment of absolute silence, one could hear the sound of one's own breathing. It was even harder to fall into a deep sleep. There were no winged knights in the village. If there were a few hundred winged knights patrolling the area, even if they were a little louder, the villagers would still fall asleep. At the first glimmer of dawn, Zhang Shua slowly opened his eyes. He had slept soundly. None of the villagers had died, and the Li family Zhuangzi was in charge of logistics. What time is it? Zhang said that he was the magistrate and needed to hold a court meeting. It's only 6 o'clock. There's no meeting today. We're in Xiaoluanan village. Why don't you sleep a little longer? The villager of the Li family Zhuangzi, who was sitting beside him, spoke softly. He lowered his voice and used his chest to resonate. This was what he had learned in Zhuangzi. When talking to people who were sleeping or had just woken up, he should not use his head to resonate. That kind of sharp voice would stimulate the other party's heart. He wake up. You can't sleep anymore. You're not Xiaoyi. Zhang Shua took a deep breath and slowly sat up. He still felt a little disoriented and was unable to determine where he was. It was different from where he usually lived. He needed to retrieve his memories and adapt to the new environment. Go prepare a hot towel for your face. It's still a little cold in the morning, so it's not suitable to use cold water. The farmer looked at Zhang Shua's state and said, It smells so good. Steamed meat buns? Zhang Shua closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. Li Yi had taught him this. This way, he would not suddenly suffer from cardiovascular disease due to light and nervous reactions. We have everything. Meat buns, fried eggs, congee with pork and century egg, fried rolls, youtiao soy milk, tofu pudding, spicy soup, radish and tofu soup, bean rice, fried cakes, pies, wontons, and all kinds of side dishes. The farmer gave a simple introduction of the breakfast. Wasn't it affected by the disaster? Why did you make so many things? Zhang Shua felt confused again. If it wasn't for the disaster, we wouldn't be doing these things. We're tired too. The more powerful the logistics, the more relieved the people will be. The villager explained the reason. It was not like they were from the Li family Zhuangzi. The local people only had porridge for breakfast and pickled vegetables. Eating a few steamed buns was already considered a blessing. Only the logistics of the Li family Zhuangzi, who was on the mountain west of Luoyang, could support the things they had done this morning. Although it looked cool, there was a cost involved. When a hot towel was brought over, Zhang said that he would apply it to his face. He breathed through the towel, and the steam entered his lungs. It felt very comfortable. The houses of the commoners have been washed away. Do you have any plans? Zhang Shua asked the villager when he went to eat. If Magistrate Zhang can't fulfill his promise, the Li family Zhuangzi will take full responsibility. The manor owner nodded, indicating that they could do it. Zhang said, if you're so good, why don't you checkmate me first? I know you're rich. You're just a farmer, and you can easily use thousands of extra funds. You're holding me hostage? You're just as bad as Xiao Yi. Magistrate Zhang, don't be angry. You said that we'll build a new house for the people whose houses are damaged. You'll pay for the single-story houses, and we'll build a second story. There will be 2 platforms. There will be a platform on the first floor, and a platform on the second floor. It's convenient to dry the food. The commoners are the most important. I'll tell you the truth. The Li family Zhuangzi can provide everything. That big rock, it fell down and sprayed water from below. Spring water, hot spring water, can also be called warm soup. Our Luoyang already has warm soup. The rock previously blocked an opening. Do you want it? If you don't want it, then give it to the Li family Zhuangzi. As the villager spoke, he revealed a secret. The rock had been washed away, and there was actually a hot spring below. Ah, there's a hot spring. This isn't under the jurisdiction of the Li family Zhuangzi, right? Zhang Shua's eyes lit up. This was good stuff. Magistrate Zhang, you must be joking. What jurisdiction does the Li family Zhuangzi have? Dongzhu is wholeheartedly serving the country and the people. It's just a Zhuangzi. So what if I give it to you? Magistrate Zhang, if you want it, then I'll give it to you. I'll give the Li family Zhuangzi to you. Dongzhu said that he has nothing, so why would he care? The villager said calmly without a trace of anger. Zhang Shua slapped his forehead. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. You'll pay for the house, and you'll take the hot spring. Zhang Shua was depressed. Even a villager could threaten and scare him. Fine, but Magistrate Zhang, you have to give us a reason. Say that you're the one who paid. The villager nodded. Giving a sweet date after giving a slap, right? Zhang Shua understood again. He would share some of the good reputation with him, and the Li family Zhuangzi would get all the benefits. Magistrate Zhang, you must be joking. What slap? If I give you the hot spring, you'll be giving it to Henan province. You don't need it. Who will benefit from the hot spring in the end? An official? If an official takes the hot spring, are you sure the water isn't red? The villager didn't threaten him, and told him the truth. If an official dares to covet the hot spring, it will be a fatal disaster. Will the villagers let him? If the Li family Zhuangzi says that this is a hot spring, the Li family Zhuangzi will take it. The villagers won't say anything. If the Li family Zhuangzi wants it, there's no problem. We can still benefit from it in the future. Fine, fine, fine. Let's eat. I want a reputation. You'll pay for it. It's useless for me to want a reputation. Zhang Shua was helpless, and quickly solved his stomach problem. The villagers woke up one after another, and took the toothbrush, toothpaste, soap and towels provided by the Li family Zhuangzi to wash up. The baby was still sleepy, and was being carried by his mother to drink milk. He drank milk first and thought about other things after he was full. The woman who gave birth on the yacht also breastfed her baby. The baby cried when he drank milk, and was very uneasy. When he finally finished eating, he still cried. No matter how much he coaxed him, he wouldn't stop crying. Li Yi, who had just finished eating, received a report from the little robot, and went to see the baby. The baby wasn't hungry, nor was he going to the toilet. No matter who held him, he would cry. Li Yi took a look and went out. After a while he came back with a bathtub with wheels. Give me the baby. You go eat and sleep. Have a good sleep and massage him to sleep, Li Yi said to the baby's mother, and put the baby in the bathtub. The baby cried and stopped. If he continued crying, he would choke on water. The baby opened his eyes and moved his hands and feet, and his breathing became faster. After 2 minutes, the baby's breathing became stable. His small hands and feet were still moving. Li Yi's hand was supporting him below. Your emotions are unstable. You're nervous. The baby can't feel safe with you. People's emotions are contagious. You're on my boat. What's there to be anxious about? Li Yi finished dealing with the baby's crying and turned to the woman with wide eyes. Li Yi knew the situation. The greater the pressure in life, the worse the condition of the woman during breastfeeding. The baby would always cry. It was related to the biological magnetic field and endocrine system. Not to mention the baby, even if it was an adult, when the friends around them were in a depressed state, their good friends or best friends looked like they couldn't live all day, they would also be affected. Therefore, happy people had many friends and were willing to get along. The baby had no choice. To say something hurtful, the poorer and more stressed the breastfeeding woman was, the more her baby would cry and be affected by her emotions. Wouldn't you feel uncomfortable if the salesperson scolded you with a cold face when you were shopping? Chapter 1678. The child's mother did not leave. She stood at the side and grabbed both sides of her pants. She wanted to learn. The mother-in-law's method was useless. She could not coax the baby. Li Dongzhu was amazing. The child's father looked down at his son. When his son was born, his body was yellow. He was much better now. The nurse said that there was no need for any blue light. Will the child stop crying if I put him in the water? The father felt that he had mastered the trick. It depends on the situation. Don't put him in blindly. Hold him and coax him. After a long time, the baby will feel the high temperature. When you coax him, he will be swayed. The temperature of the water is relatively low. It will put pressure on the skin. The baby will not be afraid of water. It is only suitable for this period. Do not use it recklessly. Because of what? Is the family short of money? I named the child because of fate. Money is a small matter. In the future, Li Yi paused and looked at the family of 3. Are you afraid that the child will not belong to you? The 3 of them showed an awkward expression. The mother-in-law smiled. I don't want your child. However, I have the final say on how to raise him in the future. Your relatives will be here today. Li Yi said calmly to express his attitude. He was willing to name the child, because he saw that the child was born on the yacht. See, I told you. Li Dongzhu and Zhuangzi have many children. How can they steal our child? The mother-in-law forced a smile. Li Yi did not expose them. He was used to it. What kind of patience had he not seen before? The one who wanted to name the child was this family. They were also the ones who were worried that the child would belong to someone else. What does your uncle's family do? Li Yi changed the topic and asked the woman. He is an old clerk in Wanyan County. He has the same surname as my mother, Jia. His name is, the woman said as she straightened her chest. She was used to doing this every time she talked about this in her hometown. Her uncle was an official in Chang'an. He was amazing. After straightening her chest, she remembered who she was facing and quickly bent down. Jia Zhangqiu. Li Yi said a name. Li Dongzhu knows my uncle? The woman was surprised. Jia Zhangqiu, born in the 3rd year of Xianheng, 46 years old this year. He ranked 32nd in the 1st year of Shengong in Chang'an. Next year, he will be appointed as Sanyuan County's warehouse clerk. In the 2nd year of Kaiyuan, he will be transferred to Wanyan County's assistant. In the 5th year of Kaiyuan, he will be evaluated. Comment. The cashier is meticulous, the accounts are flawless, the sun does not rest much. The calculation is in the heart, the future view promotion. The information that Li Yi mentioned about the woman's uncle, Jia Zhangqiu, came from the government. It's 46, Li Dongzhu. What does that mean? The woman only understood a little bit, and didn't understand the rest. He's going to be promoted. The person who gave the evaluation said that your mother's uncle is doing a good job. While everyone else is resting, he's always working overtime. Let's wait and see. If it works out, he'll be promoted. Li knew what the key point was. He wasn't talking nonsense. You can be promoted? Which official should I be promoted to? The mother-in-law glanced at her daughter-in-law. Since her uncle had been promoted, the family would treat her daughter-in-law well in the future. The next time she went to visit the in-laws, she had to prepare more gifts. What promotion? This. Li pondered for a moment before saying, can I send him to another county outside to be a county magistrate? For example, San Yuan County. If he has connections, he can directly become a county magistrate in Wanyan County. As for entering the government, that's impossible. He took the Ming Classics examination, which is divided into 4 grades, A, B, C, and D. His Ming Classics are much worse than the Grand Scholars, and his ranking is much lower. If he works in the local government all year round, he won't be able to adapt to the work of the government. Unless there's a new department, he can be transferred to the tax collection department of the Ministry of Revenue. After a year, he can be promoted again. If he has to be transferred 1 grade higher, there will be gossip. Li Yi's words had arranged Jia Zhengqiu's future. It was time to see which one he should choose. The family of 3 still didn't understand what he was talking about. Oh, it was a family of 4. The baby was still in the bath, and he couldn't be considered as a person. Li Dongzhu, which one do you think is good? The mother-in-law smiled and asked. Of course it's to enter a new department. Tax collection will be a big deal in the future. Now that I'm familiar with it, I'll need to work with other departments in the future. Li Yi started from his own point of view and entered the Ministry of Revenue. How much money is enough? The mother-in-law was nervous. She wanted to help ask. Money? Oh, you're talking about bribery? If you can't bribe your way in, won't you earn back the money in the future if you spend a lot of money? I won't allow it. Li Yi shook his head. Don't joke around. You're asking me about bribing officials? In the tax collection department of the Ministry of Revenue? Yes, I won't bribe you. But the mother-in-law didn't know what to say. When he comes, I'll put the child beside me during dinner. He wants to look at the child, and he saw the Minister of Revenue by Gu. Li Yi wanted to laugh. If he wanted to look for an official, he couldn't arrange it. How could he interfere with such a high-ranking official? If he saw him, he could talk to him? The woman understood. I brought the child to eat together. If he looked for the child, Old Bai and the others would naturally understand. When the time comes, everyone will ask. This is a small problem. Li really couldn't explain it any more clearly. When people communicate, sometimes a small thing will show. Good. The mother-in-law was happy. No matter what, her daughter-in-law had a backer. She couldn't understand. The child was born by Li Yi, so why would he need a backer? Li Yi couldn't even arrange a small official for her backer. She felt embarrassed. Don't worry. Take the child back to sleep, Li Yi said as he pulled the sleeping baby out of the water. The baby's legs kicked twice, and his mouth moved. At this moment, the children of Shaluo South Village were also drinking milk and eating food. A sumptuous breakfast was placed there, and the villagers showed a pained expression. Manager Li, don't be too varied. It's already good to have rice, steamed buns and pickled vegetables. Save the effort and let everyone rest. Ma Jin felt that it was a waste. It was enough to make one. If they could eat a hot meal in a disaster, what else could they ask for? Many people died in the flood. They ate grass and drank muddy water. How was this disaster? It was clearly a camping trip. It'll take a day or 2. Go back and cook yourselves. The rice, flour, oil and meat have already been sent. When the water recedes, see what else can be dug out. Li Guiheng waved his hand. If he didn't do this, how could he show the power of the Baishui Corps? The more difficult the situation, the more powerful the logistics, and the more frightening the enemy would be when comforting the people. I sent someone to take a look. Are you sure it's soup? Ma Jin nodded gratefully and asked about the situation under the rock. Someone found that there was steam floating there and suspected that it was soup. He told Li Guiheng, and Li Guiheng sent someone to investigate. It's a hot spring, and it's very hot. The Li family Zhuangzi wants it. Shaluo South Village wants it too. It's open to the public. Li Guiheng didn't hold back. The village couldn't keep the hot spring. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't want it. In the end, It became a place of the imperial family in Luoyang Palace, and was managed by the supervisor here. Usually they would rather stay idle than let others in. If they were found out, they would be killed. Can Li Dongzhu come to soak in it? We want to see Li Dongzhu. Ma Jin was relieved. He didn't want to give it to the imperial plantation. What if someone from the palace came to the village to buy things at a low price? Open it to the public and do business. Our Shaluo South village will have a good life in the future. Raise more livestock and poultry. Develop the hot spring industry, and stimulate the local economy. Li Guiheng was prepared to operate according to the model of the drunken immortal residents in Lantian County. In any case, no one would dare to cause trouble. Chapter 1679. You want to buy chickens from Zhuangzi and sell them to others? We can give you a good price. It's cheap. Ma Jin lowered his voice. Chickens are a small problem. Find a place to sit down and eat. Let's talk while eating. Li Guiheng waved his hand. You want to sell chickens when there's a hot spring nearby? It was not cool in the morning as it was summer. Some villagers quickly finished their meal and found tools to dig the houses where the water level had receded. They looked at the furniture and the beams of the houses. Even if they wanted to build a 2-story building with cement bricks, they could build a big warehouse with the beams and side beams of the original house. Kitchen knives, plows, hoes, and other things in the house. No matter which household they belonged to, they would take them out and put them aside to be claimed. A few teachers in the village gathered together to eat and discuss the lectures after the meal. It was hard to bear the disaster, but people were fine. They did not need to eat, wear, and live. Their studies could not be delayed. The woman prepared to take over lunch and dinner, and did not ask the Li family Zhuangzi to work. Luoyang is the eastern capital. There are many rich people in Luoyang. I plan to build a drunken immortal residence in the capital's Lantian County, and hire people to soak in the hot spring. Li Guiheng raised the level, and did not want to make a small fuss. The road needs to be repaired. It's about 30 miles. Should we make it into cement? Ma Jin considered the transportation problem. No, fix the place where the big stones were washed away. The big stones are placed there and do not move. Treat them as ornamental stones. The road is bumpy, and you are tired from walking. You can soak in the hot spring to relieve your fatigue. Our village will provide manpower as service staff. The men will serve the men, and the women will serve the women. No, the hot spring service staff will be found from outside. There are professionals. You can serve the dishes and make tea. Li Guiheng suddenly thought that it was easy for male service staff to have problems. They also had to find people to work in the local area. Business activities that could not stimulate the local economy were considered failures. Listen to Manager Li. Ma Jin was not familiar with this. He only knew that the Li family Zhuangzi would not lie to his village. Pigs and poultry will be provided as usual. You have to expand the breeding industry. Luoyang does not lack rivers, but in order to eat fresh fish and shrimp, we have to dig ponds and raise fish and lotus flowers. There's a road with cement from the water rushing down. Every time it rains, the rainwater will flow down, and our pond will no longer lack water. Li Guiheng arranged things. This was what he had learned from the Li family Zhuangzi. After arriving at a place, they would make adjustments according to the specific local conditions. Disaster was disaster, and disaster was disaster relief. Then, through the series of discoveries in the disaster villages, and the evolution of the disasters, a new way out was found. If there was a hot spring, they would use the hot spring. If there was no hot spring, they would use the gap. We have never raised lotus vegetables and fish before. Ma Jin was worried. Everyone was farming, raising livestock, poultry, and making handicrafts at the same time. We know how. It's simple. When the time comes, we can even dig up lotus roots and pick lotus seeds. Lotus leaves and lotus flowers are beautiful scenery. When we build ponds, we can see pavilions and corridors. Li Guiheng gave Ma Jin a look that said, "Don't worry." Ma Jin smiled. I forgot that you are from the Li family Zhuangzi. Do you know how powerful Li Dongzhu is? You're eating? He drank some water to calm himself down, sigh. I'm getting old. If it weren't for Xiao Yi's health advice, I wouldn't be able to walk at all. Zhang Shua said that he was getting old and brought food over to eat. He was 52 years old this year. He didn't know himself, but he was younger than in history. In history, he was unlucky enough to be sent to Yuyang. There were all kinds of battles in the imperial court, and he was exhausted. History was changed by Li Yi. He was in good condition now. Yao Chong was gone, and he was the Hunan provincial magistrate. He had the opportunity to return at any time. Magistrate, you've worked hard. Ma Jin sincerely thanked him. Last night he was anxious. When he returned, he found that the Li family Zhuangzi had arrived early. He looked down on Zhang Shua's team. After he woke up, he felt that he had wrongly blamed the Hunan provincial magistrates team. They were not slow. Comparing them to the Li family Zhuangzi was bullying. The Li family Zhuangzi came more than 30 miles, and Luoyang City was more than 50 miles away. He went to report the news and wasted a lot of time. The magistrate personally led the team. If it weren't for the Li family Zhuangzi, the magistrate's team could have saved his life. His village in Feishan County was not an important place. Ma Jin thought about it and realized something. Did the government office in Feishan County send anyone? He shouted and asked the other villagers. The people around him shook their heads. They did not see anyone. Village mayor, the person who went to report the news, came back last night. He said that Magistrate Pang was gathering people and asked us to hide in a safe place. Someone knew some information. Ma Jin stood up and bowed to Zhang Shua. Magistrate, I have offended you yesterday. I deserve to die. Sit down and eat. Why do you have to be like this? If you want to blame someone, blame Xiao Yi. She taught the villagers to take care of this place so well. Zhang Shua was in a good mood. You finally said something reasonable. His face sank. Feishan County's Magistrate Pang Gu is indeed a good official. He even knows to ask people to hide in a safe place. Ma Siyuan Zheng, do you know what would happen if the same thing happened to the county magistrate like Pang Gu? Would he be severely reprimanded? Or demoted? Ma Jin said hesitantly. He felt that demoting was a severe punishment. What do you think? Zhang Shua asked Li Guiheng. He would be rewarded. He would be rewarded to report to the other counties, together with the magistrate, registrar and lieutenant. Li Guiheng replied with a smile. Report? What report? Can't he not do it? Ma Jin did not understand. Report on what he did wrong. If he does not do it, his entire family will be exiled for at least 3,000 miles. Li Guiheng said with a smile. Caught. Ma Jin finally understood. They are in this county. As long as they are not dead, they have to reach the affected areas faster than the Winged Knights. After that, the Winged Knights would bring the Li family Zhuangzi's belongings and send them over. The local officials would then make the necessary arrangements. They would then take the items and begin the recovery process. When the Winged Knights and the Li family Zhuangzi's belongings arrived, there was no response from the local officials. This could only mean that they are gone. Reward them. Reward them. Li Guiheng was familiar with the process. It was fine if they were dead, but not if they were alive. Then, Pangu. Ma Jin looked at Zhang Shua. Let's see if he is dead or alive. If he is alive, I will also make him report. Zhang Shua wanted to be ruthless. I worked so hard to get here. What are you doing? Do you know how much I have suffered? What is my status? What is your position? After he finished speaking, he took a big bite of the meat bun. His cheeks puffed up as he chewed. The sound of his teeth grinding against each other could be heard. The other villagers did not know that a large number of officials in Feishan County would be replaced. They did not usually get to eat such good food for breakfast. Everyone ate happily. There was nothing to be sad about when their homes were washed away. They had to build new houses. They could use their savings to buy livestock. Soon, they would be able to return to their original state. The houses would be even better. Why were they not washed away last year? If they had been washed away last year, they would have already lived on the second floor. The children who could eat by themselves were also very active. Until the teacher's voice sounded, "Hurry up and eat. After you finish eating, class will begin." Chapter 1680. Confucius said, "To govern with virtue, for example Beichen, where he resides all the stars are there." Confucius said, "Poetry 300 in a word. Hidden against visible, silent against noisy, willow shore against paradise." Warblers against yin friends, morning and evening against greetings. Fish leaping over swamps, crane riding on the shore, drunken courage against singing souls. Outside we receive teachings from Fu, inside we serve our mother. Various aunts and uncles, Confucius and Bai Kong Hui brothers of the same breath and branch. Making friends, casting points, sharpening rules. When the children of different learning levels in the village began to recite, the people smiled and worked hard. Zhang Shua drank tea. He had nothing to do. His presence here represented everything. This is the Enlightenment of Sound, written by Xiao Yi. Oh, copied. When we went to Li family Zhuangzi, the first thing we heard was heaven against earth, rain against wind, continent against sky. It's called Li family Zhuangzi. At that time, Li family Zhuangzi was not as big as it is now. Xiao Yi could not determine a person's life and death and career. Zhang Shua felt comfortable all over. The children's reading voices were pleasant to the ears. He began to recall, and told Li Guiheng and Ma Jin. At that time, I had not entered Li family Zhuangzi, but I heard people talk about it. Sigh. Li Guiheng regretted that he had gone too late. Did you send someone to tell Li Dongzhu about this? Ma Jin could not participate in the conversation. He wanted to ask if Li Yi had been told about the village's situation. We sent the pigeons out early in the morning. The distance is close, and it won't take long to reach Zhuangzi. If Dongzhu has arrangements, he will release the pigeons raised here. Li Guiheng did not send anyone. When there was a disaster, he would release 2 pigeons at a time. Before releasing them, he had to take back the pigeons raised here. Otherwise, it would be easy to bring the Chong and pigeons back. Did he say anything about me? Zhang Shua asked when he heard that there were pigeons flying. Of course he did. It's all thanks to the magistrate's overnight rescue, Li Guiheng replied. I was just worried. It's not a big deal. Seeing the people of Xiaoluanan village, everything was worth it. Zhang said that he was happy, and the words he said were official words. He didn't care that he was slower than the Li family Zhuangzi's team. Wasn't it normal to be slower? When I get back, I'll deal with the officials of Feishan County. They still haven't arrived yet. My tea after dinner is already cold. In fact, Zhang Shua only took 2 sips of tea. He mainly ate fruits. An hour after the meal, he ate the muskmelon and watermelon platter with toothpicks. The workers only ate a few mouthfuls of fruits after they finished their meal. They didn't have time to slowly savor the fruits. The children would only eat fruits during their lunch break. The children did not leave any space for their stomachs after breakfast. They would eat as much as they could. After eating their fill, they would go to class. After 2 hours, they would be hungry. After the break, they could still eat lunch. If the child only ate 2 meals a day, the child's growth would not be as good as a well-nourished child, especially in terms of height. The rain on the mountain gradually lessened, and more of the ground was exposed. The commoners dug carefully, not daring to go over immediately for fear of being trapped. Looking out, it was a complete mess. If this was a different place and time, the commoners would be crying because their homes had been destroyed. The villagers were chatting and laughing. How tiring it was to work so hard. So let's chat. Jia Zhangqiu was also chatting. He had applied for leave and brought his wife, son, and daughter over early in the morning. His niece was pregnant and came here with her mother and nephew's son-in-law. In the end, she fell sick halfway and gave birth on the cruiser. His niece had written a letter before coming, and his sister had personally written a letter asking them to take care of her. Uncle, this is a candied date. It's from the date tree at home. It was harvested last year and made with honey. The mother-in-law took out good stuff. Good. I like this. My grandnephew is so good-looking. Even when he's sleeping, I want to kiss him. Jia Zhangqiu already knew that the child would be named by Li Yi. His niece's name was Shi Miao. Her husband's surname was Xia, and her husband's name was Xiahao. His mother's surname was Guan, and she was called Xia Guan. It was a pity that his sister did not come. He had to support her. He didn't want her husband's family to look down on his niece. The baby was sleeping. He was only 3 days old. He didn't know how to eat, sleep, poop, or cry. Uncle Li Dongzhu said. The mother-in-law quickly got down to business. After she finished, she looked at Jia Zhangqiu with a look that said, "We've worked hard for you." Jia Zhangqiu was shocked. I can enter the Ministry of Revenue? Fair transfer? Okay. He was in the Chang'an government service and knew how powerful the Ministry of Revenue was. The benefits were very high. It was so high that no one dared to accept bribes or corruption. The selection was strict and required one's character. When working in other places, one could not enter if there was a problem. Anyone who was selected would not be willing to be corrupt. This department represented glory. I wanted to ask how much money I have to pay to enter, but Li Dongzhu said no. The nephew's son-in-law said softly. Luckily, he said it in front of Li Dongzhu. Otherwise, I would have found a way to pay him. Haha. Jia Zhangqiu was glad. He knew that there were more than 300 people who tried to get in by paying money. Not only did they not enter, but they were also demoted. Uncle, are you going for lunch later? The child's mother was afraid that her uncle would lose face. I'm going. I need to think about how to answer when they ask me. Xiao Miao, this is not about money. There are no Mingjinka people in the Ministry of Revenue. Jia Zhangqiu was excited. He was in the Mingjinka Department of Revenue. Are they all grand scholars? Jia Zhangqiu's son asked. Mingjinka, I passed the evaluation. Same for grand scholars. But I have no chance to pass the evaluation. Jia Zhangqiu said with tears in his eyes. He was 46 years old. Ever since he became a small official, he had been cautious and conscientious. Finally, he was recognized. Father! Jia Zhangqiu's children shouted together. It's okay. There will be a lot of things at home in the future. Meat, fruits, seafood, silk houses. Jia Zhangqiu said that there were benefits. For those who wanted to take advantage of the situation, benefits were like a guillotine. For people like him, benefits were guaranteed. He was honest when he was a small official in the past. When he took on a heavy responsibility, he did not dare to make any mistakes. Uncle, look at the child. Will others care about you? What if they don't talk to you? The mother-in-law was worried. Jia Zhangqiu smiled and shook his head. It's just an excuse. I believe that the Li family Zhuangzi's men are investigating my past. As long as I pass, everything will be settled. Old Bai, what did you eat for breakfast? Old Bai, don't be like this. If I give you the child, can you teach him? Let me check your teeth. Li Yi went to look for Bai Gu. Bai Gu was in a fit of pique, and his disciple was snatched away. He was very sad and very upset. That disciple was only 9 years old. Many 19 or 29-year-olds could not compare to him. When Li Yi spoke to him, he turned his head and looked away. He looked like a child. When he heard Li Yi talking about his teeth, Bai Gu turned his head. I will eat porridge in the future. I don't want my teeth anymore. Eating porridge is not a problem. The problem is that I don't know if I should say this. 10 million renminbi is not a business income. It's a tax. I can't find anyone to discuss it with. When Li Yi saw that his teeth were not working, he quickly changed to another topic. Xiao Yi, I have always known that your dental skills are good. Let me take a look later. Does the porridge taste good? That what's 10 million renminbi again. Bai Gu instantly forgot his worries. He was not angry at all. What disciple? Anyway, he could not snatch him away. Quickly, let's talk about the actual benefits. Chapter 1681. Old Bai, are we having fish for lunch? Li suddenly asked. 10 million in taxes. Don't try to change the topic. Bai Gu stuck to the issue of money. Old Bai, don't you think you are too narrow-minded? Money is just a currency. It's a medium. Cut the crap. 10 million. Bai Gu did not listen to anything else. He was determined. Selling seeds. The seeds I brought back from outside, such as tomatoes, kidney beans, rubber trees, sweet potatoes, sunflowers, etc. The export tax is 200%. Li Yi raised 2 fingers. 200%. You want to sell the good stuff to others? Bai Gu did not think about money anymore. He was angry. If I don't sell, can't others take it? The coastline is so long. If I sell it first, won't it be better than them buying it secretly? Li Yi retorted loudly. Look at the Japanese Empire. They can take anything away. Since others can smuggle it out, why should they buy it from you? Bai Gu looked at Li Yi like he was looking at an idiot. They smuggled the chili? If I don't release it, how can others steal it? Before mass marketing, I will sell it to them. Then I will market it. Li Yi gave an example. Chili is the seed of the Li family Zhuangzi. Outsiders can only buy chili powder and chili oil that cannot be grown. Can barbarians sell something worth 10 million in one go? Baigu was tempted. We can collect a few million in taxes, with a 20% tariff. How is 10 million considered money? How much is my blood coral? I haven't printed money yet. I have to hurry. Li Yi knew the value of foreign trade. It was not like the Tang dynasty collecting rent. It was tiring to get 10 million. There is enough money. If others buy it, don't they think that it will be worthless after you release it? They can steal it. Baigu thought of himself as a barbarian, and considered things from the perspective of a barbarian. Did they get the chili seeds? I assure them that my Li family Zhuangzi will never release any seeds in the Tang dynasty for the next 20 years. Otherwise, I'll compensate them tenfold. Li Yi said solemnly. He absolutely supported the spirit of the contract. What about the people of the Tang dynasty? I'm still waiting for your corn and potatoes. Baigu continued to ask. Later, we found out that there was a foreign merchant who actually dared to sell a large number of seeds to the Tang dynasty and reap the profits. This allowed the Tang dynasty to grow more and more crops. I earnestly requested His Majesty to send troops to suppress them. We captured countless barbarian merchants and ruthlessly dealt a blow to the arrogance of these criminals. He also perfected the laws of the Tang dynasty and ensured the channels for planting and harvesting new species, setting an example for the Tang dynasty and other countries. Li puffed out his chest and raised his head, speaking righteously and solemnly. Baigu swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva and raised his hand to pinch the back of his neck. He had no choice, it was numb. And then, Baigu asked after pinching it a dozen times. Then, we had to strengthen the customs inspection. In order to protect the interests of the barbarian merchants, we had to carry out a detailed inspection of their teams. We had to increase the severity of punishment, strengthen the functions of the law enforcement team, and speed up the improvement of the laws to protect the rights of the barbarian merchants. We had to pay close attention to the implementation, push forward layer by layer, assign responsibility to the person, supervise the details and fill in the gaps. Don't slack off, don't shirk responsibility, don't relax, don't compromise, don't. Xiaoyi, take a break. This old man knows. That child Li Fuquan is suitable to be your disciple. This old man can't teach him. Because your dental skills are good. This old man's teeth are perfect. It's difficult to enter the realm of no teeth. Baigu began to rub his face with both hands. He didn't need to pinch his neck anymore. He even wanted to grab his heart to make sure that his conscience was still there. Baigu regretted it. He shouldn't have made things difficult for the child. The child's choice was right. He couldn't teach him. The difference was too big. In the future, if there were any talented children, he would have to send them to Xiao Yi's side to be taught. Old Bai, are we having fish for lunch? Li asked again. Sure, let's have fish. Let's stew the fish for a while, and stew the garlic meat. Baigu decided to use fish to replenish his energy. He had used too much of his brain power just now. The garlic meat is the protein of the fish. It's not fresh enough. That's fine. I'll pour out the fish soup and filter it with gauze. At the end there will be fish jelly. When the fish is stewed, the soup will be saltier. The fish will be more flavorful. The fish jelly will also be delicious. Li Yi didn't expect Old Bai to know that the garlic meat would be produced when the fish was heated for a long time. From the looks of it, Old Bai had learned a lot from him. Okay, when the time comes we'll leave the fish bones in bones. You can grind them and feed them to the livestock and poultry that need salt and calcium. Baigu had indeed learned and understood this. Stewed fish had salt. Whether it was horses, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, or geese, they all loved to eat it. Old Bai, the new tax needs to be promoted. Aren't we delivering a child on the yacht? It's a festive occasion. Li saw that Baigu was no longer entangled with the matter of having a disciple. So he talked about another matter. He couldn't really laugh at the chancellors for not having a disciple. As for the money, it had nothing to do with the disciple. He had to say it whether Li Fuquan had a disciple or not. Yes, the new baby is born. Everyone is very happy. Baigu smiled. The baby was the softest existence in the hearts of ordinary people. When it was raining outside, the mother and child came to the yacht. Of course, they were in a good mood. The baby's mother's granduncle is also here. He's actually a secretary of the treasury in our Wanyan County. His name is Jia Zhangqiu. He was born in the 3rd year of Xianheng. Li Yi followed the topic and introduced Jia Zhangqiu. As long as there were official records of all the officials in the government, he knew about them. No wonder you have to evaluate all the officials in the Tang dynasty every 6 months. You memorized them all? Baigu didn't know this person. It doesn't matter whether I memorized them or not. It's fate that I can remember them at a glance. Li Yi smiled. He was a scanner. And then, Baigu once again felt that Li Fuquan was right to take Xiao Yi as his master. The master was only better than the disciple, not worse than the disciple. What's the big deal about memorizing dozens or hundreds of books a year? The evaluation of all the officials in the Tang dynasty every 6 months. Why don't you give it a try? Then when I was preparing lunch, I put the child's car beside me. In order to see the child, he accidentally entered the restaurant. Li Yi planned according to the script. Don't torture the child. I'll go and see. Baigu wanted to see this person. The evaluation was really good. Not just because of Li Yi's recommendation. The reason why Li Yi didn't directly arrange a seat was to let others see if it was good enough. If it wasn't good enough, he wouldn't force it. If it was wrong, he would have to deal with it himself. Baigu strolled to the door and suddenly turned around. Are you sure you can collect 10 million coins in taxes? It's more, not less. When we talk in the future, 10 million coins is the basic unit. 10 million coins is about the same as 1 coin. You go and take a look first. When you come back, I'll think about the linkage between ship leasing and tax. We have to hurry up. Li Yi bragged. 10 million coins was 10 billion coins. In terms of purchasing power, 10 billion coins was a huge sum of money. You can't judge a person by yourself. You're just lazy. If it's your new disciple, how calculative can he be? Why don't you push it to someone else? Baigu muttered and went out to find Jia Zhangqiu. He didn't care about the dignity of the minister. If the person was good, he would arrange a job. If not, then forget it. Chapter 1682. Baigu originally did not want to see a small official, but Li Yi's connections and financial operations made him feel that even the most basic people had absolute value. Over here. Be quiet. The baby is sleeping. If you wake him up, he will cry. You are very annoying. Baigu caught the little robot while it was strolling with ice juice on its head. It could only lead the way. I know. Baigu picked up a glass of juice and said. He found the little robot very interesting. As long as he was on the ship, he could see robots wandering around at any time. He could stop one by waving his hand and talking. If he asked who was where, the robot would basically answer, unless his status was too low. If he asked where Her Majesty was, the robot would refuse. At the door, Baigu hesitated for a moment. As the door opened, he lowered his voice and said, Don't be noisy, baby. I will take a look. Jia Zhangqiu was the most excited. He knew Baigu. The chancellors were always strolling outside. He stood up and said, Baigu. Baigu replied. He bent down to look at the sleeping baby and smiled. Half a minute later, he straightened up, nodded to Jia Zhangqiu, and walked out first. Jia Zhangqiu immediately followed. He was so excited that he could not even walk properly. Li Dongzhu is amazing. The child's father sighed. The chancellors, high and mighty, had personally come to look for a small official. Jia Zhangqiu's family was excited and worried. They were like people waiting for the results of the trial. They suddenly became silent. 20 minutes later, Jia Zhangqiu returned. His excited look disappeared and his face was solemn. The taxes of the Tang dynasty are taken from the people and used by the people. The tax officials are responsible for protecting the country and the people. They have a great responsibility. Uncle, is it done? The mother-in-law could not understand the meaning of Jia Zhangqiu's words and asked. It is not a level transfer. Give me a standard 8th rank official. Jia Zhangqiu said the result. Yes, standard 8th rank. He is old and cannot control people with a low rank. He has been handling basic affairs for many years and has a solid foundation. Baigu came back from the interview and said to Li Yi, who was reading and studying on his tablet. Li Yi might be able to scan and record, and he had a good memory, but when it came to technical knowledge, it was not enough to just remember it. He had to understand it thoroughly. He was reading a medical paper, and his head was hurting. When he heard the voice, he put down the tablet. The merchants of the Tang dynasty rarely had the ability to build large ships. It wasn't because they lacked money, but because they lacked talent. With so much money, you still can't find a craftsman who can build a big ship? Baigu took a sip of the ice fruit juice he was holding. It was no longer cold. The Tang dynasty doesn't allow people to build large ships privately. There are records of craftsmen who can build ships. No matter how much money you have to be alive to spend it. Li Yi reminded him. How could ships be built so casually? Did I build my own car to get me on the road? Baigu recalled that it was indeed impossible. He asked, what does it have to do with taxes? Controlling a ship is a technical job. You and I don't know how to do it. The people who control the ships are hired. If anyone wants to smuggle or evade taxes, the people who control the ships will be rewarded. Li Yi put away the tablet, picked up the paper and pen on the coffee table, and drew a simple coastal map of the Tang dynasty. Old Bai, look. We need more people to patrol the sea and catch smugglers. Li Yi drew a few lines and a group of dots. More people. Xiao Yi, you know what I mean. Tell me. Baigu wanted to ask how much money would be needed to increase the number of people and the proportion of taxes. He thought about it again. If he could figure it out, Xiao Yi must have known it long ago. At present, the Tang dynasty is in the stage of agricultural development. Although the Turks, Khitans, Shi and Tubo also grow some things, they are mainly nomads. The foundation of agriculture is land. Coastal areas usually have more mountains, more water, and less land. All the rich places are in the plains. Shu has 2 plains. Dongting Lake and Poyang Lake are called the 2 lakes plains. Below the Yangtze River is the plains in the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River. Our location is called the Guangzhong Plains. There are many plains in the Hebei province, but the population is small. I call it the North China Plains. The Khitans have the northeast plains in the Bohai Sea. We raise horses in the Hetao Plains. When Li Yi talked about agriculture and counting plains, Baigu didn't remember. He couldn't remember. There was too much. He only listened. The coastal areas with less land, such as Taizhou, Wenzhou, Fuzhou, and Quanzhou in the Jiangnan province, have less land. With less land, there is naturally less food. Many people starve because they don't have enough to eat. If the patrol teams recruit people and give the people a way to live and hope for a better life, they won't rebel. The people who patrol the sea must know how to control a ship. If they can't, they can practice. If they can't, they can practice. When they practice their skills, we will expand outward through the sea in the future. With interests involved, there will be no lack of competition. Whoever controls the sea will be the final winner. Li didn't mention how much taxes to invest. Money was easy to handle. His goal was to solve the problem of employment and train people for future naval battles. Baigu looked at the sea map. I know about air supremacy, hot air balloons and hang gliders. This is sea supremacy. Others don't go out to sea and guard the land. What can you do? The coastline is long. Do you know where I will land? You don't produce and live? You deploy a large number of troops along the coastline all day long? When I go to other places to organize a fleet trade, 100 large ships will suddenly close to one of your places. Will you deploy your troops? After you deploy your troops, I will go to trade. When the trade is done, I will go to one of your places to pack my things and go back. That's true. Only a thief can be a thief for 1,000 days. Who can guard against thieves for a day? Soldiers are cunning. What is false is true, and what is true is false. Baigu admitted that it was very uncomfortable to lose control of the sea and be in a state of war. Fortunately, he didn't think that everyone would do business peacefully and not fight each other. Even blood-related brothers would fight, not to mention people from different countries. When the railway is repaired, they will come to Chang'an to play. We will let them see the yield of the seeds and my experimental demonstration fields before we sell the seeds. Li Yi replied to Baigu's 10 million question. When I was talking to Jia Zhangqiu just now, I compared the tax income of Guangzhou City's Department of Shipping. 10 million is too little. Baigu came back with a big appetite. 10 million is an imaginary number. If we can earn more, we will earn more. It depends on other people's needs and financial resources. If they don't want to farm, then our seeds are worthless. Li laughed. Why are you so worried about this? It's not like we can decide how much money we will earn. If we don't farm, how can we earn 10 million? Baigu found the key point. The imaginary number can be more, but it can't be less. That's easy. For example, a foreign merchant can bring back a ship of potatoes to offset the tax. The potatoes can be sold for money, and can also reduce the tax on other goods. If they would rather pay more tax than buy potato seeds, and look for a place to grow potatoes, then we will increase the tax to the amount they are willing to buy. Li gave another theory. If you don't buy the things I sell to you, then I will make you unable to earn money in other ways. He added, crops will change in different soils and environments. We can use this opportunity to see if there are any crops with better yields or tastes. Nature is very magical, and can always help humans to find better things. Chapter 1683. While Baigu and Li were talking, a group of people was listening to them in another big room. The small robot was broadcasting live. There was always broadcasting equipment in the room over there. The big room had the same equipment, but it was not as comfortable as the small robot. Li Longji liked to listen. Yao Chong was able to become the prime minister because he ran more than 300 miles to see him and chatted with him, gaining his approval. People who could become the prime minister did not need to study current affairs. They were all current affairs strategists, and the general trend of the world was hidden in their hearts. Until Li Yi came up. Li Yi not only knew the general trend, but also the small things. Congratulations, Your Majesty. I think the Tang dynasty's finances will be more prosperous in the near future. Zhang Jiling congratulated. He also remembered the 10 million taels. Fear of war. Song Jing was more conservative. He wanted to focus on alleviating the people's livelihood in the Tang dynasty and avoid war as much as possible. According to Li Yi's plan, war was unavoidable, and it would be a waste of manpower and money. Sui rolled his eyes. We can make money outside. If we use 10,000 taels in war, we can earn 20,000 taels. The extra 10,000 taels can be used to repair roads and irrigation works. He calculated the economic benefits. As for the deaths in war, the better the weapons, the fewer deaths. There are indeed many people in the east of Jiangnan who live a difficult life. Even if they grow indica rice, they will only starve less for a few days. Li Longji was most in favor of increasing employment. Only by finding work could the rich people live a stable life. What kind of life did the people in the capital government live? It could be assumed that the daily expenses of an ordinary person in Fuzhou would be enough to feed them for half a month. This means that Shaoyi no longer puts the Turks and Tubo first. This is a good thing. Li Dan analyzed from another angle. Father is right. Li Longji agreed. At this time, a voice came from the robot. Let's go to Drunken Immortal House for lunch. I have to go out in the afternoon to look at the land. Old Bai, are you going back after lunch? Li moved. Back. Baigu said affirmatively. I mean back. The court can't do without you. Li emphasized. He did not mean back to the yacht. No, we're sad. We've been cheated. Who do you blame for being late? All of you are focused on the country's affairs. How can you have the time to teach children? What can you teach him? How to deal with people. You don't even know how to bribe people. How are you going to teach him? When has bribing ever been learned? Oh my God, Old Bai, do you know that the country and the capital bribed people? You can't bribe the officials of the Tang dynasty, but you can bribe the chiefs of other tribes. You've been bribing a lot, and you're talking about others. That's called bribery? If you want to bribe someone, you have to reap some benefits for yourself. What have I gotten? You got yourself a beautiful future wife. Hee hee. What I said had nothing to do with bribery. It was my personal charm. Why don't you stay one more night and leave tomorrow? I can't walk. My leg hurts. Ouch. It's sore. Old Bai, does your Ministry of Revenue's Tertiary Industry Department still sell vermicelli? If we sell it, we won't be able to make much money. If we stop, those people will lose their jobs. Zhuangzi has a new vermicelli press machine. It can press dumpling wrappers and wonton wrappers. It's handmade. It's more useful than the current ones. How about I give you a few dozen sets? Don't try to tempt me with a small profit. Do you think I've never seen money before? Let me show you. If you think it's good, I'll sell it to merchants. It's hard for the people in other places to make their own soup pancakes. Let me put it this way. If you can increase efficiency by 30% and make 10% more money, it'll be considered a success. The cost of labor is the cost of time. As for the cost of fatigue, the people of the Tang dynasty don't consider it. I'll sell one machine for 50 liang. You can pay in installments, but I'll pay a one-time tax of 30%. How much is the tax? One machine per town is enough. At least 10,000 units will be sold. 500,000 liang, and 150,000 liang in tax. What if other people don't buy? According to 10,000 units, I'll give it to you in half a month. Xiao Yi, if you didn't force us to stay, we would have gone back long ago. There are many things to do in the imperial court. It's hard to refuse your kindness. Let's make a deal. It's just one day. We must leave tomorrow. Don't say anything else. Thank you. Old bye, you're giving me face. If you have a toothache later, come find me. Ha 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 ha. Li Longji couldn't help but laugh. 150,000 liang. Is it a lot or a little to buy you back? If we compare it to before taxes, the annual revenue is about 7 million liang. It's not a small amount to make a trip from Chang and to Lantian County. Sui said with a smile. He knew that Bai Gu and Li Yi were just playing around. The key was that Li Yi could really come up with something. If it were someone else, he wouldn't be able to come up with 150,000 liang, even if he worked himself to death. 150 million liang. How much food could he buy? How many sets of clothes could he make? He gave it out as a joke, but it was a real benefit. When we go back tomorrow, we'll come here as prodigies. However, prodigies end up being flattered and lose themselves. We're not fated to be together. Song Jing got over it. Just as Li Yi asked Bai Gu, what can you teach him? That's right. What can you teach him? The 4 books and 5 classics? Children can remember it after reading it once. Teach troops how to set up formations. Chapter 1684. Free-boiled rice, steamed eggplant and soy sauce, salted beans and green onions and soy sauce. If you think you won't get heat stroke, there's mutton soup, steamed rolls. Outside the drunken immortal house, a long stall was set up in front of other shops. The people in the shops were not angry. Instead, they were very happy. They wanted people to sit in front of them to eat and see if they could promote something. The people who had free time came early. They were told in advance that Li Yi would be having lunch at the drunken immortal house and would not be open. According to his usual behavior, Li Dongzhu would give people things wherever he went. The people brought their own bowls. Usually, it was a big bowl that could hold 3 liters of water. They didn't need it during meals. After eating, they would pack more than half a bowl of food and bring it home for their families to taste. The bowl couldn't be full. It would spill on the way. The mutton soup was packed in advance, so that it wouldn't be so hot after eating. It was convenient to carry the bowl. The people didn't deliberately come to take advantage of them. They could afford to eat at home. Even better than this, they also knew how rich the Li family Zhuangzi was. They wouldn't be poor with just one meal. There was a small amount of mutton and lamb offal in the mutton soup. When cooked together, there was more soup than dry ingredients. If they didn't fill the mutton soup, they could fill a big bowl with boiled rice. They could pile the cold dishes on top of the rice and bring it home. On the second floor of the drunken immortal house, one could clearly see the situation below through the glass window. Someone pushed a cart over. There were more than 10 big bowls on the wooden planks of the cart. You don't know what's good for you. Bai Gu didn't care how much Li Yi spent. He felt that how could people be like this? Neighbor is working and can't come. Please bring something back. Li Yi knew the situation. The people couldn't bring a pile of bowls. Wouldn't it be more convenient to bring a jar for his family to eat? Master, should I drink mutton soup or mutton soup? Li Fuquan was hungry after smelling the mutton soup. You've eaten boiled rice. The little girl corrected her junior brother's wrong idea. He dared to drink mutton soup? I eat steamed eggplant mixed with garlic. I like it. Li Fuquan took a step back. You can't eat raw garlic. Don't count on soy sauce. The little girl corrected him again. Then what can I eat? Li Fuquan looked wronged, but his eyes were clear. He noted it down so that he could remind others if they were in the same situation in the future. I've plucked some plantain and dandelion leaves for you. Wash them clean and dip them in the sauce. Don't eat the salted beans. If you eat too much, your stomach will feel uncomfortable and you'll fart too much. The little girl was in charge of looking after her junior brother. Everything had been arranged. Xiao Yi, did the Li family Zhuangzi sell a lot of glass? Have you finished deducting the tax? Bai Su knocked on the glass window. Can't I file my taxes at the end of the year? The taxes couldn't be calculated on a daily basis. The taxes of the capital and Henan prefecture had to be reported on a monthly basis. This is considered a big deal. If I report it to you every day, it will be a waste of manpower. Why don't I give you some money first, and wait until the end of the year to see how much it is? Li mumbled. Sure. Bai Shu agreed immediately when he heard that he had to take it first. Interest will be calculated for the money given in advance. It will be calculated according to the normal interest rate of the Tang dynasty. Li rolled his eyes at Bai Gu. You want to collect money in advance? Are you dreaming? In the past, he never paid the electricity, water, gas, telephone, and other fees in advance because these companies didn't give him interest. He always waited for the other party to send a reminder. After that, he would have to pay the late fee. That way, he could earn interest for the extra time. When he met the electricity company, he felt that the electricity company was being immoral. In the Tang dynasty, there were still people who dared to scheme against him? What a joke! You can do it at the end of the year. The Ministry of Revenue doesn't lack your money. Bai Gu was unhappy when he heard that there was interest. If Xiao Yi paid 10 million yuan, the final tax would only be a few 100,000 yuan. Wouldn't the interest of 10 million yuan be more than the tax? You want to cheat me? Humph. No way. There is indeed a lot of glass tax this year. After deducting the money given to the generals at the border, there is at least 4 million yuan in tax. Henan, Shu, Hangzhou, Yangzhou, Suzhou, Khitan, and Bohaisi. Businessmen bought a lot of glass for windows. Even if you are angry and smash it, the Li family Zhuangzi will still replace it and bring back the broken glass. Li Yi gave a figure. He sold the glass for more than 15 million yuan. Businessmen bought the glass and transported it to different places. The Khitan and Bohaisi were calculated separately. If it was broken, they will replace it for free. Bring back the glass and see if it can be repaired. It doesn't matter if it can't be repaired. If a piece of glass is broken in a distant place, wait for the caravan to bring it back to the Li family Zhuangzi. If the glass in Chang'an is broken, wait. Usually, new glass will be installed in a month. If you are willing to smash it, wait for a month. All in all, the Li family Zhuangzi lost a lot of money, right? Sui calculated the cost. Now, a piece of glass that is 1 foot square and 5 centimeters thick is 100 yuan. After a few years, it will be 100 yuan. After a few more years, it will be 5 yuan. Smashing a piece of glass will take at least a month. There will be one less piece of glass in a month, just for 5 yuan? I will loan this 100 yuan at the lowest interest rate. When the glass is worth 5 yuan, how much money will I earn back? The Li family Zhuangzi's glass manufacturing process is always improving, and the cost is getting lower and lower. Li Yi calculated the economic account for Su Yi. He did not lose money, so he can spend as much as he wants. The people who bought the glass lost a lot. Song Jing thought about it more simply. The people who bought the glass will enjoy it. If they use the glass to plant greenhouses, the profit will be enough to offset the loss of the glass's depreciation. Especially in the Khitan and Bohaisi, the winter is colder than here. How much are the vegetables in the glass greenhouses worth? Li Yi did another calculation and looked at Song Jing with a questioning look. Did you throw away the economics book again? I didn't think about it so specifically. Song Jing quickly explained. He did not want to join the group. Li Yi could argue with Li Yi about other things, and even deliberately find trouble for him. Li Yi silently endured it. But when it came to big things, Li Yi would take action. For many goods, the value is not the cost, but the use value and additional value. The people who bought the bicycle enjoyed the envious looks of the people around him, and he gained a psychological satisfaction. This is the additional value of the bicycle. He rode the bicycle to save time and convenient transportation. This is the use value. He used the bicycle to attract businessmen to talk about cooperation and earn more money. This is also the additional value. The value of Li family Zhuangzi lies in the brand value. Others can use the brand of Li family Zhuangzi to increase their value. Li Yi explained again, but he was not happy. In theory, he did not need to explain this matter alone. The soup is here. Drink the soup. When everyone was embarrassed, the waiter served the mutton soup. Zhang Juling was the youngest, so he said, Xiao Yi, Li family Zhuangzi's purpose is to build the brand? Bai Gu was not in a hurry to drink the soup. He wanted to ask more questions. Li family Zhuangzi's purpose is to make the Tang dynasty prosperous. The specific control method is to set the price and set the industry rules. What's the use of the brand? The reason why the price of the entire capital government is so stable is because of Li family Zhuangzi's control. Li Yi laughed. You all still have to learn. How many times had my country suffered? This was a lesson in blood that was etched into his bones. Chapter 1685. The mutton soup was very pungent. In summer, people were reluctant to feed the sheep grain, so they always gave the sheep grass to eat. Li Yi scooped some pepper into the bowl and poured some vinegar to suppress the smell. He didn't care about the price of pepper. If he couldn't even bear to part with this price, then what was the point of living? Hoo-ha, slurp slurp slurp, hulu hulu. The little girl was watching her junior brother drink the mutton soup, and her voice was not soft. Li Fuquan looked at the rice in front of him. Look at how pitiful you are. I'll give you a braised pig trotter. Eat it. The little girl stopped joking and took out a pig trotter. The pig that had been raised for a year and a half had big hooves. It was more than twice as big as the pork that Li Yi sold in 6 months. During Li Yi's time, pigs were raised with lean meat as much as possible. In the Tang dynasty, pigs were raised with fat. The fatter the better. This was what the people wanted. Thank you, senior sister. Li Fuquan was very happy. Before he went to find his master, he was still a little proud that he was powerful. It wasn't until he met his master that he realized how knowledgeable and talented his master was, that he was sure that he still had a lot of skills to learn. Next was senior sister. How did senior sister know all the things that he had learned? He was just a little older, wasn't he? More than a month later, he knew the things that he had to memorize, and senior marshal's sister guaranteed that she knew them. As for the other things, senior marshal's sister knew them, but he didn't. How was he going to learn how to read a person's pulse? Recuperate well. In 10 days at most, I'll let you eat spicy hot pot. It's delicious. Did you change the position of the gauze? She shook her head and pressed on the 4 incisions. There was a small piece of gauze there. After pressing, she felt relieved. Her master's skills were really good. Senior sister, I want to study medicine. Li Fuquan suddenly said. If you want to learn, don't tell me. Master has taught me that if you advise people to learn medicine, they will be struck by lightning. If you advise people to raise pigs, they will be punished. If you advise people to invest in stocks, they will be in the king of hell. If you advise people to write, they will have bad luck for 10 lifetimes. The little girl didn't dare to agree, because this matter was too big. What do you mean by speculating in stocks and writing novels? Li Fuquan did not understand these 2 terms. I don't know. Master just blurted it out when he was drunk that day. He's crying. I feel like he has all 4 of them. He's crying so sadly. Don't tell anyone. After the little girl finished speaking, she warily looked towards where Li Yi was. Seeing that her master was chatting with someone, she patted her chest in relief. Senior sister, why are you telling me this? I've just entered the school, and I haven't offended you. Li Fuquan wanted to cry. This was an undeserved calamity. If anyone were to spread this out in the future, he would be suspected. Eat, don't talk so much. The little girl picked up some dandelion leaves and bitter cabbage leaves, dipped them in the sauce, and stuffed them into her junior brother's mouth. Bitter, Li Fuquan said vaguely. Is it as bitter as the medicine soup? If you don't eat it, I'll brew some medicine for you when we get back. The little girl glared at him. It's sweet. Li Fuquan frowned as he swallowed the porridge and gave his senior sister a smile. Hurry up and eat. If you want to learn medicine, tasting medicine is much more uncomfortable than this. It's like chicken poop turning white or golden juice. Aya, let's not talk about it anymore. It's not good to learn medicine. You can only be happy when you see the patients get better. After the little girl finished speaking, she drank the mutton soup. This time, she didn't make any sound and was very quiet. Senior sister, have you tasted those things before? Li Fuquan knew that it was written in the book. Do you still want to eat? The little girl glared at him. Yes, I don't feel bitter anymore. Li Fuquan understood that this little senior sister had experienced it before. He also ate the wild vegetables. If he didn't die from eating, he could go to the mountains and eat anything. They don't scoop the bottom of the mutton soup, and they scoop the top. Li Longji looked at the situation below and sighed. The commoners came over and used big bowls to hold the soup. They really just held the soup. They didn't scoop the meat, and didn't touch the fat. This way it can be cooked for a while longer. The people who come later can still scoop it. It will be cooked until night time. Even the intestines of the sheep will be cooked. The poorest commoners in Lantian County can kill a sheep at any time and treat them to a full sheep feast. They came over to join in the fun. One day, all the commoners in the Tang dynasty will be able to do the same. The prerequisite is that the techniques of raising sheep improve and the crop production increase by several times. Li Yi didn't pity the commoners of Lantian County. When the locals took the soup back, they would add meat and cook it again. For example, if there were many people in the family, there would be a bowl of rice and a pile of other dishes at night. It was not good to eat too much staple food at night. Yes, Li Longji reacted. Lantian County was rich, richer than most of the commoners in Chang'an. Brother Yi was mining here. Brother Yi, if His Majesty badmouths you in Lantian County, what do you think the commoners will do? Li Longji suddenly asked. Bai Gu and the others stopped what they were doing. They were frozen. They will cry. The Tang dynasty finally stabilized. Who was the one who tried to sow discord? If there's no other way, then clean up the emperor's side. Li Yi looked at the frozen chancellors. Xiao Yi, didn't you say you were going to treat my teeth? Bai Gu came back to life. Ha 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 ha. Li Longji laughed again. This answer was perfect. Brother Yi, your mind is really sharp. Li Longji rubbed Li Yi's head. Third brother, all the strong passes were broken from the inside. Pang Dzong and the crown prince are in Handan. Li Yi looked at Li Longji. Brother Yi, I was wrong. Li Longji solemnly clasped his fist. He knew the meaning of Pang Dzong and the crown prince are in Handan. 3 people make a tiger. He was not a muddle-headed emperor, and Brother Yi was not an incompetent son-in-law. The crown prince was angry, and Pang Dzong was helpless. Perhaps it was not that 3 people make a tiger, but he used this opportunity to alienate Pang Dzong, who knew about his predicament as a hostage. He was afraid that Pang Dzong would spread some things. This person was the king of Wei Xiang, the son of the king of Wei Hui. He went to be a hostage, and the consequences were not small. But Pang Dzong was not Brother Yi. Pang Dzong was ignored and could not do anything. If Brother Yi found out that the commoners of the Tang dynasty were having a hard time, the king of Wei Hui valued Pang Wan and looked down on Sun Bin. Brother Yi was not Pang Wan, nor was he Sun Bin. Why did he say that? Oh my God. Third brother, you want to know about His Majesty's prestige among the commoners, right? I am not sure about the commoners in other places, but the commoners in the governor's office hope to maintain the current status quo. The more stable the upper class is, the more solid the middle class is, and the more the lower class supports them. Propaganda is the most important thing, for example, the newspapers. Li was talking to Li Longji, but in fact, he was talking to the other officials. Some lines must not be crossed. Brother Yi is right. Li Longji scratched his head. Report messenger pigeons. Henan Prefecture, Luoyang's Feishan counties. Xiao Luonan village collapsed due to a flash flood. Houses were destroyed, farmlands were gone, livestock were drifting, and sand and stones were piled up. The winged knights ran up and shouted. They were from the Li family Zhuangzi. The pigeons had to fly to the Li family Zhuangzi, and not to the yacht. The pigeons were going home, not to report halfway. Everyone stood up. It was raining here. And it was raining in Luoyang. But the rain did not stop there? How many people died? How many people are missing? Li Yi and Li Longji asked at the same time. Sand and stones piled up. The commoners moved first. No lives were lost. The old and the young survived. The army mobilized. Arrived at the village in half a day. The prefectural magistrate. The officials gathered. The rocks moved. The hot springs came out. The messenger, the winged knights, read the letter. Chapter 1686. Southwest of Luoyang, there is a Feishan County. The local village is called Shaoluonan Village. After the rain, the water from the mountains gathered and rushed into the village. The Li family Zhuangzi's men went over. Magistrate Zhang was very fast and set off as soon as he received the news. As for the local people, none of them died or were injured. It is quite good. I will make arrangements later. Let's eat. Li finished reading the letter and kept it in his pocket. He then introduced it to everyone. Xiao Yi, what do you mean by hot springs? Baigu did not care if the couplet was good or not. He grasped the key words. According to the context, the magistrate's father, the officials converged. The mountain rocks moved, and the hot springs were out of the world. What does it mean? It means that Zhang Shua, Zhang Daoji, brought the officials to the place accompanied by the stars. This action, even a hard-hearted person would be moved. It was like soaking in hot water in the cold winter. What is this called? This is called loving the people, as if they were their own children. That's why they can travel through the night. The officials of Hunan province are going all out. Think about it. When was there a disaster in the past where the local officials were so fast? You all eat first. I will go and make arrangements. We cannot let the people of Shaoluonan village suffer. Li Yi said as he got up to leave. His hands were naturally hanging by his side, not touching the pocket where the letter was kept. Xiao Yi, don't go. Bring the letter over. Let's read the rest. You haven't finished speaking, right? Baigu felt that something was wrong. I am just a farmer. I am too long-winded. My literary talent is not good. And I like to pretend. There is nothing else. Li quickened his pace. We are prepared to stay for half a month. We are not leaving. Sui put down his chopsticks. Li stopped in his tracks and turned around. It has nothing to do with you guys. It's just a hot spring. It's just a hot spring. There's a big rock blocking the mountain flood in the past. This year it didn't block it and fell down. Behind the Drunken Immortal restaurant is the hot spring. Now that when Tian is bringing the customers there, it is not good for us to go. When they are done we will go. It is a small matter. Third brother, look. Isn't it? Forget it, I'll give it to you. I won't hold third brother up. Just now I said 4 million in taxes, right? Li Yi wanted to pass the letter to Li Longji and ask Li Longji to block it. He thought about it again. No, after Li Longji finished reading, would the ministers know? The mountain rocks are moving, the hot springs are dusty. Where the soup imitates Drunken Immortal residence scar. Luoyang was rich, and the royal family was respected. But if there was a flow of heat, it would be hoarded. Our side will monopolize it, and the money will flow freely. The villagers at the bottom of the lake will pay tribute to Zhuang Wei. Baigu continued reading and then laughed. Xiao Yi, how many years have you studied in the countryside? You're really good at teaching. These 4 sentences are good. Li Longji looked at Li Yi and gestured with his eyes. Did you discover a new hot spring in Luoyang? Old Bai, let's talk about Li Guiheng. I'm from Zhuangzi. I know him too well. He loved to fantasize. For example, when he saw an ant, what was he thinking? He wanted to raise a lot of ants to help transport supplies. He also thought about tying a fish with a rope, a big fish, and letting the fish run with the boat. Oh, this can actually be done. What did I say just now? Yes, fantasizing. When he saw a little boy peeing, he thought it was a hot spring, so I also fantasized about whether the hot spring was taxed or not. How much? Luoyang. The other hot springs were all occupied by the imperial family. There was only one. Baigu did not care about what Li Yi was saying. Finally, the hot springs. How much would it cost you to manage the hot springs a year? Third brother, you have to talk to His Majesty. Why did the imperial family occupy so many hot springs? Look, Old Bai is confused and is starting to fantasize. Li Yi was not clear about the situation of the hot springs. What could words describe? Brother Yi, I think His Majesty is also afraid of the Minister of Revenue. How can I help? Li Longji was in a dilemma when he saw Bai Gu's glowing eyes. That's true. Li Yi realized that Li Longji was being supported again. Old Bai, hot spring water is not as valuable as glass. Li Yi could only remind Bai Gu that he had paid a lot of taxes. Two different things. Do you mean that you can kill a person after saving a life? Bai Gu went online. Senior sister, a hot spring in Luoyang belongs to our Zhuangzi? Do they want to snatch it? Li Fuquan whispered to Feng Qingdai. They just have nothing better to do. Master is just having fun with them. It's like children scolding each other. After one child scolds the other, he covers his ears and runs away. The other child, will he cry from anger? Because he did not scold back. If children are like that, adults will use knives. There is only life and death. There is no right or wrong. Only bystanders can point fingers and say who should not do what. When the same thing happens to you, it's hard to say who shouldn't do what they say they shouldn't do. Then will they fight? For Zaifu beat master. Senior sister, untie the rope around my leg. Untie what? The Zaifu do not know that I can suddenly attack. When they hit master, I will rush over. My fingers will pierce their eyes, and I will bite their throats. I will shake my head and tear their throats open. Li Fuquan's arms began to move. Although he was small, he knew how to be fierce. No. Junior brother, don't worry. I often see them play like this. I won't fight. I acknowledge you as my junior brother. Alright. You are Master's good disciple. Master did not use his lifespan to save you in vain. It's good that you have the heart. The little girl quickly held her junior brother back. She did not want to cause trouble. On the other side, Bai Gu read the letter over and over again. He chuckled from time to time like a fox that had stolen a chicken. It's not clear if the hot springs can be soaked in. Some hot springs are poisonous and can kill. Li Yi poured cold water on him. Bai Gu suddenly stopped laughing. Can't you see the one in Luoyang? It can probably be used. We need to collect water samples and send them back for testing. If the temperature is low, it won't mean much. If the temperature is high, we can circle the core area, such as the pool at the back. Li thought about it. There was a problem with the hot springs. The plants in the area should have been different from other places. I'm looking forward to it. After winter, I can soak in it. Bai Gu was thinking about it. When you were the magistrate of Hunan, you did not soak in the soup of Luoyang's Wenluo workshop. Li Yi felt that Bai Gu should not be so excited. When Bai Gu was the magistrate of Hunan, there was a hot spring in Luoyang. It was said to be exclusive to the royal family, or it was the best place such as the source. There was a hot spring river in Luoyang. How could the river be exclusive to it? Not allowing others to go to the river. From the source downwards, the lower the temperature. Other places can't compare to your Zhuangzi's. No matter which soup of the Pure Flowers Palace on the mountain, it is not as comfortable as the one behind the drunken immortal residence. Bai Gu looked at the others as he spoke. Everyone nodded. Right, the Pure Flowers Palace was too restrictive. It was a problem with the environment. The royal family emphasized grandeur and solemnity. The drunken immortal residence's hot springs were natural and relaxing. Soaking in the Pure Flowers Palace's hot springs was a favor. Usually, Her Majesty would not allow it. Only here could one truly relax. The Wenluo workshop's hot springs were awkward for the royal family to use, and it was not good to soak in it with the commoners. Chase the commoners away. Chapter 1687. Perhaps it was the same cloud that rained from the imperial governor's office to Hunan province, and then to the sea. It changed direction and drifted towards the Japanese Empire. A fleet of ships was covered by clouds. Rain poured down, and the wind was similarly not small. Fortunately, everyone was experienced, and the ship was sturdy enough. The sails were still adjusted and did not lower. Seeing that they were about to reach home, the Nanda family was anxious. They were short of food. After hiring people, they had to feed them. The fleet's lineup was much larger than the team that communicated with the Tang dynasty. Usually, The Japanese Empire would send hundreds to thousands of people and 4 ships to communicate with the Tang dynasty. For example, Abita Nakamaro and Sandame Daichi brought things and information back to the Japanese Empire. They also sent 4 ships. This time, the Tang dynasty replenished the large ships in Hunan province. They did not want the small ships anymore. They gathered a total of 30 large ships and a large number of people to go to the Japanese Empire together. They were ready to do business and bring things back. Copper, silver, and gold with low purity. Previously, Lan Bao also brought pearls. This time, he did not want pearls, unless the quality was especially good. Li Yi wanted things to issue currency. Pearls had a shelf life. The people at the seaside in the Tang dynasty would fish for medicinal pearls. They did not need the Japanese Empire. Li Yi wanted to eat the dried abalone in the Japanese Empire. Unfortunately, the Japanese Empire's dried abalone production was not good enough. The main problem was the abalone. Hokkaido was not under the control of the Japanese Empire. Fresh abalone was more often eaten in other places. How could fresh abalone be transported? Lan Bao and Minanda Kazuko sat in the cabin and looked out through the window. There was a long windowsill outside the window. There was no glass on the window. The windowsill helped to block the rain. Even so, raindrops still blew in. The ship swayed, and the tea on the table rose and fell. Minanda Kazuko's expression was calm. She blinked from time to time. Lan Bao was very excited. He was probably happy. When we go back, the family can eat their fill. The ducklings have just come out. A few of them died, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Lan Bao drank some water. It did not matter if it was cold. Minamata Kazuko turned her head and smiled. In the future, the area around the Minamata family will belong to the Tang dynasty, right? I don't know. It depends on what Li Dongzhu thinks. It's easy for him to destroy a country. Japan didn't have its current territory from the beginning. The emperor will be the strongest. Lan Bao did not lie. He lied to Minamata Kazuko that the Tang dynasty would not be like this. From Lan Bao's point of view, Minamata Kazuko was his family, not a member of the Minamata family. The Nantion family should be very happy to be able to live like the people of Chong, and in the Tang dynasty. Minamata Kazuko did not have much loyalty to her own country. The lives of the people were not good, and they were always at war. She learned from the Tang dynasty and divided the country. Then the big and small clans would fight for positions. In addition, there were also bandits who roamed about everywhere. Many of the common people did not have surnames. They learned from the Tang dynasty's renting system, but they did not give eternal land. Once the people died, the land would be taken back, even if it was the land that they cultivated themselves. Everyone did not like to farm. There were all kinds of runaways. It was said that there were fewer runaways in the Tang dynasty now. Why should he guard such a country? It had nothing to do with him. It's fine if it's just a place. If the whole of Japan wants to be like Chong and dream on, our Tang dynasty can't do it. Lan Bao pursed his lips. Only the Minamata family could do it. Li Dongzhu was supporting them. There are coal mines in the Tang dynasty. There are also petrolatum that can be turned into kerosene and gasoline. It can be smelted and used better. This time I brought a lot of books. I have to prevent others from learning them. Minamata Kazuko started to think about her family. After the envoys collected things, they also sent them to Pingcheng. There were also the envoys' families, such as the Tingyuan family, the Abe family, and the Shimoto family. The common people in other places could not learn them. When they brought them back to the Minamata family, they enjoyed better treatment than in Pingcheng. Li Dongzhu said that there are coal mines in Japan. He did not provide the location. The coke on our ship is useful. Don't burn the cement. Next time, when we ship the cement over, Dongzhu will teach others how to burn the cement. It will be difficult for others to burn wood. Lan Bao wanted to laugh. The technology of the cement factory had been made public. Unfortunately, it was useless. Even if they burned wood in the kiln, the cement would not be good. They still had to grind it into powder. There are ships. There are 3 ships docked at our dock. The Minamata family hurried in and shouted. He was anxious. He thought that someone had come to attack his family. He did not know what was going on in his family. Woo woo, the bugle horn sounded. followed by a series of intensive drumming. Dong 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 dong, swoosh swoosh swoosh. The small flags on the flagship were pulled up. The combination of the flags was different. Looking through the binoculars, the other ships began to disperse. The ships in charge of the battle charged forward and adjusted their sails. The transport ships circled behind. The navy of the Tang dynasty ran to the deck with crossbows and hooks, ready to jump at any time. The people in charge of the jump were bare-chested. Chapter 1688. Zhang Ruibwa didn't know about this place before. He only heard about it from others when he was trading in Pingcheng. He said that after taking a detour, the Nantian family had good things from the Tang dynasty. The daughter of the Nantian family was married to someone from the Tang dynasty. The businessman who told him looked envious, as if it was a great honor to be connected to someone from the Tang dynasty. He wanted to come over and take a look. Who was smuggling? Did they pay taxes? He just arrived 4 hours ago and was shocked. The Nantian family had flags, the Tang dynasty's flag, and the Li family Zhuangzi's flag. They were also called the Tang dynasty's Royal Overseas Favor Group. They were on the same side, their hometown, and the feeling of home. While they were chatting, someone guarding the ship reported that there were many ships coming. He went out to take a look. The ships were turning around and suddenly, a ship approached quickly. It was obvious that they were going to set sail. He had no choice but to raise the flag given by Li Dongzhu. Then they went home. The Nantian family rushed out to help unload the goods. They could be drenched by the rain, but the food couldn't. Zhang Ruibwa approached Lan Bao and whispered, "Your father-in-law wants to use 2 trade routes. He asked if he could come here often." "It's okay. Any caravan from the Tang dynasty can come. The price of the goods can only be high, not low. The opposite is true for the goods." Lan Bao didn't blame his father-in-law. He was also worried about being monopolized. But this father-in-law was probably not very smart. Which caravan from the Tang dynasty dared to compete with Li Dongzhu? "Father-in-law, I brought you new good tea from the Chang and Li family Zhuangzi." Lan Bao went into the house and presented the gift first. He couldn't order his father-in-law around or look down on him just because he was from the Tang dynasty and had a high status now. "I just told Zhang Ruibwa that we can use another trade route to sell things to the Tang dynasty. Some of them can be sold at a high price. This time we can make more money," but he didn't agree. Nantian Ineo whispered to Lan Bao. He doesn't dare to agree. In the entire Tang dynasty, only Li Dongzhu can do this business. Li Dongzhu offers a high price, so he can just deliver the goods to him. If he sells them himself, he won't be able to get a higher price, and it will also waste time. Lan Bao was doing the father-in-law's job. "Don't think too much. How are the people in the past?" Minamata Ineo asked. "Okay, I didn't feel wronged. When I came back, Li Dongzhu brought a group of children to send me off personally. That scene sigh." Lan Bao sighed and ordered people to continue moving things over. "These are delicious mushrooms and toad oil. Eating toad oil can make you live longer. This is called royal jelly. Speaking of royal jelly, I brought back 50 hives of bees." Taking care of them on the road was even more tiring than raising pigs. Once the temperature got high, I had to spray them with water and bring more honey to feed them. If our own people eat bees, the Tang dynasty will also buy them at a high price. Also, Lan Bao introduced the extra things he brought back: carrots, spring onions, bean worms, distilled yeast, grapevines, watermelon seeds, test strips. Minamata Ineo grinned as he listened. His family will have a good life in the future. The people of the Minamata family, who had gone to the Tang dynasty, were instructing their people to work. At the same time, they were telling their people what they had seen and heard. Horses are pulling carriages on tracks. What's a track? It's a place where the wheels are wide. It's fast and cheap. Just drink hot soup. It's free. A small piece of copper can be exchanged for a big loaf of bread. Bread is something baked with wheat flour. At night there are lights by the roadside. They're not torches. They're lamps. I brought them back. There's also diesel. When it gets dark, I'll show you. There are many people at night. There's no curfew. Robbery? Who dares to rob? The patrol team will be there later. You can even eat meat. You haven't eaten braised pork before. I brought back canned food. Today, it's distributed to the people. Oh, it smells good. My shoes are broken. Look at the roofs of other houses. Some have straw sandals. Take them down and walk. How can I change? I don't want to change. Let's go. They are giving it to us. There's all kinds of food. I can't tell. There's too much. The children all go to school to study. Their clothes are beautiful and clean. You can't drink their wine. You'll get dizzy if you drink too much. Don't worry if you don't have money. When we get to the place where we eat, you can get a bowl of soup that's free. Drink it. Someone will bring you food. We'll stay in a building at night. There's no place to stay on the road. There's a house by the roadside. Go in and sleep. There's many people living in one house. It's free. They drink hot water. When it's hot, let the hot water cool down. They won't get sick. We bought things ourselves. He gave us money. We brought back a lot of money. We'll use this money in the future. We don't need copper coins. It's heavy. The best place. Of course it's the Li family Zhuangzi. Li family Zhuangzi. There's someone flying in the sky. A big ball flies up in the sky. There's a basket hanging below. It stays in the basket and flies. I saw Li Dongzhu. When we left, he brought the children to send us off. They sang and danced. Move quickly. Those who hold the curtains, don't be distracted. This is flour. Cover it well. Those who went told others. Those who didn't showed a look of yearning. There's nothing. Eat, drink, and stay for free? How is that possible? Who would work when there's such a good thing? Everyone doesn't work, and just goes to eat. Someone didn't believe it. Free soup, black bread, and clothes. What's the point of living if you don't have it? Eat meat. Meat has to be bought. Those who went despised him. You'll be like this for the rest of your life. Father-in-law, try this can of chestnut chicken. We have chestnuts. Let's raise more chickens. Lan Bao took out a can of chestnut chicken and a screw-on enamel jar. It was full. After opening the seal, it was gone. The enamel jar was mainly used as a precious utensil. A large plate of chicken thighs was poured out from the jar. The chestnuts from last year were preserved until now. It was very precious. Lan Bao, I want to eat it too. Zhang Ruibo was hungry. It was the taste of the Tang dynasty. Here's a pair of chopsticks and a bamboo can. Your people can eat it. Lan Bao understood. When he came here, he was very sad and homesick. 20 is enough. We'll each have a taste. Zhang Ruibo was embarrassed to ask for more. He was going back soon. This time, he would go straight to Chang'an, sell his things and buy things back home. Chang'an had everything. He could also meet Li Dongzhu. Namida Ineu used his chopsticks to pick up the chicken and chestnuts. Delicious. The food in the Tang dynasty is really different. After 2 bites, he put down his chopsticks. Lan Bao, someone robbed us. Caught. Lan Bao asked naturally. Robbing here? How many people came to rob? Did they want to die? They robbed on the road. They robbed people who came to sell their things. They even killed people. Some people were lucky enough to escape here. Our people went there and couldn't find them. Namida Inea shook his head. He was depressed. People came here to exchange things and had to risk their lives. Who would come here in the future? Lan Bao frowned. He was not afraid of people coming here to rob. How should he deal with them on the road? It was useless to report to the authorities. Zhang Ruibo swallowed a chestnut. Someone came here to discuss business? Other families? Yes. Someone from the Jisho family came here. His family wanted to go to the Tang dynasty with us to buy things. I couldn't agree. Namida Inea said a family Jisho. It's his family. Send someone to spy on them. Zhang Ruibo said confidently. Lan Bao nodded. Yes, that's right. It was the Jisho family. Old Jiang, why are you walking in a straight line? Do you want to refresh yourself? Someone beside Jiang Chuan giggled. You'll feel refreshed just by swimming in the ocean. And you're still walking straight? Why are you talking about such useless things? Jiang Chuan glared at him. The seawater is too cold, and the waves are too big. It's easy to choke on water and lose your body temperature too quickly. I'm afraid you'll fall sick. The person who spoke mumbled and continued walking. Now their clothes were all soaked. Their military boots were also soaked, and some water had even seeped into their pants. Lan Bao asked around. and ran over after finding out the location. "Old Jiang, there's something. The person who traded with us." Lan Bao walked side by side with Jiang Chuan and explained the situation. "We'll rest tonight. Tomorrow morning, find someone who's familiar with the area, and we'll go out and take a look." Jiang Chuan understood immediately. Someone was causing trouble, and he had to deal with it. He wasn't worried about whether the two countries would go to war. If they fought because of this, it would be easy to deal with. Would the pigeons be able to fly back? If they couldn't, he would have to send someone to inform them. If they could, Li Dongzhu's ship would arrive in a few days. "Let's go. Brothers, go back. Bathe, eat, and sleep. It's time for work," Jiang Chuan shouted. Then he ordered, "Everyone get into a tight formation." "Yes." The others responded and quickly got into formation. A 10 by 20 formation was completed in an instant. At ease, attention, turn back, run, let's go. Boom, 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 boom. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. The 200-man team ran rumbling. Lan Bao wiped the rain off his face and looked at the hired guards. The guards were stunned. He muttered as he walked back, "You guys are hired thugs. You can't compare to them. They are the strong soldiers of the Tang dynasty, the soul of the army." The winged knights ran all the way back to their camp. The people on the way were stunned. The people Lan Bao brought back looked very powerful. At night the rain stopped. Lan Bao was busy giving orders. The main thing was that they couldn't open the beehives. They had to wait until tomorrow morning. According to Li Dongzhu, they had to spray water before opening the beehives. They had to find a place with flowers. If it was too far away, the bees would get lost easily. It would be fine after a few days of familiarization. Minamida Ineo had hot pot for dinner. It was a spicy hot pot. He asked his daughter, "Are there many soldiers like that?" 100,000. They are actually cavalry. Each of them has 3 horses. Minamida Kazuko reported the number. 100,000? 300,000 horses? How much do they eat in a day? Minamida Inea's voice was very soft. He didn't dare to think about how to raise so many soldiers. There are also more than 200,000 soldiers of the 16 guards, who are slightly weaker than them. There are also hundreds of thousands of soldiers deployed at the border. Li Dongzhu, who we contacted here, can afford to raise them himself. However, they are the soldiers of the Tang emperors. He has hundreds of thousands of soldiers under his command. They are raised by him. When needed, they can become soldiers. Minamida Kazuko already knew that her father wanted to find another person to cooperate with. She warned her father not to think too much. Minamida Ineo was at a loss. He held his chopsticks and froze on the spot. After a while, he lowered his voice even more. Why doesn't he become the emperor himself? He doesn't want to. He thinks it's too tiring. He wants to be the emperor's son-in-law. He likes to come up with ideas. Minamida Kazuko wanted to laugh. She went out with Li Yi's team. Li Yi and the Tang emperors were acting together. She had never seen such a thing. Minamida Ineo shook his head. He couldn't figure it out. If he had the strength, why didn't he become the emperor? Just like now, when his daughter was not married to Lan Bao, she could not eat with him like this. Now he wanted to eat with his daughter because his daughter's status was high. Thinking of her status, he looked at his daughter and asked, "You suffered there, didn't you? Where did you eat when others were eating?" "We ate together. I ate with the emperor of the Tang dynasty and the prime minister. Princess Yomu and I are very close. She gave me a lot of good things. I brought back perfume and soap for my mother and other people. There were also things for women. They were pure cotton." Minamida Kazuko knew what her father meant. She did not suffer in the Tang dynasty. Ah. Minamida Ineo looked at his daughter in disbelief. "You ate with the Tang emperors? What did the Tang emperors eat?" "They ate whatever they wanted to eat. Like the hot pot now. The mutton needs to be frozen first before being cut into slices. The tofu needs to be frozen too. When it's boiled, it's full of small holes." Minamida Kazuko began to introduce the delicacies of the Tang dynasty. She also liked to eat the food of the Li family Zhuangzi. Minamida Ineo quickly ate 2 mouthfuls. He was hungry. After eating, he sweated because of the spiciness. Are the Tang emperors fierce? It's not the same. When they talk to the ministers, they act one way. When they talk to Li Dongzhu, they act another way. The prime ministers are more interesting. They always want to find trouble with Li Dongzhu, but they always fail. Minamata Kazuko said it, as if it was a normal thing. Chapter 1690. For some reason, for a moment, Inaya Mineta felt that he was not qualified to eat with his daughter. Father, let's eat. I brought back a lot of saltpeter. It can be used to make ice cubes that are not too hard. It is usually a mixture of ice and water. If you want to lower the temperature, it will consume too much saltpeter. It is not cost-effective. After the saltpeter is made into ice and dried under the sun, it will become saltpeter again. It can be used to freeze meat and slice it. Mineta Kazuko cooked meat for her father. There was a shortage of meat at home, and the whole of Japan was short of meat. After serving her father, she suddenly remembered something and ran away. After a while, she came back with a big glass bottle. She also brought back a small wine cup. Father, Li Dongzhu gave you ginseng deer antler wine. Drink a small cup a day. It is good for your health. You can't drink too much. In the future, we will collect antlers or live deer. Li Dongzhu said that we have a lot of flower deer here. Try not to take the antler from the head, but from the horn. Mineta Kazuko talked about antler while pouring wine for her father. Can we raise deer? We can catch wild deer and raise them. Inaya Mineta knew that there were many deer and antlers were needed in the Tang dynasty. What he didn't know was that antlers could be used to make wine. He thought it was just other herbs. He also didn't know that there was wine with such high alcohol content. After drinking a mouthful, he drank a third of the small cup. His throat felt like it was stuffed with something. The smell of alcohol came out from his nose and made him dizzy. He had drunk a few times before, and didn't have so much strength. The way to make wine was to steam the rice, chew it in the mouth, and spit it into the vessel. After fermentation, it would become wine, turbid wine. There was no need to chew all of it. Only a small part was enough. Just like making wine, some microorganisms and bacteria were stepped in to participate in the fermentation. Some people grew grapes in the same area, and some people's wine was good. It was probably because of the athlete's foot. How is this wine made? Inaya Mineta waited for him to recover and asked the wine. I don't know. Only the Li family Zhuangzi has it. But I know other ways to make wine. This time, I brought back the distiller's music to make wine. The distiller's music can't be spread. Our country has little food, so we shouldn't make wine. But rich people like to drink. Since the big clans can afford to waste food, why don't we exchange wine for food with them? No one had told her about this. She had figured it out on her own. She had learned a lot of things and thought patterns from the Li family Zhuangzi. I know. Inaya Mineta expressed his understanding. He stared at the big bottle again. Do you want to take this back? Yes, it's a glass bottle. If you buy it, it's very expensive. There are glass plates and bowls, and the porcelain made from them is also very beautiful. The children at Zhuangzi Elementary School were carrying plates and bowls. If they accidentally broke them, they would be shocked. Timid people can be scared to tears, especially little girls. Minamata Kazuko flicked the bottle with her finger. I'm going to get beaten up. I shouldn't have let the child carry it. Inaya Mineta naturally thought of the consequences. He's afraid of getting scalded or hurting his fingers. No one hit him. The Li family Zhuangzi did it himself. He doesn't care. Minamata Kazuko shook her head slightly. She had seen children being scolded before. Children use glass bowls to carry soup. It's hot. When they leave, they will let go. Adults come over and scold them. Don't use glass bowls to store hot things. If you can't keep it, throw it far away. What if you fall and burn your feet? Look, are you hurt? If the child cries, your hands will hurt, and you will be shocked. Remember, use trays in the future. Aren't you afraid of spoiling the child? Inaya Mineta expressed his confusion. It has nothing to do with spoiling. It's just money. Minamata Kazuko picked up the mung bean sprouts on the boat and boiled them in the pot. Before 5 a.m. the next day, the 200-winged knights went to the toilet, ate egg pancakes, pickled vegetables, and wild vegetable soup. Then, they took their weapons and tactical backpacks and set off. It was dawn, and the dew was very heavy. The guide was from the Minamata family. His name was Minamata Fan. He was the best at surviving in the wild in the family. At the same time, he had good stamina. Most importantly, he could speak the Tang dynasty's language. He could communicate in the Tang dynasty's language, but he was not very fluent. So now, everyone was conversing in the Japanese Empire's language. The people from the Winged Knights all spoke the language. Sometimes, the people who are robbed have to see what they bring. If they bring copper with them, they will be robbed directly. If they bring iron ore, they will be robbed when they return with something. The people who bring iron, or are willing to exchange stones for ironwares. Stones with half iron can be exchanged for half and half of ironwares. It's like exchanging 50 kilograms of stone for 50 kilograms of half. When Minamata Fan was explaining, he felt that the example he gave was not good. How to calculate? It was too difficult. 1. 56 gene, 1/64th of the weight of iron ore, 1/32nd of the weight of iron. The Winged Knights closest to Minamata Fan gave the answer directly. Right. Let's not talk about 100 gene. That's 320 gene. 25 gene? About the same? Nantion Fan had used the most convenient method of calculating by folding the numbers. This was something that everyone in the clan was capable of. Yes, it's fair. We didn't take much advantage of them, another Winged Knight said. 100 gene of iron, or with 50% iron in exchange, for 1 gene of ironwares was not a loss. Iron ore needed many steps to be turned into tools. Bringing 100 gene of 50-grade iron, or in exchange for 1 gene of hose or kitchen knives, was a profit for the people who sold the iron ore. If he did not come here, and went to other places, he might not even be able to exchange for 1 gene of ironwares. Iron was different from iron. Very poor coarse iron could be exchanged for 1.5 gene. If it was the Li family Zhuangzi, the cost could be controlled to 1/15th of the cost. 100 gene of 50-grade iron, or could be exchanged for more than 6 gene of finished products, and they were made of very good pig iron. If it was the kind that was exchanged, he could exchange for 10 gene, a difference of 5 times. If it was steel, why would he look at steel? How did you calculate so quickly? After 5 minutes, Minamata Fan realized that the ratio of his data was the same as that given by the Winged Knights. He calculated it himself, but the other person just opened his mouth and said it. I'm used to it. After playing mini-games you can do it too, but you definitely don't want to play that kind of game. The past is unbearable to look back on. In the bright moon, the most comfortable days are always yesterday. Let's go and teach them a lesson. How dare they snatch Dongji's things? They must be tired of living. Let them know what a nightmare, no, a regional level of difficulty is. Jiang Chuan spoke. Stop talking nonsense. Their journey was more important. After walking for 2 hours, Minamata Fan was tired. He pointed at a place. They usually rob here. Shall we ambush them? Split up and search. Jiang Chuan suddenly ordered. The team spread out and entered the forest in groups of 4. What about me? Don't leave me behind. Minamata Fan did not want to stay alone on this road. Follow me, hurry up. Don't talk. Jiang Chuan waved. Okay. Minamata Fan agreed and covered his mouth with his hand. The Winged Knights loaded the bullets into their guns, but they did not release the muzzle. 2 of them held bows and arrows in their hands. One used a tactical saber to open the way, while the other used binoculars to observe. Minamata Fan took out his saber and carefully followed them. He thought that an ambush would be enough, but he did not expect to take the initiative to look for someone. This was different from what he had imagined. What if they were ambushed? Chapter 1691. The dew gradually dispersed, and sunlight slanted into the forest through the gaps in the branches. Accompanied by the sound of flapping wings, birds flew up from time to time, and the occasional birdsong added a trace of vitality to the forest. Nantion Fan's clothes were soaked. He looked at the Winged Knight's clothes and felt that they were also wet, so he did not say anything. Chirp, 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 chirp. Caw, caw, caw. Jiang Chuan made a sound with his mouth, and the surrounding birds chirped. Nantion Fan was filled with curiosity. Why are you mimicking birds? Let others think that there are birds here? 2 hours later, Jiang Chuan put his finger in his mouth. Do. The surroundings returned to silence. Open your bag, there's a fishing net inside, Jiang Chuan said to Nantian Fan. When Nantian Fan came, he was asked to carry a tactical backpack. He did not know what was inside, and whether the backpack was too heavy. Fishing net. Nantian Fan found the zipper, and learned to pull it open. Sure enough, there was a fishing net. Jiang Chuan and the others had already taken out the fishing net, and were looking for grass and twigs on the ground. There's a thread inside. Learn from us. Jiang Chuan began to tie the grass, leaves, and branches onto the fishing net. With a deft snap of his fingers, and a light flick of the knife in his hand, a few blades of grass, or leaves were tied to the fishing net. The other three did the same, and their movements were practiced. Nantian Fan didn't know how to play anymore. It took him a while to tie one up, and then he clumsily used a knife to cut the thread, for people had finished processing a long fishing net, but he hadn't even finished 1/10 of it. Everyone came over to help him again, and their speed increased. Follow us. Find a place and lie on the ground. Cover your body with the net, and look outside through the net. Don't make a sound. Jiang Chuan began to look for a place, and chose a spot. The two winged knights lay down one after the other, facing each other in the same direction, and covered the fishing net. Nantian Fan's jaw dropped. There's actually such a good method. We can't see anyone, and the ground is damp. It's much better than lying in the snow. We won't meet anyone today. Tonight, we'll stay here and not go back. The journey is long, and it'll take a lot of energy to go back and forth. After saying that, Jiang Chuan lay down, adjusted his posture and stopped moving. What do you want to eat? There are wild beasts and mosquitoes in the mountains at night. Nantian Fan wanted to go back. He was afraid of spending the night outside. Lie down and don't make a sound. I'll tell you when we're eating. Jiang Chuan signaled with his eyes. So be it. We're all humans. If you're not afraid of hunger, I'm not afraid either. Nantian Fan found an excuse for himself. He felt that he had an advantage. He belonged to the Nantian family and had good stamina. In the past, he carried a basket with more than 50 kilograms of iron ore. He walked from morning to night, and only ate a little. The rest of the time he drank water. He was no match for the warriors of the Tang dynasty when it came to killing people. But in terms of endurance, he should be much stronger than them. He lay down with a sulky and competitive heart. He opened his mouth slightly and breathed without making a sound. He wanted to see who would be the first to lose control. Time passed, and the sun moved to the middle of the sky. The birds that had been scared away came back. On the other hand, the wild beasts that had run away did not wander around here. Obviously, they knew that this place was dangerous. When I saw you under the setting sun, the red color on the horizon was so beautiful. Even though the wind was a little cool, the flame in my heart never went out. A person carrying a large basket walked over with light steps, singing as he walked. Nantian Fan, who was about to fall asleep, opened his eyes wide and looked through the gaps in the leaves. He wanted to remind the other party to be careful, but he held back. That person sang as he walked away, and the song disappeared. That's the person who's going to trade, Nantian Fan said in a low voice. That's the Pathfinder. He'll be back in a while. Get ready. Jiang Chuan gave a different answer. I've seen that person several times. They always trade in a group. Nantian Fan looked as if he knew the situation better than Jiang Chuan. He's going to snatch other people's ores to trade. There's only a few stones in his basket. He's just putting on an act for others to see. He's afraid that the Nantian family's team will come here. How do you know? You can see through the basket? You can walk with a big basket of stones on your back? Aren't you panting when you sing? Ah, right. Catch him. Nantian Fan reacted and his voice became louder. Shut up. Oh, 20 minutes later, the person from before returned. He stopped singing and walked faster than before. There was a relatively flat area in front of the road. More importantly, there was a small river that was more than a meter wide. He put down the basket and looked for a leaf. He placed it in his mouth and blew. The sharp sound traveled far. Not long after, another 7 people ran over with baskets on their backs. When this person saw them, he carried the basket and walked forward. He was also very fast. The 7 people came near the river, placed the baskets, and took out wooden bowls to drink water. Nantian Fan's heart raced. He knew them. They were people who had traded for ironware. With his IQ, he understood everything. These people had killed and snatched things, brought things to trade, and were now putting on an act. Soon, there would be people who really wanted to trade. These damn people. Just as he thought, about 10 minutes later, 8 people walked over with baskets on their backs. Every step they took seemed very heavy. The 8 people who came later bent their backs and leaned forward. Their arms naturally drooped, and their steps were not big. Similarly, their legs were not high. Nantian Fan's palms were sweating. He carefully rubbed his hands on his clothes and grabbed the hilt of his knife. In his eyes there was no law. If others wanted to kill and snatch goods, how could the Nantian family survive? When the people who came later saw that there were people here, they were first vigilant. When they saw the baskets, someone came forward to talk and look at the baskets. Not long after, the 8 people were relieved. They placed the baskets at the side and drank from the river water tiredly. The 7 people who came first seemed to have rested and were about to leave to tidy up the baskets. The people who came later seemed more at ease and were even chatting and laughing. Nantian Fan panicked. He saw someone take out a crossbow from the basket. He turned to look at Jiang Chuan and urged him with his eyes. Hurry up, he would die if he waited any longer. It's too far away. It's not me, Jiang Chuan explained helplessly. Where else? Nantian Fan was tormented. Down the field. The 8 people who came later heard the commotion. Nantian Fan was stunned as he held his binoculars. He didn't see where the attack came from. He only saw that some of the 7 people had arrows in their throats, some had arrow shafts in their eyes, and some were clutching their chests. 5 of them were definitely dead. How could they be so accurate? The 8 people didn't know the situation. They shouted and ran into the forest on both sides of the road. Clearly, they knew that this road wasn't safe, so they walked together to embolden each other. They didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, 7 people would be attacked. They were probably finished. There's one more. Nantian Fan thought of the person in front of him in shock. Caught them. 8 people. Kill 5 and leave 3 alive. The 2 alive here are the ones who have a say in this team. Others always act according to their expressions, Jiang Chuan said calmly. There was no nervousness in his voice. Chapter 1692. Don't step on me. I'll give it all to you. Don't kill me. A voice sounded from the side. It was a conversation between 2 people. People came out of the forest one after another. 2 injured people screamed and were taken away separately. The remaining 5 twitched and were killed by the winged knights. They shot their throats, eyes, and hearts. They wouldn't die in a short time. Of course, it was impossible to save them unless they were shot in front of the Li family Zhuangzi hospital. Those who were shot in the throat might be saved. Li couldn't do anything about those whose eyes went into their brains and hearts. The 8 people behind them came out trembling and crying. They were willing to give away the oars. The winged knights with fishing nets on their bodies gathered one after another. Some people turned around and went back to the path these people came from. Bang! A winged knight kicked over the basket in front of him. Very few oars, wooden planks, knives, and ropes fell out of the mine. The others kicked over other baskets. They were all the same. Some of them had dried meat and rice balls in them. In addition, there was a crossbow next to them. It seemed to be telling them something. The 8 people who were crying were stunned. They sobbed and looked at each other. Then, they looked at the people holding weapons and wiped their eyes to stop their tears. They realized that the people who really wanted to kill them were the people who came before them. The people who came after them took care of them. There were too many people who came after them. What were they wearing? They couldn't see anything in the forest. Jiang Chuan and the others walked over. He looked at the things. Let's rest for a while. There's food. After eating, you guys can go to the Nantian family. Yes, it's someone else's food anyway. Let's eat, Nantian Fan agreed. I've seen you before. You're from the Nantian family. One of the people who was saved said to Nantian Fan while holding back his sobs. Nantian Fan, I know that someone is blocking the road, killing and robbing. My Nantian family's son-in-law came back from the Tang dynasty and sent people to arrest them. Nantian Fan wanted to brag, but he felt that it was too shameless. The Nantian family's business is our business. Jiang Chuan had a good impression of Nantian Fan. He didn't drag them down. You guys, who are you? Another person sobbed heavily. The Tang Emperor's private army, the Winged Knights. Jiang Chuan puffed out his chest, and the others followed suit. Feather Forest? The first person to speak analyzed. The wings of the country are as flourishing as the forest. The arrows were like locusts and the bow and the horse were one. The moment we appear will be the moment the incident comes to an end. Jiang Chuan lifted his chin slightly, his face full of pride. It's accurate. 7 arrows for 7 people. The arrows lay on the ground, the arrowheads stained with blood. The rescued people looked at the Winged Knights in awe. Yeah, how can it be so accurate? Nantian Fan was also puzzled. Those who aren't qualified won't be able to enter the Winged Knights. That's how they were selected in the beginning. Unless you have a special ability, no one can compare to you. As Jiang Chuan spoke, he squatted down and picked up an arrow. He knocked it on his bow, and half-turned his body to release the arrow. One of the birds that had just flown over from the sky was directly hit by the arrow. Aya! Nantian Fan shuddered in fright. He looked at Jiang Chuan again, and could not stop swallowing his saliva. If this arrow was aimed at someone, how do you train? Nantian Fan wanted to learn. 99% of the time. Once you're familiar with it, you'll get 1 point of talent. A Winged Knight beside him gave the answer. Does that mean anyone can train? Nantian Fan thought that he had found the light. That 1 point of talent is the most important. If you train with your life, you'll be able to shoot birds like the battalion commander. On the battlefield, the difference between life and death depends on talent. Another Winged Knight said something that made Nantian Fan very sad. Train well. In a battle formation, it's not talent that matters, it's discipline. Jiang Chuan glared at his own people. Give others hope. Why are you telling the truth? Alright, I'll go back and train. How much does it cost? Nantian Fan's ambition was instantly extinguished. Archery required money. Every time he shot an arrow, the arrowhead would have to be remade. There were also the feathers at the back. Moreover, archery was a strenuous job. He had to eat well. In the future, you'll have a lot of money. Ensure your strength first. You guys eat. I still have salted vegetables here. Brothers, take out some salted vegetables. Let's wait and continue to deal with the situation. Jiang Chuan opened his backpack and took out a small enamel cup. He unscrewed it. Inside were salted vegetables. The 8 people who were rescued went to drink water and wash their faces. 2 of them took off their pants to wash. They were so frightened earlier. After washing their pants, they wrung them, shook them, and put them back on. They didn't have underwear. After all, they were all men. The linen pants were wet. It wasn't very comfortable to wear. You guys aren't eating? We have 2 meals a day. We already ate in the morning. Among the 8 people, the one who had the most say was embarrassed to eat by himself. I still have things to deal with. I'll write a letter. When we reach the Nantian family, you can give it to Lan Bao or Nantian Kazuko. Jiang Chuan took out a pencil and a small notebook. He wrote a bunch of words and symbols that others couldn't understand. After the nervousness, the 8 people were in a state of exhaustion. Their bodies were numb, especially their arms. They felt weak. They were hungry. After eating in the morning, they carried a large basket of stones along the mountain path to consume their calories. They broke off tree branches and dug out the bark. They used it as chopsticks and ate the salted vegetables. This vegetable is delicious. The person who washed his pants earlier liked the texture and taste of the salted vegetables. There's sesame oil and shrimp oil inside. Marinate it first, then stir-fry it. Finally, it's the finished salted vegetables. Someone from the Winged Knights kindly explained it. In any case, the other party wouldn't be able to learn it. As they spoke, the Winged Knights dragged the 2 injured people back and bandaged their wounds. Their mouths were gagged, their hands and feet were tied, and their eyes were blindfolded. Battalion commander, we've questioned them separately. The answers are the same. The Yoshimura family gave the same answer as the previous one. They said that there's someone behind them, and that the things they stole are all there. The person in charge of the interrogation reported the situation to Jiang Chuan. It wasn't the Yoshimura family, but another family. Jiang Chuan nodded and pulled Nantian Fan to the side. Which family is the Yoshimura family? The Yoshimura family only has 300 people. How dare they? Nantian Fan guessed the outcome of the interrogation. Then he said, the Yoshimura family and the Yoshimura family were said to be one family a long time ago. Later, they separated and had conflicts with each other. It's about 40 miles away from the Yoshimura family. Then it's the Yoshimura family behind it. As long as they have the same interests, conflicts don't matter. The opponent is more cunning. Jiang Chuan directly confirmed that it was the Yoshimura family that was behind it. What should we do? Nantian Fan agreed with Jiang Chuan's analysis, but he was still in a difficult position. He hadn't solved the final problem. Go back and think about it. We want to capture those people and the things. If only Dongzhu was here. He's a scammer. Oh no, he's intelligent. Jiang Chuan missed Li Yi. In the Li family Zhuangzi, only Li Dongzhu could scheme against others. Were the families of the Tang dynasty powerful? Didn't they still have to fork out money and send people to work according to Dongzhu's wishes? Seeing the fat meat in front of them, if they didn't rush in, there wouldn't be any left. If they did, they could talk about the future in the future. Oh, Nantian Fan couldn't think of a solution, but he wasn't afraid. This time, the Tang dynasty had sent a lot of troops. His Nantian family couldn't win, but others could. Should he grit his teeth and get rid of the Yoshimura family? Chapter 1693. The 8 of them ate slowly. The winged knights tasted the rice dumplings and dried meat. The dried meat smelled fishy, and the rice dumplings were rancid. However, the people carrying stones ate with relish. Obviously, they didn't get to eat meat on a daily basis, let alone such good rice dumplings. Wasn't rancid normal? You guys usually eat well. You can't eat such things, right? Nantian Fan felt that the winged knights couldn't adapt to harsh environments, such as eating. Haha, Jiang Chuan laughed and didn't answer. We just said that it doesn't taste good. It's different from whether we can eat it or not. The person next to him couldn't help but say, we'll eat. Forget it. He didn't want to say any more. His eyes were filled with tears. Nantian Fan looked at them suspiciously, indicating that he didn't believe them. One of the winged knights got angry. He picked up a rice dumpling and threw it on the ground. He stepped on it with his military boots, twisted it, and raised his leg. A few people next to him used their hands to dig out the rice dumplings mixed with mud and threw them into their mouths to chew. From time to time, they smeared sand and mud with their saliva. Is it good? Jiang Chuan asked. Delicious. It's too fucking delicious. This is the first time I've eaten such a comfortable meal in my life. The winged knights answered as they ate, their eyes filled with determination. You guys. Nantian Fan felt disgusted. How could they eat it? Just now they said that it didn't taste good. Now it's changed. Our first choice is to complete the mission. Our second choice is to help complete the mission and survive. Even if we'll die after 3 days after eating something, as long as we can complete the mission within 3 days, we'll eat it. Who would want to eat something bad when there's good food? Our individual soldier rations are very fragrant. As Jiang Chuan spoke, he also squatted down to dig out some rice dumplings and threw them into his mouth. Their purpose here was to intimidate the Nantian family. This was their mission. None of you are human. Nantian Fan finally knelt. How could they eat something so dirty just because they said something? The 8 people eating also looked at the winged knights with an indescribable gaze. How should they describe the resolute faces of these people from the Tang dynasty? How did you do it? Nantian Fan felt his stomach sour. It's the will of the soldiers of the Tang dynasty. Dongzhu said that a real soldier is gentle to the inside and tough to the outside. Jiang Chuan spat out another mouthful of sand and said lightly, all of them can do it. Nantian Fan looked at the winged knights around him. Those who can't won't come with the ship. Jiang Chuan brought the Tang dynasty's navy along. The navy of the Tang dynasty also had a hard time. Sometimes they couldn't eat good food on the ship. When they lacked fresh water, they had to eat raw fish. As long as there were enough fish, They could replenish their water supply by chewing the fish meat. They could persevere for a short period of time. And they could also drink urine. If they brought fresh water on board, it would start to stink after a long time. However, it was still a good thing. In order to survive, there was nothing that couldn't be done. Battalion commander, they're back. Someone holding a pair of binoculars shouted from a nearby tree. Eat slowly, there's no hurry. Someone will go with you to the Nantian family later, to help you carry your things. Jiang Chuan smiled and said to the 8 of them. Yes, yes. The 8 of them hadn't eaten meat in a long time, so they tried to chew as much jerky as possible. They also took other people's wooden bowls to drink water. There were 7 bowls and they took turns. They were grateful. At the same time, they hoped that these powerful people would clean up all the robbers. In the future, they would be able to transport stones to exchange for things safely. They carried a basket of stones in exchange for 2 caddies of iron. The items were valuable. A group of 25 people were brought over. They carried baskets on their backs, and they didn't look light. All of them were tied up with ropes, and some of them had bruises on their faces. The winged knights at the side waved their blades. Whoever looked around, they would stab their buttocks with the tip of their blades, or hit their heads with the flat of their blades. Battalion commander, the baskets are full of iron weapons that they robbed. They're preparing to transport them away. They're not bringing them back to the Yoshimura family. There are 2 horses behind them. This person isn't from the Yoshimura family. We don't have time to interrogate him. He's too stubborn. Bring him back first. They also have a big pit there. The pit is full of people they killed. There were indeed horses behind them. The horses weren't carrying anything, and looked very relaxed. 20 brothers go back. The rest of you, go ahead and ambush them. Those who go back, tell Lan Bao to bring the letter back. Give this person to me. Jiang Chuan looked at the person who was being dragged back with ropes. This person didn't want to walk. He would rather be dragged. His body was full of injuries. As he spoke, he called 2 people to drag this person into the forest and gag him. After the 8 people finished eating, another 20 minutes passed. Jiang Chuan returned, still dragging the person. The gag was taken away. He shouted weakly, "Give me a quick death. Give me a quick death. Don't kill my family. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything." Nantian Fan looked at him and felt a chill run down his spine. What exactly had he gone through to make this person, who was being dragged all the way here, speak? I said we promised to destroy the Yoshimura family. We'll let the ordinary children and women go, but once we find out that someone is from his family, we'll slowly torture them to death. Jiang Chuan kicked this person. The winged knights fetched water from the river and poured it on this person. Ah, I said let my family go. This person shouted. Jiang Chuan took out a handful of small black pieces from his backpack. They were the size of soybeans. He pinched 2 of them and stuffed them into this person's mouth. Eat them. You live, your family lives. If you die, I'll torture them. Eat alive. This person swallowed hard. The winged knights came over to feed him water. Someone even bandaged his wounds. What did you feed him? Nantian Fan was curious about everything. It's medicine for pain relief and refreshment when you're injured or too tired. You can't take it usually. You'll get addicted if you take too much. Jiang Chuan explained. He turned to the others and said, according to your numbers, the 20 people at the back will go back. Don't talk too much. Yes. A group of people answered. They were at the back. They didn't fight to stay. Li Yi didn't allow such a situation to happen when he was teaching. If he told you to go, you should go. Even if the people who stayed behind died, you had to go back alive. Then you could think of a way to take revenge. Don't waste time arguing. When the time came, you wouldn't be able to leave. Get ready to set off. Jiang Chuan ordered. The stones on the backs of the 8 people were distributed to the others. The 2 horses were left behind. The horses were in good condition and could be ridden. The winged knights went up to try riding them. The horses were very quiet. It was obvious that they had been ridden before. However, they were now used to transport goods. The reins weren't right, and there were no saddles or stirrups. The winged knights took off the clothes of the dead people, cut them into strips with a knife, and weaved them into the lining of the saddle. A rattan basket was dismantled, and weaved into a hard saddle and stirrups. The reins were changed, so that they could be used as cavalry. What was the use of 2 cavalry? It depended on how they performed. Actually, without a saddle, stirrups, or reins, the winged knights could still ride a horse. The things weren't done, so the returning team left. "You're not going back?" Jiang Chuan asked Nantian Fan, who stayed behind. "My mission is to go with you guys. I choose to complete the mission first," Nantian Fan said, mimicking Jiang Chuan's previous words. "Let's go together. Actually, it's not that tough. We brought food. It's not raining. And we still have firearms to use. It's tiring on a rainy day. I'm always afraid that the bullets will get wet." Jiang Chuan smiled. This person was interesting. Chapter 1694. Another ship is back. Get ready. At the Minamata family's residence, everyone cheered and rushed forward as a battleship returned from fishing. A big iron pot was set up with boiling water inside. The fish caught by the ship were eaten first, and the internal organs were removed. Some fish could be pressed with a blanket and dried under the sun. A little salt was added. If the fish were not pressed, it would definitely stink. The prawns were thrown into the pot and cooked before being spread out to dry. There was no need to add salt. It was fine to eat it bland as it was meat after all. Fishing on a large ship was satisfying. There were a lot of fish in one ship. The children at home stopped going to class and came over to help. It was as if they were celebrating a festival. The children did not mind eating more fish. They liked the current atmosphere. The adults were working hard. The more the merrier. "Father-in-law, our people should try to eat fish. Eat less staple food. Leave the staple food." Lan Bao stood at the dock and spoke to Minamata Ineu. He brought a lot of people. It was not easy for him to transport some food. What if it was eaten by his own people? When everyone went fishing, they could eat protein and less carbohydrates. They could also eat wild vegetables to replenish their vitamins. The nutrition was still balanced. The smile on Minamata Ineu's face never disappeared. Even when he saw the children fall and cry, he could still laugh. "When you were in the Tang dynasty, you had these people protecting you." Minamata Ineu also felt safe. "What's the big deal? We live in the Li family Zhuangzi. The defense there is so good that no one can break in. The emperor of the Tang dynasty also does not return to the palace." Lan Bao did not think that the sense of security now was a big deal. The Li family Zhuangzi had many surveillance cameras. There were even hot air balloons floating in the sky. During the day, they used binoculars and night vision devices. Minamata Ineu did not ask for the same treatment. "It's already very good. I'm relieved that Kazuko is with you. Can the salt pan be kept a secret?" Minamata Ineu asked about the salt pan. He did not know that salt could be dried. The capital already knows about it. "We don't need it here. They don't know the key technology. Our people just don't tell anyone." Lan Bao did not want to teach them the technology of drying salt. However, he could not prevent it. The people of the Japanese Empire would write letters back when they saw salt drying at the beach. The people of the Tang dynasty couldn't possibly hide their salt just to guard against others, could they? Fortunately, drying the salt seemed simple, but there was a technique involved. There was only one layer of window paper. "Let's see if we can poke through it. Wait for a few more days before you leave. When we have more salt, catch enough fish for us, and we'll salt them." Minamata Ineu discussed with his son-in-law. "Father-in-law, it's still early. The boat needs to be full before we can return. There are some sea vegetables to dry. When the time comes, we can take them away. Dongzhu loves them." Lan Bao knew the importance of salt to the Japanese Empire. Although the Japanese Empire was surrounded by a lot of sea, there was still a shortage of salt. The Japanese Empire learned from the Tang dynasty, or perhaps from the previous dynasties, and boiled the sea for salt. They did not accept the money from the Japanese Empire. They were more willing to accept the Kaiyuan Tongbao from the Tang dynasty and barter for other things. Kaiyuan Tongbao was very popular. Other than official contacts, there were still some private people who went to the Tang dynasty to buy and sell things. Kaiyuan Tongbao was foreign exchange. The people of the Tang dynasty recognized it. In addition, there was a small amount of exchange coupons. There were not many of them. Some were brought back by the envoys, and some were exchanged after they learned about the situation in the Tang dynasty. What's so good about those things? Can they be exchanged for food? Minamata Ineo did not think that the sea vegetables were valuable. Use the exchange coupons. I brought 1 million coins worth of exchange coupons. Keep it and exchange it slowly. Our weapons have to be made well. Lan Bao looked around like a thief and said in a voice that only 2 people could hear. The 2 people were Minamata Ineo and Minamata Kazuko. Minamata Ineo's breathing quickened. 1 million coins worth of exchange coupons from the Tang dynasty? Should he recruit soldiers and buy horses to take down Pingqing capital? How to spend it? Recruit warriors to fight. Minamata Ineo was about to say it. Father, spend it slowly. Don't fight others, don't ask for imperial power. Minamata Kazuko knew her father too well. Oh, don't fight. Li Dongzhu is really rich. Does he still have money to spend? He gave out 1 million coins in one go. Minamata Ineo did not dare to think about this number. It was too huge. If there was no Li Yi in the Tang dynasty, the annual revenue would be 7 to 8 million coins. What about the Japanese Empire? It depended on the size of the territory, the population, the economic development, and the stability of the society. If the Japanese Empire had 1/10 of the income of the Tang dynasty, they would have organized a navy to attack the Tang dynasty. The normal monthly expenses of the Li family Zhuangzi was equivalent to the annual revenue of the Japanese Empire. The taxes paid by the Li family Zhuangzi was not something the Japanese Empire could imagine. Li Dongzhu went out to the sea and brought back 40 million coins worth of goods. He is not short of money, Minamata Kazuko said as she went to help her father. That's good. I will spend it slowly. I will not fight Ping City. Minamata Ineo finally said his thoughts. As for 40 million coins, it was the same as 1 million coins to him. He did not faint. At this moment, he felt that he was giving face to the Empress. He would not fight if he had money. He was only thinking about money, and did not think about politics. There were many people who raised private armies, and fought for benefits around the Japanese Empire. If someone wanted to use money to move them, why not just rob them? There were 100 warlords. On average, each warlord had 1 million coins. Together, it would be 100 million coins. You suddenly appeared and said that you have 200 million coins and want to rule. The warlords would discuss and send their troops to fight you. Everyone would divide the 200 million coins according to their strength. Lan Bao and his wife looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. They really did not want to fight with their father. Father-in-law, everyone wants to eat the fruit candy. Don't keep it. It will spoil after a long time. Lan Bao changed the topic. He saw the children working hard to help, and remembered the candy he brought. Rock candy could be stored for a long time, but fruit candy could not. Isn't it better to sell it for money? Minamata Ineo felt that it was better to exchange it for other things. Father, what is the purpose of selling it for money? Isn't it to let the Minamata family enjoy the good things? Minamata Kazuko persuaded her father. If he did not enjoy it, what was the use of having more things and money? Give it to the children and the family. Minamata Ineo followed her advice. He was not knowledgeable, but he knew that it was right to listen to his daughter. At the start, when Lan Bao came over, he just wanted to make use of him. It was his daughter who insisted on looking for Lan Bao. In the end, Lan Bao was different now. Father-in-law, I also brought a popcorn machine. It can pop anything. Millet, rice, yellow rice, sorghum. Lan Bao gave a new way to earn money. Others did not have it. If they exchanged 5 kilograms of rice for 2 kilograms of popcorn, they would definitely be happy. 2 kilograms of rice was just a few handfuls. After the popcorn, you would not even be able to buy 10 handfuls of rice. The key was that it tasted better than rice, and could be used as a snack. He brought a popcorn machine, and would pop a few pots for everyone to try. He added some sugar, and it would be sweet. Yes, there is good food. Minamata Kazuko loved to eat all kinds of popcorn. There was also rice, yellow rice, millet, sorghum, and rice that was glued together with sugar. That thing was magical. The people of the capital office would always bring it to various places. Chapter 1695. The Tang dynasty's navy needed one thing for all the fish caught by the ships: swim bladders. No matter what fish's swim bladders were, as long as they were available, they would be taken out to dry. They would be treated as medicine and given to the Li family zhuangzi. The swim bladders of Chinese bahapa fish were the best, equivalent to wild ginseng. The swim bladders of other sea fish were garden ginseng. Wild ginseng had the most saponins, and garden ginseng had the least. In fact, there were other things. However, according to the modern medicine of Li Yi's time, there was no answer, so there was no data. For example, things that were burned contained harmful substances, and eating them was not good for the body. However, in Chinese medicine, this thing could scrape and clean the intestines. It was like swallowing leeks immediately after eating something sharp. Modern medicine did not support it, and it should be treated. Then, they would find a way to remove it, including surgery, instead of protecting the intestines with leeks because it was unscientific. Li did not care about others now. Who could restrict him or blame him? He collected whatever he wanted. If he said it could cure diseases, then it could be cured. The swim bladders were kept and taken back to the Tang dynasty as medicine. There were also chicken breasts, which were used to treat stomach problems. Even the medicine shops of the Tang dynasty wanted them. In the Tang dynasty, who killed chickens and took them out to wash and dry. The children of the Minamata family who had fallen and cried just now wiped their tears and continued to help. They had agreed that if there was candy, they would be fine even if they fell. They had to give them candy, or they would cry to death. Bang! The popcorn machine's sound echoed, and a pot of sorghum rice appeared. Come and eat. Minamata Kazuko called the children in the family. She added some sugar, heated it up, and released it in an instant. The sorghum rice had a bit of sweetness without any saccharin. Li Yi did not want to exchange for it, but he also did not want to waste time making it. Wouldn't it be better to use the technology of making saccharin to make other things? A large group of children put down their work and ran over. Some of them called Minamata Kazuko sister, some called her aunt, and some called her aunt. There was also one child who was the best. He called Minamata Kazuko niece. Of course, it did not matter what they called. The key was that there was delicious food. The children all wore the same style of clothes. There were differences between boys and girls, but there were no other changes. The Minamata family made it, and they were rich. In the past, as the clan leader, Minamata Ineu had to consider the interests of others. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to become the clan leader, and would be replaced. The Japanese Empire had always been like this. Some of the retainers would even betray their masters in the end. It was the same as the Sima family of the Three Kingdoms. There was nothing special about it. As long as one had enough power, the throne would be theirs. At this moment, Inea Mineta had a connection with the Tang dynasty because of his daughter. No one could shake his position. Amidst the joy, several people were imprisoned by him. As for those who wanted to usurp his position, he had to endure it until his daughter and son-in-law arrived with the fleet of the Tang dynasty. Haha, the food amplifier was indeed a good thing. The children were arranged to sit on small benches, and each of them had a small bowl in front of them. The popcorn was placed in the bowl, and the children obediently ate it with their hands. They were reluctant to grab a handful and stuff it into their mouths. Eating a bowl of this popcorn can indeed save a lot of food. Namida Inea pinched a piece of sorghum rice and ate it. He felt that it was fine. He still didn't understand that popcorn couldn't add additional substances. Father-in-law, the amount of food is the amount. It has nothing to do with the size. Lan Bao also grabbed a handful to eat. Father, the 1 million exchange coupons are not directly given to the family. The family will pay according to the amount of things they bring out. Mineta Kazuko was afraid that her father would think that all the money belonged to the Mineta family. This was not the case at all. If the money was used to buy things, it would still belong to the Li family zhuangzi. Namida Inea nodded. I know. We use exchange coupons to buy and sell things in the family. If outsiders are willing to buy, we will also give them exchange coupons. When the Tang dynasty brings things over and sells them to us, we will know how much they are priced. If we send things over, the family won't know how much we exchange for. We are afraid that we will be cheated. Namida Ineo already had a plan. He was relieved now that he had brought back a lot of food, and could even fish. How could he not know how many things the Mineta family had? How could he exchange these with others? He ate another 2 grains of popcorn and looked at Lan Bao. Lan Bao, have you reported to the capital of Pingcheng? You are an official of the Tang dynasty. No. Dongzhu said that when the officials of the Tang dynasty go outside, they will only be approached by others. There is no need for them to go there personally. Lan Bao seemed very arrogant. He had been influenced by Li Yi. Namida Ineo looked at the warships by the sea, and felt that it made sense. The capital of Pingcheng should send someone here. It was not official business. They were just buying and selling things. The children stopped eating. They could not bear to eat too much. They did not have many snacks in the past. Mineta Kazuko ran over to give out candy. It was fructose wrapped in glutinous rice paper, and the outermost layer was fringed paper. There were also paper, ink and brushes for practicing calligraphy. There was also another piece of paper and pencils. There were also some beautiful books printed by the Li family Zhuangzi with pictures, pinyin, and a box of dictionaries. The purpose was to let the people of the Japanese Empire learn the culture of the Tang dynasty and identify with the Tang dynasty. The people of the Japanese Empire did not know that this was a cultural invasion. Even the people of Pingcheng were proud to learn the culture of the Tang dynasty. If they wanted to write a poetry book, they would write it according to the Tang dynasty. They did not understand it themselves, so they wrote according to the Tang dynasty to save time. Therefore, even during the Song dynasty, the Japanese Empire still yearned for Chinese culture. In the Yuan dynasty, it was always destroyed by the wind. The Japanese Empire discovered that we had the protection of the divine wind. In the Ming dynasty, they began to invade the coastal areas. The influence of this culture lasted for many years. Li Yi knew about the situation, and would definitely promote it. He also prepared to let the people of the Tang dynasty learn the culture of the Tang dynasty, wherever the Tang dynasty team went. The children were sensible. They quickly washed their hands, and came to line up to get their school supplies. They cherished the opportunity to learn the language of the Tang dynasty, and go to the Tang dynasty in the future. Namida Ineo watched from the side and said to Lan Bao, "There are more people who can speak the language of the Tang dynasty in the clan. There are fewer people who can write the words of the Tang dynasty. It's okay. The Winged Knights can teach. The Winged Knights can speak the language of the Japanese Empire." Lan Bao was not worried. The Winged Knights were amazing. Good. Good. Namida Ineo was happy when he heard that. This meant that the Winged Knights would stay here for a while. He was afraid that others would cause trouble for the Namida family. If that happened, the Namida family would have to go to war, and would not have time to develop. He needed to be stronger, so strong that others would not dare to target him. "Father-in-law, let's try to sell as little food as possible. If others want to exchange things, other than iron, we can also give them dried fish." Lan Bao was more worried. He was afraid that his father-in-law would forget to exchange everything. The Japanese Empire lacked food. It was not easy to ship food to the Tang dynasty. As for fish, the Tang dynasty's navy would eat more. He also planned to catch more shrimps and shellfish, and make them into dried products. He would bring them back to the Tang dynasty. How many years would it take to fill 30 ships with kelp, seaweed, iron, copper, silver and gold? I know. Don't give food to others. Eat it yourself. Don't eat it yourself. If there's meat, eat it. Namida Ineo continued to nod. He was actually better than Lan Bao. He would save as much as he could and wait for the harvest this year. Chapter 1696. Kill. Kill. Poof poof poof. Ineo Mineta and Lan Bao walked to the camp of the Tang dynasty's navy. The navy did not live in houses. They set up tents and arranged themselves according to the formation. Some of them were resting, some were fishing, and the rest were training. Some of them wore helmets and were shooting arrows. The arrowheads were blunt like iron. They were shot from several directions. It was quite painful to be shot. Those who were half naked had bruises on their bodies. Those who were shot tried their best to dodge and block with their arms. They moved quickly. They did not stand still. They wanted to attack. Even with weapons, They had to run within 15 seconds for 100 meters. The others used long-handled axes to chop wood and firewood. They mainly practiced their strength and accuracy. The purpose of using the axes was to destroy the enemy's mast. They would chop people first, and get close to the mast to chop the mast. As long as the enemy's ship lost power, they could throw away the axes and swim back to the warship. The axes were worthless. They were temporarily left for the enemy. Some of them held ropes and swung around. They held ropes in one hand and knives in the other. They were used to defend their ship. The enemy jumped over to help them in the narrow area. A group of people were watching. The samurai hired by the Mineta family were very conflicted. These soldiers of the Tang dynasty were too powerful. Would their wages be reduced? They were counting on this money to support their families. Life was tough. Inaya Mineta also thought of the mercenaries' worries. Lanbao, should we reduce their wages? We should let them move their families here and give them more money. Their families are not here. They are easy to be used. They will not fight to the death when they are in danger. Lanbao shook his head. He disagreed. It was better to fire them. Otherwise they would cause trouble. If their families come, it will be another expense. Inaya Mineta was reluctant. Their families have to work to earn money. The Mineta family will be a social economy in the future. They produce things and trade with each other. This way, they can earn more if they work less. Those who can work, but do not work can't. Those who have vested interests are hardworking people. They will automatically uphold this rule. This is how classes are created. Lanbao told his father-in-law what he had learned. Inaya Mineta was confused. What was it? Fortunately, he was not conflicted and asked, will there be things to do when there are more people? Farming, seafood processing, mining, smelting, learning how to build ships, sailing. As long as there are people, there's nothing to be done. As for Li Dongzhu, he sent an additional 100,000 people to him. The next day, he began to arrange them into various positions. I've learned a little from the Li family Zhuangzi, so I can handle the current situation with ease. Lan Bao's words didn't sound like he was being modest. Instead, he was praising the Li family Zhuangzi. I'll talk to them. Inaya Mineta did not dare to look down on the Li family Zhuangzi. He was rich and could easily take out 1 million yuan worth of Tang Dynasty's exchange coupons. Double the salary. If it's less, they won't think it's worth it, Lan Bao reminded. Good. Double it is. Inaya Mineta gritted his teeth and agreed. When he spoke to the warriors, the mercenaries, who looked very weak before, suddenly had a different aura. They all agreed to bring their families here. There was food here, as well as trading ships from the Tang dynasty. The land at home would be taken away when they died. It was worthless. When the food was harvested, the whole family would move here. They would sell the house and see who would buy it. They just needed to give something. When they moved here, they would build a new house. Look at the fish. It was free. The whole family couldn't finish the fish in a year. The warriors patted their chests and promised Inaya Mineta that they could protect the Mineta family. If there was danger, they would rush in first. After the others expressed their loyalty, Inaya Mineta and Lan Bao went to the bee farm. Lan Bao said to his father-in-law, "We have to train more people who can fight." "I know. When others come, we can't do it. They will beat us and take our land. Then they will cooperate with the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty just wants someone who can cooperate with them." Inaya Mineta had already thought about it. If it was someone else, would the Tang dynasty refuse? Lan Bao shook his head. The other officials of the Tang dynasty may think so, but Li Dongzhu won't. Li Dongzhu said that he will cooperate with the Mineta family. If the Mineta family is beaten, Li Dongzhu will send troops as long as the news is sent back. At that time, there will still be people in the Mineta family. Li Dongzhu will support the people of the Mineta family. If the Mineta family is destroyed, Li Dongzhu will destroy others. Owner Li said that not just anyone is qualified to discuss terms and conditions with him. Whoever touches his designated collaborators is provoking him. Isn't it enough to make money? Inaya Mineta didn't understand. Money? Li Dongzhu doesn't lack money. Li Dongzhu said that no matter if it's a person, a family, or a country, without principles they will die. Lan Bao once again talked about the content taught by Li Yi. It was equivalent to Li Dongzhu's words. Yes, we can't compromise. I am the patriarch. I must lead the Mineta family to become stronger. The people of the Mineta family are being bullied outside. I must fight back. The people who come to the Mineta family to do business are being robbed. I must ensure their safety. Inaya Mineta waved his arms vigorously, as if he had been stimulated, trying to strengthen his belief. The winged knights will take care of this matter. Lan Bao was embarrassed to look down on his father-in-law. The Mineta family wants to protect the trade route? Bring your weapons out. It's the same as fighting. The winged knights are the army. They are responsible for killing. Did they bring enough food? Inaya Mineta realized that he had said too much. There is food in the forest. The winged knights are best at surviving in the wild. Give them a sword and they will take care of the rest. Lan Bao smiled. There are so many birds, wild animals, fruits, and snakes in the forest. How can the winged knights go hungry? As they spoke, there were beehives in front of them. The bees flew out to look for flowers and honey. In this part of the Japanese Empire, the winters were not very cold, but it was not warm either. Due to the latitude, it was slightly warmer due to the ocean currents. In winter it was more rainy. Further north, it would start to freeze. Further north was not part of the Japanese Empire's current administrative region. In summer it was hot here. The flowers bloomed better. There were 50 beehives of bees. Each beehive had 8 spleens. They were used for transportation. It depends on the situation here. If there were more flowers, they could change the beehive and add 2 more spleens. If there were less flowers, they could extract 2 more spleens. Father-in-law, normally the bees live by themselves. It has nothing to do with humans. They don't work for humans. However, for reared bees, humans help to maintain a sufficient number of bees. At the same time, it is better for the bees to bloom. It forms a relationship where humans are active and bees are passive. So, don't touch the bees on your clothes. Aya. When Lan Bao was explaining the bees, his father-in-law saw a bee on his clothes. He reached out to catch it with 2 fingers. The ending was fixed. The bee paid the price with its life. Lan Bao's father-in-law's hand swelled up faster than a mosquito bite. Lan Bao quickly picked up his father-in-law's hand and used his tongue to lick his fingers. He felt the bee sting and sucked it. At the same time, he squeezed out the bee venom. Chapter 1697. It's okay. I'm not afraid. Inaya Mineta was touched. He had more than one daughter, Mineta Kazuko. However, this daughter was the prettiest. She was different from other children since she was young, mainly because she was disobedient. Other sons-in-law couldn't be compared to Lan Bao. Especially when Lan Bao was with his daughter. He would always hold his daughter's hand. When he ate with others, he would eat with them, and even pick up food for his daughter. Now that he was stung, his son-in-law's reaction speed was very natural. Bah! It's okay. It'll hurt for a day. It'll be fine tomorrow. Lan Bao spat his saliva in disdain. Although he gave the needle, it didn't mean that he liked to suck the old man's finger. It was like someone was bitten by a venomous snake. It was best if there were more people, and each of them sucked once. When sucking, they would salivate more and spit it out quickly. If there was a mouth ulcer, don't participate. It had nothing to do with hobbies. It was purely to save lives. What about the bee? Inaya Mineta was still thinking about the bee that stung him. It will die soon. Bees are different from wasps. After stinging, the intestines will be left. Lan Bao looked at his father-in-law's finger and gave it away. It's a pity. I shouldn't have caught it. Inaya Mineta was a little sad that he had killed the bee. There are many bees. Soon a new one will appear. Let's go and look at the poultry. I hope someone is willing to bring the chickens, ducks, and geese here. Lan Bao didn't want to continue staying here. What if there was some information left on his father-in-law, and other bees came to sting? The probability was small, but it was theoretically possible. Some women in the Mineta family were taking care of the poultry and piglets. The piglets were easy to handle. They just needed to be fed. The poultry needed to learn how to survive and find their own food. The free-range chickens even dared to take care of small snakes. There were low-flying dragonflies, caterpillars, toads, centipedes, earthworms, worms, spiders, rats. Chickens usually ate things based on their size. If the size of a chicken was less than 1/5 of its size, the chicken would think about how to eat it. The free-range chickens would stay away from maggots. The old hens even dared to fight with eagles. They were stronger than ducks. Geese and Chinese rural dogs, also known as mongrels, were not afraid of eagles. The free-range chickens needed to learn survival skills. Minamata Ineo obviously didn't want to continue being stung by bees, so he followed his son-in-law to look at the poultry. The people from the Tang dynasty, that Lan Bao hired at a high price, were in charge of taking care of the original poultry and raising the artificially hatched chicks. It was very difficult. On this occasion, the poultry would begin to hatch. The newly hatched ones would be stuffed under their bodies at night. Usually, the feces of the big chickens, ducks, and geese would be diluted with water and sprayed on the artificially hatched ones. He couldn't give them too much. If he gave them too much, they would realize that something was wrong. Some of them had already started to take care of the young ones, so they took the opportunity to place a few artificially hatched ones in other people's teams. The best-case scenario was unhatched poultry. If a group of hens didn't have their own nest and watched other hens take their chicks out, they would be willing to take a group of chicks sprayed with their feces. The rooster's attitude towards the hens was different. The hens with chicks were more taken care of by the rooster. When catching a small snake, the rooster would give priority to the hens with chicks. The same principle applies to ducks and geese. The keepers were busy. The hens were pecking at the chicks, so they quickly changed. If no one wanted the chicks, they could only be raised by others, but they would still be released. The hens would take care of their own chicks. The chicks that no one took care of would run into other people's groups. After being chased out, they would find another group to continue. In the process, the chicks gradually grew up and learned the same skills. There was a small man-made lake in a river here. The ducks and geese each led their own teams to swim in it. The artificially hatched chicks were put in, and they followed behind quacking. When the ducks returned home, they chose a team. The ducks didn't know how to count, so they couldn't remember if there were more or less chicks. How is it? Lan Bao asked the person in charge here. There's one thing that's better. When it rains, the rain is more useful for covering up the smell. In addition, when it rains heavily, the poultry will be worried that their children will be in danger, so they will take special care of the children. In a new nest and frame, the poultry are still adapting to the new environment, so it doesn't matter how many children there are. Give them a similar smell, and they will accept it. According to Li Dongzhu, there were no hens, ducks, or geese with their own nests and children. According to Li Dongzhu, their bodies will secrete something extra that urges them to find and snatch children for themselves. At present, there are less than 100 chickens, ducks, and geese rejected. In 2 days, all of them will be in. This includes using intimidation methods. When the female chickens, ducks, and geese face danger, they are the most protective of their chicks. The person in charge explained the current situation. A large number of chicks had been found homes, and the remaining ones continued to be arranged. He made it sound simple, but in fact every step was a skill. How could someone who didn't even know how to hatch chicks and ducks could find mothers for them? I'll give you the processing fee when we go back. Lan Bao thanked him. Professionals were professionals. We're from the agriculture temple. We're here to see the situation. Your side is very stable, so we're not afraid of exposing ourselves. The person in charge smiled and waved his hand. They pretended to be hired, but in fact, they were from the official department. So there are still people from General Gao in the team? Lan Bao was smart. The Prime Minister had sent people, so what about the eunuchs? We don't know. We're just doing our jobs. If there's a problem, we'll go to Li Dongzhu and accept punishment. The person in charge shook his head. Your job is to see the situation, then raise livestock and poultry? Lan Bao was not angry. He was not a high-ranking official. His official position was from the Tang dynasty's imperial family overseas grace mission. He was not from the Li family Zhuangzi. Collect crops in the Japanese Empire and compare them. Look at the time. If you have more time, cultivate them. When you go back, bring the seeds and seedlings with you. The person in charge said what he was going to do. Raising livestock and poultry was just a matter of convenience. Namaida Aneu was listening at the side and felt confused. There's actually a spy here? Since that's the case, you all can help to teach others and let others collect the crops. It will be faster. I won't give you any extra rewards. Lan Bao felt a little angry. The person I found was actually arranged by someone else. It doesn't matter. We will be rewarded when we go back. Do you think the Zaifu will be assured when you go out to sea and look for others? We are the most reliable. The person in charge did not care about money. If Lan Bao was not here, he would not expose his identity. Give me a good magnifying glass. I will bring my father-in-law to have a look. Lan Bao stretched out his hand. He did not prepare a magnifying glass. The person in charge took out a magnifying glass from his sleeve pocket. This is for you. We brought the optical microscope given by Li Dongzhu. Then I will give it to my father-in-law. A magnifying glass will not affect the skills of both parties. Lan Bao took the magnifying glass. He knew that there was no microscope. He heard that it was very difficult for the Li family Zhuangzi to make one, and it required a lot of precision. Father-in-law, I will bring you to see something. Use this. Lan Bao turned and said to Namida Ineu. Chapter 1698. Minamida Inea tried to stay close to his son-in-law. He had a natural sense of inferiority towards the officials of the Tang dynasty. They said that they were from the Tang dynasty, and listened to the orders of the Tang dynasty's chancellors. That was amazing. Fortunately, his son-in-law was able to withstand it. He never felt that the Minamida family controlled this area, and that others had to listen to him. When facing the Tang dynasty, he naturally lacked confidence. Father-in-law, the people behind us in the Tang dynasty are the ones who have the final say. The chancellors can't. Lan Bao sensed his father-in-law's inferiority and was afraid. After all, they are officials of the Tang dynasty. We should not offend them if we can. Minamida Ineo did not know the real situation and was afraid of conflict. Lan Bao was helpless. He could only bring his father-in-law to use the magnifying glass to look at things. This thing was interesting. It could shine on ants and burn them to death. It could also shine on paper and make it burn. As long as it was a sunny day, the magnifying glass could be used to make fire. It was very simple. Minamida Ineo played with it like a child. The magnifying glass was too interesting. Lan Bao accompanied Minamida Kazuko, who came back after giving out things. They did not mind. In the Li family Zhuangzi, this thing could be used by anyone. Minamida Kazuko was a little sad. Her father was inexperienced. Lan Bao held her hand and looked like he was wholeheartedly with her. In fact, Minamida Ineo was not bad. At least he had someone to explain to him. If it was Li Yi's time, during the reform and opening up, how many officials would kneel down because of the identity of an overseas company? If someone casually registered an overseas company in Li Yi's country, the local officials would kneel down and lick their boots, as if they had seen their ancestors. When other people spoke in a foreign language, the officials felt that they were inferior. Then, they would be cheated in all kinds of ways. After being cheated, they would find excuses for themselves, saying that it was the pain of the development of the era. Later on, the officials would speak in a foreign language. Who would try to cheat them again? Where did you register your company? Do you have a patent? Is there a stain on your reputation? What is your debt ratio? What are you using as collateral? Reputation. What reputation? I will check your reputation. This trick would not work. The officials had to be young and knowledgeable. If it weren't for Lan Bao and Minamida Kazuko, Minamida Ineo wouldn't be as good as Li Yi at that time. Only the agriculture temple of the Tang dynasty has such a good thing, right? Minamida Ineo played with the magnifying glass for a while, and didn't want to return it. Yes, they're on the ship. They're in the box. There's also a test strip and binoculars, but I can't just let anyone use them. Minamida Kazuko held her father's arm, feeling sorry for him. Her father's education was limited. She was always disobedient when she was young, but her father had acquiesced to her behavior time and time again. The other sisters all found husbands and became wives according to the current rules. She was indignant, but her father didn't say anything. Then she met Lan Bao. She took a fancy to him, and her father supported her. Her father's knowledge was much worse than hers, but her father didn't need knowledge when treating her. He just needed to pamper her. The Nantion family had nothing to do with him, but his father was a good father to him. When she got married, Lan Bao didn't give her any betrothal gifts. Only the technology was given together with other people. The money that Lan Bao received didn't belong to him. Her father didn't ask for betrothal gifts. When she went to the Tang dynasty, her father secretly gave her some money. She didn't use the money. Her mother-in-law actually knew Li Dongzhu. She didn't need the betrothal gifts that she didn't ask for before. We do. Mineta Anea didn't know what his daughter was thinking. He was just happy. Father-in-law, we do. If I wasn't in a hurry, I wouldn't ask them for it. It's not worth much. Oh, in the Li family Zhuangzi, it's not worth much. Basically, everyone in the agriculture temple of the Tang dynasty has one. They use it to find different crops. We'll also need to find more in the future. The two systems don't overlap with the agriculture temple of the Tang dynasty. They can't control me. I'm an independent team. After Lan Bao finished speaking, he ran to the nearby reeds and picked a few cattail sticks. He took them back and handed them to Mineta Kazuko and Mineta Aneu. This thing is also delicious. It's considered medicine, but we can't sell it in the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty doesn't lack it. Lan Bao said with a smile. He finally understood his father-in-law's personality and behavior. He always wanted to make money. We eat it as food, but we don't eat it anymore. There's food. It's not hungry. The children like it. Those people are. As Mineta Anea spoke, he saw a group of people coming over. Some of them were carrying baskets, while others were at the side. The winged knights are here. They caught the people. Mineta Kazuko looked over and instantly got the answer. The winged knights usually didn't use their swords. They were very peaceful. If they didn't take off their clothes, no one would know that they had lumps of meat on their bodies. Of course, her husband was not bad either. He was a blacksmith. He didn't wear any clothes. Just looking at him made her legs go soft. At night, the number of people doesn't seem right. Could it be? Mineta Anea was very worried. There were so many people when they went, but too few came back. Let's go and take a look. Lan Bao walked over first. When the two sides met, there were more than 20 people carrying things, and carrying a few people. The other 20 winged knights and 8 people were watching from the side, as if they were guards. Where are the others? Lan Bao didn't care about the people being detained. He was worried about the winged knights. 20 of us came back. The rest continue with the operation. There are 28 people here. 27 of them are from the Yoshimura family, and 1 is from the Yoshimi family. The 8 of them were normal people who came to deliver things. They were almost killed. The Yoshimura and Yoshimi families worked together to kill the people who came to do business with us. Look at the things in the baskets. They are preparing to gather enough and transport them to Ping City to sell. The leader of the 20 winged knights reported to Lan Bao. Those who were carried couldn't take it anymore. Are there any casualties? Lan Bao didn't care about others. We didn't. 5 of them died on purpose. When they attacked, they wanted to kill 5 of us. It's not like you don't know our capabilities. There are also 2 horses. We changed the reins, added saddles and stirrups. We went ahead to ambush them. Hurry up. After the handover, we still have to go back and replenish our supplies. The leader of the winged knights was ready to leave. They were asked to come back according to their numbers. Who said they couldn't go back after they came back? The people in front didn't rest. They just had to repack and catch up. The journey wasn't far. We were almost killed. Fortunately, someone helped us. Their arrows were too accurate. They killed 1 person with 1 arrow. They said they were soldiers of the Tang dynasty. The leader of the 8 stood up. He was very excited. Put the things down. Don't tire yourself out. These people are injured. Take care of them. Lan Bao looked at the people with bloodstains on their bodies. They were already caught. What was the value of dying? They could only work if they were alive. Baolang, let's set the pigeons up again. Minamata Kazuko was very calm at this moment. She sent another batch of pigeons. The previous batch didn't mention the specific situation. It was a bit far from here to Chang'an. In fact, it was just the distance of the sea. After crossing the sea, the pigeons would look for food and then fly again. Who said that pigeons couldn't look for food halfway? Pigeons weren't stupid. If they couldn't fly anymore, they would stop to look for food. Chapter 1699. Let's go. The 8 of you follow us. Don't let the others surround us. Lan Bao instructed sternly. The winged knights reacted quickly and brought them to other places. What's wrong? Inaya Mineta asked softly when he saw his son-in-law's serious expression. We can't act immediately. Both sides are in the dark now. Let's wait until we catch more people from the Jisho family and get enough evidence before we announce it. Lan Bao looked at the 8 people who were rescued and said to his father-in-law, What's the difference? Inaya Mineta had never experienced such a battle. He could fight but not war. We'll get rid of the Jisho and Yoshimura families at once, including the officials from the Jisho family in Pingcheng. We'll swallow up the 2 families and make them our own. Lan Bao knew that the families in the Japanese Empire didn't have much fighting power now. They could only gather a few hundred people. It was easy to annihilate others, but difficult to find an excuse. Unless they agreed to wage a huge war against the Japanese Empire. Dongzhu obviously didn't plan to conquer the Japanese Empire now. Dongzhu didn't seem to care about the Japanese Empire. The Tang dynasty's focus was on the Turks and Tubo. It seemed that Dongzhu valued the Abbasid Caliphate more and wanted to train many naval forces to bypass them. Keep it a secret? Inaya Mineta understood and looked at the 8 people who were rescued. Father-in-law, don't kill them. Keep it a secret and ask them to stay for 2 days. Lan Bao felt that his father-in-law wanted to silence them. Don't kill, don't kill. Inaya Mineta smiled. Inaya Mineta said, They saved a lot of ironware and want to send it to the officials from the Jisho family in Pingcheng to pave the way for promotion. Lan Bao suddenly turned to look at his wife. You. In the Tang dynasty, I used to talk to Princess Yongmu, Empress Wang, Wu Jiyu and the others. Inaya Mineta smiled shyly. Ah. Lan Bao understood. Those women, even if they didn't deliberately study anything, they would casually talk about open strife and hidden strife. His Majesty had many women, but why were only a few of them allowed to live in the Li family Zhuangzi? Especially that Xiaolan. Other women had palace maids and eunuchs to keep each other in check, but Princess Yongmu only had Xiaolan to manage everything. Kazuko, you should learn more from Princess Yongmu and not scheme against Li Dongzhu. Lan Bao said to Minamata Kazuko helplessly. Minamata Kazuko still had that shy look on her face. I know. There's also Xiaolan. Learn from her cleverness. She treats Li Dongzhu just as well. She doesn't scheme against him. Lan Bao reminded again. She doesn't dare to scheme. Minamata Kazuko was no longer shy. She smiled. Don't touch these ironware. Put them away and don't move them. There are fingerprints on them. If necessary, we can retrieve them. The leader of the winged knights who had returned pointed out that there were so many iron weapons. He must have his ways. The winged knights needed to know how to do reconnaissance. Under certain circumstances, it was normal for them to quickly obtain someone's fingerprints. Everyone moved the weapons carefully. Those who were caught were locked up, and those who were injured were taken care of. Jiang Chuan threatened the Jisho family and told them that they would definitely beat the Jisho family and torture their family members to death unless they cooperated. Those who would rather die than say anything were afraid. If their family members were gone, who would they keep the secret for? Many lives have been sacrificed for these things. Minamata Ineo sighed. Lan Bao knew how to forge and smelt iron, especially silver and copper. He was very capable. That's why we have to develop productivity. Only when productivity is improved will people stop fighting over ironware and use them for other things. Lan Bao joked. Fights never happen because of specific things. You don't want iron? Is this iron not good? Minamata Ineo wanted to use iron to exchange for money. It's not worth much. Li Dongzhu helped find many iron and coal mines in the Tang dynasty. Even people in remote areas can exchange 5 caddies of eggs for an iron kitchen knife. Lan Bao shook his head. If they didn't want iron, they would have to refine it again. The iron in the Japanese Empire was not good now. It was difficult to melt iron, and even more difficult to smelt iron. They had to use bellows to blow the iron until it turned red. If they wanted to melt iron, they could use it to burn firewood. On the other hand, copper, silver, and gold had low melting points. If they wanted to smelt iron, it was best to turn the firewood into charcoal and blow the wind. As for the smelting technology in the Tang dynasty, they didn't need charcoal anymore. Minamata Ineu revealed an envious look. The Tang dynasty didn't even want to exchange iron. It was very difficult for them to get iron. Who didn't know that iron plows were better for farming? Bronze plows were also good, but they didn't have them. There are many ironware in the family. After lamenting, Minamata Ineu found something to be proud of. Now, the Minamata family had iron kitchen knives, iron sickles, and iron pots. There were even more iron weapons sent by the Tang dynasty. They couldn't bear to use those good bows and arrows. The iron arrowheads were better than the iron of kitchen knives. There was also a steel knife. Look at his own iron knife. Every time he cut the iron knife, there would be a gap. The 20 people of the Winged Knights started to pack things for the people in front of them. Most of them were hardtack. They also took a break. After a while, they would have to force the army to hurry on with the journey. What's the use of the cloth strips on the legs? Minamata Ineu didn't understand the situation. It reduces the varicose veins on the legs. It won't be so tiring to walk. We can also bring 2 more sets of ropes. The cloth used to bind the legs is of good quality. It's strong and durable. Lan Bao had learned it before. When he explained it to his father-in-law, he couldn't bear it. When the Winged Knights wore leg bindings, it meant that they had to hurry on with the journey. It was tiring. Horses. Bring our horses here. Minamata Kazuko shouted. How could they not provide anything when they saw others rushing on with the journey? Yes, yes, yes. Horses. We have many horses. Let's exchange. Minamata Ineu reacted. 16 horses were brought over. These were the so-called mini horses. There were also 2 old horses that couldn't be entrusted. For the Minamata family, 16 horses were enough to look down on the other families in the whole country. 14 of the horses could be ridden. They were cavalry. Cavalry was very powerful. If the situation permits, we will directly deal with the Yoshimura and Yoshimura families. We will carry the arrows and supplies. When the Winged Knights saw the 14 mountable horses, they were very happy. The saddles and stirrups were all equipped. Obviously, Lan Bao had taught them a lot, including the 2 mountable horses in front, 16 horses for the Winged Knights, to fight against the Japanese Empire. Next time, bring over 100 horses. We will flatten the surrounding area. Lan Bao joked again. If the Winged Knights were equipped with horses, it would definitely be the enemy's nightmare. You want to fight? Minamata Ineu took it seriously. The Tang dynasty also lacks horses. They won't bring them over. But here, if we have the chance, we can exchange for horses and raise them. Lan Bao waved his hand. The people of the Tang dynasty couldn't even afford livestock. How could they send over 100 war horses? It's not easy to exchange. It takes a lot of iron to exchange for a horse. When we exchange for a horse, it will be thin and weak. The family will also provide good food. Minamata Ineu felt regretful. The 16 horses at home were treasures. Use food and fish to exchange. As long as we can exchange for a horse, it's worth it. Minamata Kazuko had an idea. The fish could be caught while the Tang dynasty's ships were out at sea. The horses were in the sea. They were seahorses and couldn't be ridden. Chapter 1700. It's here. Take turns to rest. In the forest, Jiang Chuan led the team to their destination. Some of them sat down on the spot, while others went into the forest to keep watch. The remaining people searched for things with Jiang Chuan. Nantian Fan followed beside Jiang Chuan and studied hard. Nantian Fan looked exhausted. After the battle, he was in a fatigued state. If it was just traveling, he would still have plenty of stamina. Looking for grass to eat? I know a few that can be eaten. Nantian Fan saw Jiang Chuan sniffing the grass and thought that he wanted to eat it. If you're going to spend the night, you have to prevent mosquitoes from biting you. Let's see which grass can repel mosquitoes. There's wormwood. Not bad. Jiang Chuan found a few types of grass and began to collect them in large quantities. Dry them and smoke them? Nantian Fan knew that grass could smoke mosquitoes. Squeeze out the juice and smear it on your body. Won't others notice if you light it up? Jiang Chuan taught Nantian Fan the way of survival. Not many of them can come out, right? Nantian Fan believed that 24 people and 8 people were all that the Yoshimura family could send out. There was only one Yoshimura family that could still send people. Never place your hopes on the enemy making a mistake. Treat the enemy as an existence like you. Only then will you not suffer. Jiang Chuan continued to teach Nantian Fan. These were all lessons learned in blood. Some of his brothers had been careless and died in the battle in Songzhou. What was the use of more compensation? Family members hoped that their loved ones could live. If they died because they were not prepared, it would be such an injustice. You guys are amazing. Your family members get a lot of food, right? If one person is a soldier, the family can get 7 bushels of rice a month? 8 bushels? Nantian Fan noted it down and began to inquire about the treatment of the winged knights. For example, the people hired by the Nantian family were given 4 bushels of rice a month. The hired people ate at the Nantian family. How could the winged knights not get 7 or 8 bushels? The winged knights wouldn't do it if they gave less. Carry it. Jiang Chuan bundled the grass he had collected and handed it to Nantian Fan. He collected it again. Some of the things we get from our family are fixed, and some are unknown. The fixed ones are 30 caddies of meat, 5 caddies of oil, 20 bushels of different grains, 5 caddies of salt, a bolt of silk, 3 bars of soap, 1 bar of soap, and a pack of 20 candles. He did not know how many of them were given by Dongzhu, by his brothers, or by His Majesty. Under normal circumstances, it could be fixed at 2 times or more, sometimes more than 5 times, depending on the situation. Most of the items were converted into money and brought back home. Only soap, toilet water, and candles were given as gifts. Oh, ink and paper. I'll give you these 2 too. My family needs to learn. Bang! The grass that Nantian Fan was holding fell to the ground. He widened his eyes and opened his mouth wide. Hold it tight. Jiang Chuan picked up the bundle and passed it to Nantian Fan. Are you still recruiting? Give me half, no half of half, and I will go. Nantian Fan was tempted. The treatment was too good. You can't do it now. You're dragging us down. For example, there is a group of people on the grasslands to the north of us, the later Turks. If they organized 200,000 cavalrymen to attack the Tang dynasty, the generals and soldiers of the Tang dynasty at the border would not dare to attack without permission and could only defend. His Majesty was unhappy and sent us out. We will mobilize 20,000 people to defeat the 200,000 cavalrymen and then chase after them. The result will not change, and there is no possibility of us losing. Jiang Chuan shook his head slightly. Unfortunately, you are far from enough. Can you defeat 200,000 cavalrymen with 20,000 of you? 200,000. Nantian Fan did not dare to imagine how large the scale of 200,000 cavalrymen would be. He felt that he would be scared away by 200 cavalrymen. 20,000 versus 200,000. How was he going to fight? 1 against 10. Our weapons are good, and we are fast. In that case, each person has to ride 4 horses. Jiang Chuan explained. Don't misunderstand. It's not like you can punch and I can kick. 1 against 10 we can't win. The Tang dynasty is too rich. Nantian Fan was depressed. He had seen toilet water, soap and soap before. To be precise, his family had them, but they could not bear to use them. The clan leader did not allow them to sell them. If they did not use them, they would just leave them. Whoever sold them would be chased out. How could a family live without their family? Aren't we together? We came over because we have something good for you. We're giving you food. Many people of the Tang dynasty do not receive such treatment. Jiang Chuan comforted Nantian Fan. Don't hurt him. It's not easy. That's right. Our lives are better now. Nantian Fan was instantly happy again. They were on the same side. Speaking of which, Kazuko was still the best. She had found a good husband. In the past, so many people wanted to marry her, but she had always rejected them. Some people in the clan even said unpleasant things. Now who dared to say anything? It's about time. Let's go back. Jiang Chuan gathered another bundle of grass and turned to walk back. I also want to go to the Tang dynasty to take a look. This time, many people in the clan are going over. Our family is saving on food. Nantian Fan walked briskly. His stamina had recovered, and he was full of energy. No one from the Nantian family outside is returning to the clan? Jiang Chuan asked around. If there were, they might be used by others. They've all entered the clan. Back then, they left because the previous clan leader was not good enough. Everyone lived their own lives. Ever since Lan Bao brought benefits, those who did not return would be thought by others that the Nantian family had abandoned them. After that, they would definitely be bullied. When they return, they will only listen to the current clan leader again. Nantian Fan understood this aspect. Before Lan Bao's arrival, many people from the Nantian family had left. It was something that belonged to the previous generation of the clan leader. Seeing that their lives had improved, the people who had left returned one after another. Hence, there were situations where the children were young and had high seniority. Are they easy to manage? Jiang Chuan continued to ask. They're obedient. Lan Bao treats the clan leader well. The clan leader's other sons-in-law used to be arrogant just because they had a little more food. Lan Bao would always bring things to the clan leader and speak respectfully. When others look at Lan Bao, they might not be afraid of the clan leader, but they don't dare to make Lan Bao angry. Nantian Fan's meaning was that Lan Bao had performed well, so the clan members could only respect the clan leader more. Our Tang dynasty is a country of etiquette. When our Dongzhu first met Lan Bao's mother, he treated her like his own mother. I am old, 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 I am young, I am young. From the overall perspective of the Tang dynasty, Jiang Chuan did not stand out from Lan Bao. He told Nantian Fan that Lan Bao was just an ordinary person. Does your Li Dongzhu have a wife? I have a younger sister. Nantian Fan's eyes were filled with hope. Our Li Dongzhu married a princess. Do you think our Tang dynasty lacks women? Jiang Chuan dispelled the thoughts that the other party shouldn't have. With your looks, you have a younger sister? Nantian Fan lowered his head again. He was so sad. When they returned to their resting place, the others had also picked grass and were sorting them. There were also people who picked up many edible mushrooms and opened them to dry on the ground. We can't start a fire. Mushrooms will be poisoned if eaten raw. Nantian Fan was not interested in mushrooms. Dry them and bring them back. Let's see which ones are delicious. In the future, when others pick mushrooms and dry them, we can load them onto the ship and sell them to the Tang dynasty. Jiang Chuan did not look down on Nantian Fan at all. He gave the answer as soon as he asked. They did not have to eat them now. The mushrooms would become lighter after they were dried. It was worth it to bring a ship back to the Tang dynasty to cook. Princess Yongmu nodded and suddenly asked Li Fuquan. Fuquan, why do you study? Once you learn the skills, you can help the Tang dynasty to shock the four barbarians and let the people of the Tang dynasty live a good life. Li Fuquan put down the book, thought for a moment, and answered naturally. Don't you want to take the imperial examination after you learn well, and then compete with the sons of the rich and powerful families in Chang, and for women? Princess Yongmu suddenly asked a very realistic question. Can such a person be a prime minister? No, there was no need to talk about being a zhangfu. Could he be a provincial governor? Could he be a county magistrate? I am an orphan. I want to live a good life. I have seen a lot of children who are orphans like me living a bad life. If I have the chance to work hard, I want to rush to the top and then help the people like me. Li Fuquan's gaze revealed a determined expression. He was working hard to study, not to compete with others for free. He wanted to change himself and change the lives of other people like him. Otherwise, if he worked hard to take the imperial examination with the idea of competing for free, in the end, he would be nothing more than a corrupt official. Junior Marshal brother, I am the same as you. I am studying for the glory of the Tang dynasty. Although we are only 9 years old, you can do it. The little lass expressed her support. Her junior marshal brother was not studying to compete with others for women in the future. It was also not because he wanted to jump out of the Sorrow Field Square, because his life was not good. It was because her master had said before that a person's desire was endless. Today, because your life is not good, you are working hard to change your life. However, If your heart is not righteous tomorrow, you will still feel that your life is not good enough, because there will always be someone better than you. When you pass the imperial examination and become an official, what can you use to ensure that you will not be corrupt? Studying can change one's life, but the purpose of studying should not be to be unambitious. Otherwise, even if you pass the imperial examination, you will be useless. Did the soldiers at the border also work hard to compete with others for women? Selfish people should not fall into enemy lines. Both of you study hard. I can't teach you too much, but you can take what I have learned. Li Yi saw that his two disciples were in a good mood. They were both good children. Needless to say, the eldest disciple did not have many years left to live, but he still worked hard to learn medical skills, just to save more people before he died. At least the second disciple seemed to be doing well for now. He still had to continue observing. The rewards he received were all given to the Sorrowfield Square, so he passed so far. Li Lang, let's eat mushrooms tonight. I want to eat a full mushroom banquet. Princess Yongmu made a request when she was happy. Me too. Xiaolan immediately agreed. Okay, let's eat. There are fewer people. Hee. Li Yi said with a sneaky smile. Bai Gu and the others went back. They were sent back by Li Yi with 150,000 yuan. With them here, how could they ask the second disciple to show up? It would be awkward, but it would not matter in a few days. Tao Hong, who was at the side, turned and ran downstairs. She found someone to collect the mushrooms and see if there were any dry mushrooms on the ship. Li Longji was taking a bath. The noble women had left, so he was taking a bath with the other women. The noble women had never entered the spot he was taking a bath in Diana. He was the emperor, so even if the water flowed, he should not be taking a bath that ordinary people had taken. If they don't go back, my heart will not be at ease. Someone has to take charge. When we go to Luoyang, who will stay behind? Li Longji began to consider who would stay behind to take care of Luoyang. Because of her status, Empress Wang was the closest to Li Longji. Sam Lang, keep Minister Wei, and add Ping Zhang, who is under the secretary of the palace. The other women fell into deep thought when they heard this. They were calculating in their hearts. What was going on? It was not easy to arrange a person's official position, especially Wei Zhigu, who had once been a prime minister. Now that he was given a nominal position, would it become a real position in the future? Your Majesty, as Sister Empress said, Minister Wei is good. Princess Yongmu's mother, Lu Jiyu, was the first to calculate. Yes, Minister Wei will not be delayed in handling government affairs. Wu Jiyu also thought it through. They were all people with high IQ and EQ. Your Majesty, Minister Wei is steady and loyal to the court. He is a good choice. Li Tsung's mother, Lu Huafei, who had almost no visible injuries on her face, said. She was grateful to Li Yi. Her son's temper was very bad before, but because of his face injury, he had calmed down. He could not fight for the throne. Empress Wang had a child, or he could not fight for it. The injury on his face was too obvious. All the imperial doctors were helpless. If Li Yi made a move, it would be gone. It was a pity that Li Yi did not support his child to be the crown prince. There was no one to be the crown prince. It was left for the little guy, unless someone was up to no good and made something happen to the little guy, such as saying something he should not say, or getting injured. Obviously, it was impossible. Others could not come into contact with the little guy or instigate him, let alone hurt him. Chapter 1702. Yes, I'll listen to the Empress. Li Longji pondered for a moment and agreed. He called the Empress because he was sure. Usually he called her Yurong. Sometimes he called her Rongrong. Therefore, everyone who could soak in the pool understood that His Majesty wanted to clear Wei Zhigu's name. Once Wei Zhigu stayed in Chang'an, he would spread the news to the outside world to crack down on corruption. Previously, Wei Zhigu was punished because he refused to let Yao Chang's son go through the back door. Now Wei Zhigu came up again and encouraged officials not to bend the law for personal gain. The reason behind the change was the stability of the regime. Whoever dared to jump out, even if it was a big family, would be dealt with. A staff arrangement contained countless contents, including all kinds of games. After today, he had to think of a way to discipline his family members and not commit crimes. His Majesty was about to make a move. Minamata Kazuko studied with such women. Otherwise, why would Lanbao be a little scared? Eunuch Aoyama ran over, put on his clothes and jumped into the water. Your Majesty, Princess Yongmu wants to eat a mushroom banquet tonight. Li Dongzhu agreed. Ha! Li Longji made a sound of doubt. Princess Yongmu ordered the Li family Zhuangzi newspaper printing house to print additional colored mushroom pictures, introducing the mushroom varieties that can be harvested in the current season. In addition, Li Dongzhu's two disciples said that studying for the Tang dynasty, Aoyama reported truthfully, without any rhetoric in between. Studying for the Tang dynasty's pride in the world. In the future, the imperial examinations will be more detailed. Those who don't have this ambition can't be an official. Li Longji didn't care what newspapers were printed. As long as there were no problems, they could be printed as much as they wanted. The colored pictures were just expensive. The Li family Zhuangzi had spent money on it. Why couldn't he waste some money on his daughters? Besides, there was nothing wrong with it. He cared more about the two 9-year-old children. They were unreasonable geniuses. The kind that God was jealous of. One was strong since young, but under normal circumstances, could not live past 15 years old. The other had just started learning, but was suddenly bitten by Verger 4 times. It was clearly fatal. In the end, all of them were encountered by Brother E. Those who couldn't live past 15 years, there were ways to deal with them. Those who were bitten by venomous snakes were dealt with directly. When Brother E made a move, not even the King of Hell would dare to take his life. This subject will take his leave. Ching Song turned around and crawled out. His clothes were too heavy after soaking in the water. He had to change them. They are all the pillars of the Tang dynasty. The local officials should have their salaries increased. The imperial court should be lenient, and at least triple their salaries. When Li Longji was happy, he loudly said that he wanted to increase the salaries of the officials by 3 times. None of the women in the pool felt happy for the officials of the Tang dynasty. They were not officials with real power. Those who worked hard would have a good life. In the future, they would have to work harder and earn 3 times more. The local officials were finished. With 3 times the salary, if they were found to be corrupt, they would definitely be punished to death. An official who was willing to accept bribes would definitely receive more than 3 times the normal salary. If he offered 3 times the price now, the knife would fall in the next moment. The sky was not very dark yet, but it was dinner time. In this season, the daytime was long. The sky was bright at 4 in the morning, and it was not completely dark at 6 in the evening. Sure enough, it was a mushroom banquet. Mushrooms cooked in various ways were served. Although mushrooms were the main ingredients, it did not mean that there was no meat and vegetables. Li Longji dragged Li Yi to eat alone. Li Yi actually wanted to eat with Princess Yongmu. Brother E, how about leaving Wei Jigu and Chang'an? Li Longji looked at the steamed mushrooms in front of him and asked. The steamed mushrooms were hazelnut mushrooms with meat fillings. They were placed one by one, and the meat fillings were stuffed behind the mushrooms. The meat fillings of each mushroom were different. There were chicken, fish, shrimp, pork, rabbit, mutton. Third brother, no problem. At that time, we will be more stable. No one can shake the imperial court's political position. Li gave an answer. He thought of many things in an instant. Finally, it was military strength. When the trains could be used this year, the Li family Zhuangzi's weapons would be upgraded again. They could even play with cannons, not to mention paper bullets and continuous fire. As long as the Li family Zhuangzi's technology was improved, military applications would be considered first. The problem with guns was fire. Just because the bullets were not made of copper, it did not mean that they could not be fired continuously. Bringing Wei Jigu up meant that the anti-corruption campaign had begun. The Tang dynasty's politics would inevitably be affected, especially when people ran to Luoyang and Chang, and seemed empty. How could Li not understand? If he didn't even have this bit of political wisdom, his system would probably commit suicide, the kind that had nothing left to live for. Third brother wanted to dig a hole and see who would jump in. He had to be a good support. This was not a question of whether Wei Jigu should stay or not. Third brother, according to this, we should publicize it in advance. We should secretly send more skyscraping monkeys and explosives to the heavenly soldiers and the Henji army. When Li Yi thought of digging a hole, he might as well dig a bigger one, just in case someone ran over to be trapped. Li Longji suddenly had an epiphany. What about Tubo? Princess Jincheng should be able to come back this year. First go to Chang'an, then go to Luoyang with her, including Qi Dai, Zhu Dan and the baby. Li Yi did not want to trap Tubo. She was already here. If he continued to trap her, how could he carry out the follow-up plan? Yes, when she comes back, the Tang dynasty owes her too much. Let her take the train. It's best if she stays there until the Yellow River opens up again next year. You can use your yacht to send her over, okay? Li Longji wanted to compensate the capital's princess, but he suddenly realized that there was no river there. Third brother, as long as Princess Jincheng brings the baby back and Tubo is fine, I can send her back directly. I'll get a hovercraft. Li estimated how much his lifespan would increase after the border was stabilized. When the time came, he would use the hovercraft to send people over. He would use the yacht first, then travel the Yangtze River. When he reached the place, he would switch to the hovercraft. What kind of boat? Can it run on land? Li Longji found the key. In the future, let third brother take a look. It's very interesting. Except for special terrain, it can run all around. It's very fast. Li Yi did not want to exchange now. The key was that he did not know how to operate it. He had never played with it before. He had used the small ones before, so he wanted to exchange for the big ones. I'll wait. Li Longji was not in a hurry. The important things had been confirmed. Wei Jigu stayed behind and dug a hole for the later Turks. If the aristocratic families wanted to take the opportunity to cause trouble, the Li family Zhuangzi would solve it. Princess Jincheng came back with her husband and baby. Looking at the current state of the Tang dynasty, it was fine if she did not go back. The Tang dynasty no longer needed women to stabilize the border. Because I don't know if you will be allergic to mushrooms. Tonight you will eat pork, beef and green onion steamed dumplings. The cow will not always die. Cherish it. On the other side, the little girl made arrangements for her junior brother. She specifically asked for steamed dumplings with 2 kinds of meat. Li Fuquan nodded vigorously. He did not want to eat mushrooms. He used to go to the mountains to pick up mushrooms. Mushrooms were not as delicious as meat. Senior sister, will it be okay if you put down my leg? Li Fuquan's leg that had been hanging for more than 2 days was put down. It's not a fracture. If you don't put it down, it will be a problem. You have to circulate the blood. Otherwise, there will be insufficient blood supply and numbness at the end of the limb. The little girl chewed on the mushrooms and smacked her lips as she spoke to her junior brother. Chapter 1703. Quick, let's go quickly. Why hasn't anyone come back to report? We're about to send it to Ping City. Yes, it's getting late. Maybe we'll have to wait until tomorrow. Everyone be careful. The Minamata family has been looking for us. In the Japanese Empire, night had fallen earlier. At this moment, a group of people were advancing with weapons. In the Tang dynasty, when the drunken immortal house was having a mushroom banquet, the sun was setting outside the window. It was dark in the Japanese Empire. In Fusang, the sun rose in the east. Thus, during the reign of Empress Wu Zetian of the Great Tang, the Wen nation called itself Japan. However, the Great Tang often refused to recognize Japan in unofficial exchanges and continued to refer to Japan as Wa. While Li Yi was eating mushrooms, it was dark in the Japanese Empire. A group of people appeared. Today was the day to send away the loot. It was unusual. They should report the news back early. Otherwise, the 2 horses would be easily exposed, and the people would not be at ease. The team advanced under the cover of the night. No one dared to light a torch. Fortunately, the moon in the sky was gradually full. Under the cold moonlight, they could vaguely see the path. The only uncomfortable thing was that there were many mosquitoes. The mosquitoes in the forest would not wait for people to be motionless before biting. The Japanese Empire's clothes were a piece of cloth that was tied up from the back pocket to the front. Below was another piece of cloth that was tied up from the back pocket to the waist. Most of the arms and legs were exposed as well as the armpits. Only those with good family conditions would have other styles. They mainly learned from the Tang dynasty. The female mosquitoes did not care what others wore. They needed blood and would seize the opportunity to rush forward. There were a total of 43 people. They held simple weapons in their hands. The small crossbows were used by the Yoshimura family to sneak attack others. The weapon in their hands was usually a chopper with a short handle and a stick on a wooden stick. There was also a simple bronze spearhead in front of a wooden stick and a wooden pole. These were pretty good items. The good things were all left with the Yoshimura family's team. They were the armed assets of the two families. Minamata fan was lying on the ground. The ground was wet and uncomfortable. It was different from a normal rest. Previously, he had used his two forearms to support his body, which was a flat support. Before he did that, he thought that he could maintain this position for a long time. When he did that, he smiled at Jiang Chuan, indicating that he had found a good solution. When Jiang Chuan saw his posture, he returned a smile. Nantian Fan held on. It did not take him long to realize that something was wrong. Why was he so tired? After holding on for a while longer, he couldn't take it anymore and had no choice but to lie flat on the ground. Don't move around blindly. Save your energy. Jiang Chuan saw that Nantian Fan wanted to take a rest before continuing, so he stopped him. If no one comes for the whole night, we'll just lie there for the whole night? The mosquitoes are buzzing around. It's scary. Nantian Fan had been lying on the ground for more than 2 hours, but he couldn't sleep. Lying down for an entire night is better than training for an entire night. This is considered rest. Back then Jiang Chuan was part of the first batch of winged knights, so he was traumatized. He couldn't bear to look back on the past. Caw caw caw. The cawing of the crows came from afar. They're here. Get ready. Jiang Chuan lowered his voice. Nantian Fan reached out to touch the saber beside him. After a while, the sound of messy footsteps could be heard. Yu Yoshimura, Yu Yoshimura. Jisho village, Jisho village. The sound of footsteps gradually faded. Someone lowered his voice and shouted. His voice echoed in the forest, and the birds nearby flew away in fright. Light the torches, hurry up and light the torches. The person who spoke just now shouted. Someone in the group began to take out wooden sticks and velvet grass, turning the wood like a saw to make a fire. Light the torches. Jiang Chuan waited for a while. He couldn't wait any longer, so he decided to do it himself. The winged knights took out their lighters one after another. Click. The flames rose and lit the torches. Who's there? When Jiang Chuan's voice fell, the people on the other side were alerted. Then flames lit up. Put down your weapons and squat with your hands on your head. Otherwise we'll shoot you. The winged knights surrounded the other party and kept a distance. One person held a torch, while the other raised a bow and arrow. They showed the other party that they had bows. The rumbling of hooves could be heard. The people on the 16 horses held torches in one hand and reins in the other. The 43 people looked around in panic. There were many torches, and there were 2 people beside each torch. Who are you? We're just passing by. The person in the group shouted. He looked elsewhere, as if he wanted to take advantage of the darkness to find a place to escape. We're waiting for your people. Yashishikakuro, I'm Nantian Fan. Nantian Fan stepped forward. Jiang Chuan, who was beside him, took out an arrow and tore off a piece of oilcloth to wrap around the arrow. He swept it over the torch and pulled the bow. The arrow hit the torch that the other party was holding that had not been lit yet. That person was shocked and loosened his grip. The torch fell to the ground, but it burned. He hurriedly picked it up again and kind-heartedly lit the torch for the others. Throw the torch away. Yashishikakuro was anxious. If you throw it away, I'll shoot you to death. Hold it well. Jiang Chuan knocked another arrow. You won't be able to escape. Our people said that our weapons are good, and we also have horses. How dare you steal from the Nantian family? Nantian Fan followed suit. He now looked down on the people from the Yashisha family, who he used to think could compete with his Nantian family. The other party's weapons were pitiful. His family didn't lack iron. We didn't steal from you. Yashashu Kakuro refused to admit it. It doesn't matter whether you stole from us or not. Put down your weapons and lie down. We'll go over. Otherwise we'll kill you. Nantian Fan didn't want to argue with the other party. If he captured them, he would suffer less. If we put down our weapons, you won't kill us? Yashashu Kakuro looked at the situation. The other party had too many bows. His men obviously couldn't win, and they couldn't escape. Put it down quickly. What's there to ask? If we want to kill you, we can kill you now, Nantian Fan shouted. Put it down. Yashashu Kakuro took a deep breath and threw the things in his hands to the front. The others didn't have any fighting spirit. They really couldn't win. Not long after, 43 people's hands were tied behind their backs. The ropes were connected one by one. Yashashu Kakuro tried his best to raise his head, looking like he wasn't afraid of death. Are you wondering? Are you wondering where the things went? And your men and horses are here, Nantian Fan said arrogantly. I don't know what you're talking about. Yashashu Kakuro played dumb. Battalion Commander Jiang, what should we do next? Nantian Fan didn't know what to do next. Follow them. Send 20 brothers to bring them back. We'll go to the Yashashu family first, then the Yoshimura family. We'll deal with them together. Jiang Chuan didn't expect the battle to go so smoothly. He thought that their family had fewer weapons. If he went over, he would directly occupy them. The remaining people wouldn't be able to fight. After he finished speaking to Nantian Fan, he instructed, according to the number, the 20 of you will go back. Battalion Commander, why is it us again? The 20 people were aggrieved. You guys were in too much of a hurry. You didn't have enough time to recover. Go back and bring people to the two families to take over. Jiang Chuan gave a reason. If they had the ability, they could forcefully march again. The next time, they would still be the ones to go back. The local government knew that they had to find a reason to deal with the merchants. The common people know that merchants are like rats crossing the street. Everyone wants to beat them up. Jiang Chuan spoke the truth. So the Nantian family wanted to get off the boat? No way. Nantian Fan swallowed his saliva. How scary. That Li Dongzhu was so powerful in the Tang dynasty? Drink some water. Jiang Chuan took out a water bag from Nantian Fan's backpack. I'm not thirsty. Nantian Fan didn't drink it. Jiang Chuan and the others began to drink water, taking small sips. It's a little cold at night. Even if you don't feel thirsty, your body is actually dehydrated. At this time, you have to take the initiative to drink water. Don't wait until you're thirsty. Jiang Chuan put away the water sack and said to Nantian Fan. You're not thirsty but you still want to drink? Nantian Fan muttered as he took 2 big gulps. If you drink it now, you won't be thirsty. Drink it when you're thirsty. After drinking it, you'll still be thirsty for a while. It's not that you won't be thirsty after drinking water. You have to wait for your body to absorb the water. Jiang Chuan took out some jerky and chewed it slowly. Nantian Fan followed suit. He believed that the winged knights wouldn't harm him. At this moment, Lan Bao was eating with his father-in-law. They lit a kerosene lamp and ate in the house. There were screens, and the kerosene lamp was under the eaves outside. This way, they could see the situation outside. Otherwise, the house would be bright while the outside would be dark. There were 2 dishes, fried tofu and stewed fish. Nantian Kazuko accompanied Lan Bao. If Lan Bao asked her to sit at the table, she could sit at the table. If Lan Bao wasn't here, no one would dare to stop her from sitting at the table. Lan Bao took a few bites and frowned. Why do I feel that these 2 dishes are awkward? Is it because they're not good? I think they're delicious. Nantian Inaya was satisfied with the 2 dishes. Actually, it can be 1 dish, stewed fish with tofu. Nantian Kazuko knew the reason. She also felt that they should be stewed together. Lan Bao suddenly understood. This was it. Who made this dish? The people from the Sinomaya temple. They soaked beans in the morning, ground soy milk, and ordered the tofu to be eaten at night. They said that the old tofu is delicious. Nantian Kazuko knew about the situation. When the people from the Sinomaya temple arrived, they disliked the cooking skills of the Nantian family. The old tofu should not be made into tofu. Braised tofu or home-cooked tofu is more authentic. Lan Bao realized that the tofu was indeed not tender enough. Lan Bao, your officials are impressive. They know how to cook. Nantian Inaya didn't know how to cook. He felt that it was embarrassing. The officials from the Sinomaya temple are special. Chapter 1705. Yes, Kazuko is right. Lan Bao suddenly supported his wife. Father-in-law, we can give them to you for free. Hurry up and bring them here to work. We're fishing. Fish are meat. We need people to handle them. Lan Bao told his father-in-law that there was no need to worry about food when there was meat. Minamata Kazuko added, when we harvest the food, we can handle a few times or even dozens of times the amount of food. Will they agree? Minamata Inaya was tempted but worried. We'll make up for the food. They won't lose anything. The Minamata family will pay. If they come over to work for the Minamata family, we'll pay them. Minamata Kazuko had already thought about it. The benefits in other people's eyes were so big, but she didn't. Lan Bao added, Father-in-law, hire more people to handle the fish. We'll pay them with fish. We have 30 big boats and lack manpower. Oh. Minamata Inaya answered repeatedly. He got up and ran. He realized that if the Tang dynasty's boats helped to fish, it would be a waste if no one helped to clean up the fish. Even if it was 10 caddies of dried fish in exchange for 1 caddy of rice, wheat, or sorghum, it was still better than letting the fish rot at the beach. Lan Bao and Minamata Kazuko watched Minamata Inaya jump out. Father-in-law is a swift and decisive person. After a while, Lan Bao found an adjective to praise his father-in-law. Minamata Kazuko pursed her lips and smiled. Swift and decisive? He was clearly not determined. She picked up a piece of tofu and fed it to Lan Bao. Who will pay for this? It's delicious. Count it as the Minamata family's. Li Dongzhu doesn't care about fish and food. Li Dongzhu only wants, yes, non-ferrous metals and dried sea vegetables. Bring the shrimps and dried scallops back. And bring the smart Minamata family members back. They won't come back this year. Not necessarily. The Yellow River can't be navigated in winter. Once the railway is built, it will stop at Haijiu. Lan Bao intended to support the Minamata family. The Minamata family knew how powerful the Li family Zhuangzi was, and wouldn't dare to have any bad thoughts. The people who followed them back were spreading the news about the Tang dynasty's Chong, and the Li family Zhuangzi's position in the Tang dynasty. Minamata Kazuko was even happier. She immediately said, tell the people in the family that my father is not allowed to suddenly die, nor is he allowed to fall seriously ill. She thought of a problem. What if someone in the family wanted to kill her father and replace him? That's right. If something happens to your father-in-law, you can only inherit the Nantian family. You can appoint someone to manage it. I don't trust the people who have made a fortune with me here, so I can't choose them. Unless the Li family Zhuangzi sends a villager. Leave a few people from the Western Agriculture Temple behind. It just so happens that they still need to collect species and help manage them. Father-in-law can enjoy some leisure time. Lan Bao followed up with an idea to make his father-in-law a mere figurehead. When the other members of the Nantian family saw this, they knew that it was useless to fight for the throne, so they gave up on the idea. It's enough to provide assistance. That's why you're sick when you have nothing to do. Minamata Kazuko didn't want her father to be bored. Lan Bao and his wife planned for the Nantian family's power and tried their best to make thorough arrangements. He didn't want Inaya Mineta to be dead the next time he came. Inaya Mineta hurriedly went to make arrangements. As the patriarch, he had never dreamed of such a good life. When he found a large number of clansmen, he found that everyone was eating grilled fish around the people from the Western Agriculture Temple. The people from the Western Agriculture Temple were chatting while the others were listening carefully. When the moon that wasn't too round reached the middle of the sky, Yashita Kokuro and the other 43 people were escorted back. Inaya Mineta, who was having a good dream after eating, was woken up by someone. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned as he ordered his men to set off in the night. Some of the navy of the Tang dynasty left with them. Some continued to sleep, and some began to guard. At dawn, the team arrived at the Yashida family first. There were more than 1,000 people in the family, and 50 winged knights were guarding it. Anything that could be used as weapons was piled up on the open ground. The important people of the Yasuda family were locked in the house. The woman was making rice balls. She kneaded the cooked rice into balls while it was hot, and added wild vegetables and salt. Inaya Mineta, who was sleeping while walking, suddenly didn't know what to say when he saw his old rival, Yashida-san. Yashida-san also looked at Inaya Mineta. He seemed to have aged more than 10 years. He was not tied up. The lives of his clansmen were his shackles. Why? They looked at each other for a while. Then Inaya Mineta suddenly asked. I don't want to. Yashida-san thought for a while and gave an answer. You don't understand. My daughter and son are the wives of people from the Tang dynasty. Behind them are the most powerful people in the Tang dynasty. You want to replace my Mineta family. Inaya Mineta became smart at this time. What he said hit the nail on the head. I also have a daughter. Yashida-san still had a reason. You don't understand. The Tang dynasty is a country of etiquette. My son-in-law Lan Bao will never marry your daughter. The people behind him won't agree. Inaya Mineta laughed. He knew a lot of things from the clansmen who went to Chang'an. Don't kill my clansmen. I can die. Yashida-san didn't want to think about other people now. A failure was a failure. If it was before, I would kill you. Now. That's why I said you don't understand. Live to see your clansmen live a good life. I won't turn them into slaves. Inaya Mineta seemed to have changed into a different person. He was magnanimous and generous. He wanted his status to be higher. He was no longer satisfied with being the head of the Mineta family. What if I want to die? Yashida-san asked with a smile. You are harming your clansmen. You want your clansmen to remember the hatred because of your death. Then I will have to turn them into slaves. You don't understand. My Mineta family doesn't eat rice anymore. Namida Inaya's words were inexplicable. You don't have food anymore? Yashida-san asked naturally. Inaya Mineta smiled and shook his head. We eat meat now. We eat meat 3 times a day. Can your clansmen eat it? He felt very good. He was finally satisfied. It was all because of this sentence. I still want to die, unless you agree to my condition. Yashida-san stared into Inaya Mineta's eyes and said, I'm going to Yoshimura's house now. Inaya Mineta ignored him and walked out of the door. He looked up at the rising sun and yawned. The Yoshimura family had very few people. The head of the Yoshimura family was far worse than Yashida-san. He only begged for mercy and was willing to submit to the Mineta family. Inaya Mineta didn't want to talk much. So what if he submitted to them? It wasn't worth it for him to treat him as an equal. If he said he wanted to die, he would immediately fulfill his wish. Commander Jiang, what do we do next? Inaya Mineta found Jiang Chuan. You have your own plans. Why ask me? Jiang Chuan was cold. His status determined that he couldn't be too friendly to others. Commander Jiang, please help me bring them back. I'll leave someone to guard them. I'll come back when it's time to harvest. Inaya Mineta was used to it. Others could talk and laugh with the winged knights. But when it was his turn, the winged knights would keep their distance. His daughter said before that the winged knights wouldn't get close to anyone. The Tang dynasty's private army was the same even for the Sheifu, unless it was Li Dongzhu. Chapter 1706. The bells are ringing. The crows are cawing. The flames of war are endless. The grass and trees are burning. The sun rose, and Li Yi was busy in the yacht's kitchen. He was mainly making breakfast for the important people. Li Longji did not stay in the guest room of Drunken Immortal House, because it was not as comfortable as the yacht. There was no air conditioning. Li Lang, the pigeons of the Japanese Empire are back. It seems that they are going to fight. Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan were busy in the kitchen. There was milk today. The cow with 2 calves was about to give birth, so the milk came out early. The calves were not born yet, so the cow would not be comfortable if the cow was not milked, right? So everyone had milk to drink. Li had to adjust the breakfast. Porridge was one type, soy milk was another type, spicy soup was another type, soup was another type. He baked a cake, cut sausages, fried eggs, mixed side dishes, set up a fruit plate. Yes, that's why I sang this song. But the Winged Knights and the Tang Dynasty's navy are there. Unless Ping Chung and Beijing gather a large force to attack, It will be useless. Li Yi took out the cake. The small cake was a normal cake, not cream or ice cream. It was the kind that could be eaten in bites. Children needed to take a few more bites. He did not like the sausages. There was a big difference between the taste of cold sausages and hot sausages. He liked to eat cold sausages because they were harder. As for the fried eggs, they had to be well cooked. It was easy to fry them until they were soft. He did not want to go back and treat patients. Will the fight affect us? Princess Yongmu was in charge of mixing the side dishes. She did not need to mix the garlic and eggplant. She and Xiaolan had to do the cucumbers, shredded kelp, and dried tofu with onion oil. Yes, we are more powerful. That place will eventually become a free trade port. The Nantian family will have the home ground advantage, and others can participate. Next year, we will bring the children of the Nantian family back and educate them. They will become closer to the Tang dynasty. I will peel the watermelon. Don't hurt your hands. Just put a little salt and sesame oil. Li Yi said as he took the watermelon rind from the plate. He deftly cut off the inner layer of the rind and added some sesame seeds. Xiaolan was chopping garlic. First she sliced it, then shredded it, and then minced it. Slapping was simple. The blade of the knife was held horizontally, and the PIA slapped the garlic with all its might. The garlic would be turned into mud, one at a time. A lot of garlic juice was also thrown out, which made it less ceremonial. Chop it into pieces. Li Fuquan's snake had bitten him, so he couldn't eat them. Li Yi cut the last piece of beef and pushed the cart out. Did you sleep well last night? She's fine. She always wakes up 2 hours earlier than usual. She was still sleeping when I came today. Princess Yongmu was aware of the situation. Before going to bed last night, the retired emperor was arranged to take a cold bath. Then he slept comfortably. The main reason was that the air conditioner increased the humidity, just like when it was raining. Let him eat later. He's old, so he should have a good night's sleep. It involves several aspects, including mentality. Li Yi noticed that the retired emperor was emotionally unstable, because noble consort Lu was pregnant. Noble consort Lu took medicine, and so did Li Dan. They didn't need surgery, so they were fine. The little girl, an official from the empress's palace, went to take a look herself. She was very sure that it wasn't a parasite. The frequency of the pulse was different, one big and one small. The Li family Zhuangzi couldn't have a parasite in someone's stomach without them noticing. If a parasite could form a pulse, how big would it be? Moreover, the frequency was different from the frequency of a baby. The little girl used her experience to guarantee. After guaranteeing, she took a test strip, and the results were the same. Li Dan's mental state was problematic. The imperial physician on the team suggested that she drink calming soup at night. Li firmly opposed. Drinking soup at night, and not going to the toilet in the middle of the night? He used physical methods to adjust the environment, and artificially created a rainy day. Or maybe Li Dan was too excited, and hadn't woken up until now. Li Longji woke up. Due to his biological clock, he was still young. He hadn't reached the age where he would be depressed, and wouldn't go to court in the morning. Summer mornings weren't very cool. He didn't do anything last night, so he drank a large cup of ice-cold water, and lay on the deck of the yacht to wait for his metabolism to return to normal. Everyone was eating. Li Dan slept until 10 o'clock in the morning. He woke up slowly, and looked at the sunlight shining through the open curtains. If it weren't for the curtains, he would still sleep. He was hungry, and needed to go to the toilet. Let's go back to the Tang dynasty. In Tubo, Princess Jincheng's palace, nearly 20,000 people packed their luggage, and were about to leave. Princess Jincheng's people, the Winged Knights, Qi Daiju Dan, and his people formed this team. They brought a lot of things. The whole palace was empty. The cleaning of the palace was arranged by Daluan Chili Su. Chili Su didn't go to the Tang dynasty. He had to stabilize Tubo. The others packed the things they wanted to exchange, and gave them to Princess Jincheng's team. When Princess Jincheng came back, she could get the goods. Some of the people who came with the dowry died here, and some gave birth to children. The dead people were cremated, and their ashes were taken back to the Tang dynasty. The children went to see their hometown. Everyone was very excited. Even if they went there, they would come back. Under the farewell of many people, the team set off. It stretched for more than 20 miles, mainly because there were a lot of things. Most of the winged knights were not in the team yet. They were running around. There were few winged knights in the team. They had guns, pistols, assault rifles, and heavy machine guns. The others ate simple things, mainly dry food. For example, they ate 3 boiled eggs and drank a bowl of butter tea mixed with fried noodles. The poultry and livestock were left behind. They asked people to take care of them. As the team moved, Princess Jincheng and Qi Daiju Dan began to eat. Princess Jincheng was busy taking care of the children before. It was too early, so she didn't eat. Qi Daiju Dan was in a state of not eating because of many psychological factors. His stomach was sour. He vomited when he drank water before to reduce the gastric acid. Now he was eating fried buns. The buns were steamed in a pressure cooker and fried in a pan. When eating, he had to pay attention to the technique. Otherwise, he would touch the wound. Princess Jincheng liked the yak and onion stuffed buns. She ate a mouthful of steamed buns, drank a mouthful of 8 treasure porridge, and had some shrimp oil and pickled vegetables. Will I be caught if I go there? Qi Daiju Dan was always worried about his personal freedom. No, what's the use of catching you? If they catch you, Tubo will be in chaos. The Tang dynasty needs to be stabilized. Let's go there and take a look. Why don't they give me something when I go back to my family? Our son should be rewarded even more. Now I don't know where to live. I want to live in Li Family Zhuangzi. We can't live in Honglu Temple. That's a place for outsiders. Princess Jincheng was not worried. She wanted to go home and take a look. Then she would come back. If she missed home, she could go back. The baby in the stroller in the carriage was not asleep. He could feel the fluctuations of the biological magnetic field of the people around him. At this moment, his eyes were open. Even if he couldn't see anything, he was still very happy. He kicked his legs and smacked his lips. Chapter 1707. Daluan, will Zanpu be in danger when he goes to the Tang dynasty? Qi Lishu's vassal looked at the team leaving and asked. Qi Lishu put down the binoculars that Princess Jincheng gave him happily before she left. Open the alliance meeting and prepare to expand to India. Zanpu is not here. What if someone objects during the meeting? The vassal asked again. If Zanpu goes to the Tang dynasty, I will be tough. If any tribe in the alliance doesn't agree, the things that Zanpu brings back will not benefit the tribe. Qi Lishu had his own plan. If Zanpu leaves, Tubo will be more stable, and no one can hurt Zanpu. If a tribe causes trouble internally, he will fight directly. Even if he loses, he will go to the Tang dynasty to find soldiers, and the Tang dynasty will help him fight back. It will not be easy for the Tang dynasty to occupy Tubo. The tribes are very ambitious. He will get the foundation in India first, and then look for the right time. Should we give the binoculars to the craftsman to make? The vassal stared at the binoculars in Qi Lishu's hand. We can't make them. Grinding the lenses will take too much time and crystals. What's the use of making a few? Qi Lishu continued to stand there. He had to wait until the team disappeared before he could go back. Princess Jincheng did not walk fast. The road was difficult, especially when she brought a lot of things to exchange. Ordinary people would risk their lives if they wanted to go from Tubo to the Tang dynasty alone. The road was not good, and there were wild animals such as wolves. Princess Jincheng already knew what the road was like when she married. She was carried all the way. When they encountered rivers, they had to find a boat or walk across. Some places had suspension bridges. The winged knights and the medical team of the Tang dynasty are fast. The road now seems to be not smooth. After eating, he looked at the situation on the road and found that the mountains were very dangerous. He had never been so far away since he was a child. The strongest team of the Tang dynasty, how can they not be fast? If they don't have this speed, will they hand over people? Princess Jincheng said with a proud expression. Why should the people of the Red Mountain Palace be afraid? The powerful soldiers of the Tang dynasty came and went like the wind. As they walked, there was a mountain stream in front of them. There were ropes and vines on top of the mountain stream. It was not a single rope, but a series of ropes. The winged knights were repairing the building that Qin Li's team had set up on their way here. Previously, there were no wooden boards on the cableway bridge. Instead, they were bundled with wrought tan and laid on top of each other. From the looks of it, the man was leading the horse, and the horse's leg would probably sink in from time to time, and then pull out to find a place to step on. Obviously, the medical team that came later would take these cableways, and they didn't need to use the cableways. Now was not the time. The team was going back to the Tang dynasty, so they had prepared the wooden planks in advance. The perforated planks were laid out and secured with ropes, and the procession began to pass. Princess Jincheng got off the car, and Qian Gong stepped forward. A group of people lifted the bed and carried it up. To be precise, they moved it. There were people standing on the cableway, but they didn't move. Instead, they swung their hands over each other, and the house-like bed was swung over just like that. The other cableways were swinging goods, and everyone was tied with ropes, for fear that the cableway would suddenly break. When the goods were swung over first, another rope was pulled on the wooden plank bridge. The other people put on a noose, which had a buckle on it, and hung it on the rope that was pulled back. They walked over and took it off. Princess Jincheng didn't need others to help her. She swung herself up. There was water below, but there was not much water. If she looked at it for a long time, she would feel dizzy. When we come back, we will bring better ropes and fix them. It will be more convenient for us to travel in the future. Standing on this side of the shore, Princess Jincheng looked at her sleeping baby and smiled as she talked to Qi Dai Zhudan. You don't want to fix the iron chain? I read in the newspaper that there is an iron chain crossing the bridge. Qi Dai Zhudan mentioned Pu Jindu. It's too heavy. We have to use heavier things to hold down the iron chain on both sides. Bring the iron chain all the way here. And don't bring anything else. Princess Jincheng was smarter than Qi Dai Zhudan. She set out from the practical point of view. When all the teams arrived, it was almost noon. The yaks that were brought back as gifts were eating grass with their heads lowered. They would have a hard time. The further they went, the hotter it would be. They had to drink more water and water. As for antelopes, deer, leopards, and all kinds of wild birds, there were no live ones. However, they had prepared some fur and feathers, and they had to exchange them in the Tang dynasty. Qi Dai Zhudan had his own special things. He didn't sell them directly. He would pay tribute, and then bring back something more valuable. Princess Jincheng brought back the zi beads, the real fossil zi beads, and the swan and eye that she made personally. It was very difficult for her to make them by herself. Basically, the palace maids helped her. She didn't need anything else. She brought the baby back, which was the best gift. The Tang dynasty didn't lack these things. It was enough to see that she was happy, and that her son-in-law treated her well. The team took a short break, and continued on their way. Everyone ate meat floss bread with sausages inside and drank cold water. Princess Jincheng also ate after she finished feeding the baby. She wanted to throw the Qian Gong bed on the road. It was too tiring to travel. The dowry, the people with the Qi Dai Zhudan, and the others didn't agree. Princess Jincheng wanted to go back to her parents' home. The road was not easy now. She had to persevere. When they reached the shore of the Yellow River, the road there would be much smoother. The people who joined the tribes of the Tang dynasty built roads when they had nothing to do. The soldiers guarding the roads were the same. Eating, drinking, and training all day long? It was better to do some hard work as training. The palace maid next to her took out 2 boiled eggs from the place covered by a fluffy cover. They were still warm. She peeled them and poured some garlic chili sauce on a plate for Princess Jincheng to eat. Princess Jincheng needed to feed the baby. Protein was indispensable. The chili sauce was fine. She ate the eggs first. The boiled eggs didn't taste good, especially the stewed ones. She drank the soup in the thermos and ate the bread. He couldn't eat the Qi Dai Zhudan. He had never traveled far. It was the first time he knew that the road was difficult. Plus, he had a lot of thoughts, so his endocrine system was a little out of order. He made tea with the water in the thermos, and watched the tea leaves swirl in the cup in a daze. Princess Jincheng ate happily. The food was delicious. Husband, what's wrong? Princess Jincheng finished eating, touched her stomach and asked softly. I heard that many tribes have surrendered to the Tang dynasty. If I go there, Will they still recognize me? He was the emperor of the Tang dynasty. If he saw those people, would he greet them? Of course they will. The whole Tang dynasty will recognize you. You are my husband, the emperor of Tubo. Princess Jinqing could speak. She was secretly changing the concept. The people of the Tang dynasty gave her face because of her. It had nothing to do with the Qi Dai Zhu Dan. Yes, the Qi Dai Zhu Dan seemed to have thought it through. He drank tea. The tea was already cold. The other tribes along the way came to deliver things. Some of them delivered things, and some of them discussed with Princess Jinqing's people whether they could take the things to the Tang dynasty and then help to exchange for other things. Princess Jinqing's people agreed. They couldn't take other people's things for free. They would take care of it. If they couldn't get enough, they would reduce the amount. No one knew the price. Do they want a lot of things? The Qi Dai Zhu Dan asked after learning the situation. Exchange? I guarantee that they won't be able to exchange for anything. Even if the value is enough, I will bring back more things. Treat it as a reward for your help. Princess Jinqing winked mischievously. Chapter 1708. There's really no way to solve this problem. We can only spread a layer of sand and plant ginger. I don't know how it will grow. Zhangsun Xian took Li Yi to a piece of land and introduced it to him. Princess Yongmu was also there, along with several other ladies of relatively high status, who came with Princess Yongmu. The ladies now liked to look inside and treat it as a game. They could follow Princess Yongmu as customers, but they couldn't see Li Yi. The ladies who could stand here were at least members of the imperial clan, or wives who were married to members of the imperial clan. The women of the prime minister, and assistant minister didn't go to Wentianlan Pavilion. Their things were given to them by Li family Zhuangzi. Every month, they sent people to Li family Zhuangzi to collect their benefits and bring back the goods from Wentianlan Pavilion. Otherwise, where would they get the money to buy clothes that cost more than 10 taels, a handbag that cost more than 100 taels, and the assistant minister's eldest daughter's full set of clothes that cost more than 1,000 taels? They were not allowed to sell or pawn the goods given by Li family Zhuangzi. They could only use them themselves. They didn't lose face when interacting with other women, and they didn't need money from their families to support them. The noble women were all excited to see Li Yi. He was indeed charming, and had the appearance of a scholar. They were admiring Li Yi's floating posture, when Li Yi took off his shoes and socks, rolled up his trousers and got down. He spread a layer of sand. It was uncomfortable to wear shoes, and the sand was a little wet. He walked to a place and squatted down to peel off the sand around a piece of mother ginger. He picked it up and observed it. Then he dug out the place where the ginger was planted and took out a stone. He continued digging and found a pile of small stones. He buried the ginger back and pressed the sand. There's a layer of marble on top. It's broken stone after quarrying. Below is dolomite. It's a good stone for our converter. We don't care about its integrity. Li came back with the stones. There were marble and dolomite. Those who weren't familiar with them would think it was a kind of stone. Stone for smelting? Then, oh, the people in the past piled the broken stones here and took the intact ones back to carve and process. Zhangsun Xian picked up a small piece of dolomite from Li Yi's hand and looked at it carefully. She then looked at the land where the ginger was planted and felt worried. The ginger had already been planted, and now they were all dug out for stones? He knew the value of dolomite. It was used for smelting iron and steel. All the dolomite mined in Lantian County was sold to the Li family Zhuangzi and the government. Non-commissioned officer was responsible for guarding the blast furnace, converter and other technologies. Uproot it and plant it somewhere else. Sprouts will appear on top of the ginger. The mother ginger will bring along the son ginger. Let's find a good place first, and then move it over. It won't delay. Li Yi wanted to mine this area. What kind of land was he going to plant? He had to spend money to buy stones. Where are the marble stones above? Zhangsun Xian picked up another piece of marble. He felt that it was too small for anything, unless it was used to pave the road. Inspector Zhangsun, do you think it would be expensive to pave a large piece of land? For example, 10 paces long and wide? Li Yi suddenly thought of a technique and roughly gestured with his hands. Yes, it's expensive. Only the palace has it, and not every palace has it. It's not easy to pick a large piece of stone. Zhang Sun Xian nodded. He was in charge of these aspects of the emperor, so he naturally understood. I have a method that can make such a large piece of stone, or even larger. You can choose the pattern yourself. I call it a terrazzo stone. Li Yi smiled and said to Zhang Sun Xian, waiting for his response. Keep your Li family Zhuangzi. Don't give me the technique. I can't keep it. I'm afraid of death. Zhang Sun Xian understood Li Yi's meaning, but he firmly refused. He was living a good life now. He didn't lack money. Why would he want to get himself killed? Listening to Li Yi's words, it seemed that a piece of stone that was 100 paces long and wide was also a piece. Was this something he should have? The eyes of the noble women lit up. They looked at each other and didn't say anything. They communicated with their eyes. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolon looked calm. They didn't care whether the new thing was profitable or not. They had plenty of money at home. The two of them were more interested in this thing. Such a large piece of stone. Li Lang, the square where we first dried the grains. Build it. Everyone will feel comfortable looking at it. Princess Yongmu found the place. It was a big square. Okay, let's go back and do it. I'll ask the workshop to test it first. The process is not difficult. Li Yi agreed. He could make the terrazzo stone as big as he wanted. It could also be used to make patterns and words. It could also be polished with a layer of wax. Do you want to make the snake board that the children play with? There are also split skateboards, double-row roller skates, single-row roller skates. Let the children play with roller skates in summer and ice skates in winter. Make a single-legged donkey with wheels? Li Yi thought of the old man he saw before. He couldn't skate in summer, so he made a single-legged donkey with wheels. He also used a stake to skate. Everyone stared at it and was stunned. Li Yi, when the time comes, make one for my yard. I want to play with the child. The child is about to be born. Zhang Sun Xian knew what toys the Li family Zhuangzi had. He had already prepared them for his son in advance. Okay, I'll find the materials. When your son is born, I'll give him a small gift. Li Yi agreed. He only looked at the children of grandmasters. Zhang Sun Xian was just so and not worthy of his attention. He didn't have the heart to take care of Empress Wang's father and brother. He just needed to give them enough money, and don't cause trouble. If they wanted to bully people, he would also take care of them. He wouldn't give anyone face. Fortunately, those two people were sensible now and didn't dare to do anything. It's a free gift. What children's toys can't be made by others? Just give me dozens of different sets. Zhang Sun Xian made a request for his son. If he wanted something, it must be good. He didn't even want red coral, gold and silver. Okay, Xiaolon, remember it. Don't forget it later. Li Yi still agreed. Wasn't it just a toy? He was prepared to make it himself. He wanted to make small toys with electricity. Small light bulbs, coiled copper wires to drive the rotor, and made dry batteries. It was up to him whether he wanted to make it or not. If he wanted to, he could make it now. There was no need to exchange. He could make any sound, because he wanted to make a telephone. The kind with wires. If there was no rubber insulation, he could replace it with something else. He had already sent people to bring the cultivated saplings to Cheongzhou for planting. He left troops to guard the place. Once the telephone came out, he could make simpler telegrams. After that, he could build a relay station. This was useful. It could promote the development of the era and increase the lifespan. Okay. Xiaolon opened her exquisite little leather bag and took out a small notebook and pencil. She started to write. Hee. Zhang Sun Xian laughed. He didn't want to earn money for himself. He was afraid of causing trouble. However, he wanted to fight for something for his son. Even if others didn't have it, he would fight to the death to ensure that his son could have fun. At most, he would hire more guards. Whoever wanted to rob him would be killed. Then, he would find the emperor and ask him to send troops to eliminate them. He was a relative of the emperor. He didn't do anything bad and wasn't greedy for money. Couldn't he give some toys for his son and Li Yi? The noble ladies looked at each other again. They were envious. His status was indeed different. He was stronger than them. Empress Wang. Moreover, he made money for the people. Just look at Lantian County. The local people supported him. Chapter 1709. We can keep the leftovers in gravel with natural patterns. Dolomite can be sold for money. You get 30%, and I get 70%. Li didn't forget about the dividend ratio. He would pay for the technology, seeds, and fertilizer, while Zhangsun Xian would pay for it. Since there were a lot of old waste stones, they had to be dug out according to the rules. Zhangsun Xian thought about the dividend ratio and looked down at the ground. If the stones are dug out, it will probably become a big pit and become a lotus in a pond. Li lowered his head in thought. Then he looked up and said, "The pond is shallow and clear, and the pond is calm. Jiangyuan Road in the south, and the valley in the north. The lotus blooms with the moon, and the water chestnut is cold. Since we're looking for new products to try, why hope for a harvest? Plant water chestnuts? Isn't it too late? Yes, let's try. If it works, I'll look for water chestnut seeds." Zhangsun Xian understood. What she didn't understand was that Li Yi had nothing better to do. Princess Yongmu's face was rosy, and the noble ladies around her looked at her with envy. Look at how talented her husband was. Li Yi's face was actually a little red, but he was thick-skinned. He was just supporting his girlfriend. Of course, he was in good condition today. If he wasn't, then forget it. It was late to plant water chestnuts, and it was also late to plant lotus. They had already bloomed and produced lotus seeds. So what if it was late? The climate of the Tang dynasty allowed tubo to grow rice, and wheat was even less of a problem. Jiangnan mostly had water chestnuts, which was 5 unique songs. 5 lines were also fine. Repeat the song once, or write 12, 16, or 20 lines. The Tang dynasty's water chestnuts had 7 lines, while the water chestnuts had 5 lines. The tune was fixed and the lyrics were filled. No matter how the tune changed, it would still be the same. Like jasmine, a beautiful jasmine and a good jasmine. The two looked different, but the main style was the same. This was the change. What if the 7-line water chestnuts had 5 lines? Okay. It was similar to Vast Sea's One Laugh. Vast Sea's One Laugh and Vast Sea's One Laugh could be used in a song. Li Yi's request was to give face to Princess Yongmu. It was the 5 characters. Writing the 5 lullabies had a counterpoint, which made it seem like his level was higher. Princess Yongmu really enjoyed it. These noble ladies around her. Let's see if your husband can write a piece of Ling's song in the time it takes him to lower his head and raise his head. Look at my families. That's why I say poems are worthless. As an official, you have to prioritize the people's livelihood. Get more mature fertilizer and catch some fish to raise. If it succeeds, we'll breed a new breed. Even if it doesn't, we'll still have water chestnuts. It's just that they'll be shriveled. Where am I going to find seeds? Do you want to grow the seedlings first? Zhangsun Xian was in a dilemma. He was willing to do the experiment. It was a piece of land. After all, he could make money by making stones. There's a type of water chestnut in Henan Prefecture. Spend some money and dig it out. Bring it here with mud and water. It just so happens that we finished digging up the stones here. Li thought of a good idea. Actually, he felt that this matter should be paid for by the Si Nongxi Temple. But he reckoned that if he couldn't get the money, he would have to ask the Si Nongxi Temple for money. In the end, he might have to pay the Si Nongxi Temple. Those people were too good at crying about being poor. Last time, there was a person who accidentally lost his magnifying glass and cried that he wanted to hang himself on a branch in the southeast. Zhuangzi had no choice but to give him another magnifying glass. Later, the magnifying glass was found, but he didn't bring it back. He said that he was looking for someone to help him. Okay, go to Henan Prefecture to buy it. The transportation fee is much more expensive than Miao. That Li Yi, why don't you use raw fertilizer? If you want to raise fish, raw fertilizer is suitable. Zhangsun Xian agreed to spend money. He had his own opinion about the fertilizer. There were a lot of worms in raw fertilizer. It was just right for fish to eat. The weather is hot, and the fluidity of the pond water is poor. Mosquitoes and flies will lay eggs in it. The larvae are just right for fish, especially the chironomid mosquitoes and little red worms. Li Yi explained seriously. There was no need for the worms in the raw fertilizer. It depended on the season. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. Zhang Sun Xian suddenly understood. He clasped his fist. I'll find someone to do the drainage work to avoid rotting the roots. Inspector Zhang Sun, please take care of it. Let's go to the next place. Li Yi was willing to communicate with such people. The other party had studied hard and understood after a sentence. Like Yao Chong and the others used to threshing wheat by hand. Was it like eating a little and rubbing a little at home? Then using a hammer to pound it into powder? The team moved forward, and Zhang Sun Xian immediately arranged for people to do it. The hired workers who were ordered didn't feel that the superior's decision was wrong, and that they had to do it twice. They listened not far away, and knew that this was an experimental field. It didn't matter how much money was spent. They worked for a day and earned a day, and they didn't pay less. After looking at 2 more places, there were no major problems. Li Yi refused Zhang Sun Xian's invitation to the bonfire party, and insisted on returning to the yacht. There were too many mosquitoes outside. They needed to apply a lot of mosquito repellent. It was not cost-effective. Zhang Sun Xian took his wife to the yacht. The yacht was indeed comfortable. The small robot held a bat for electric mosquitoes and flies in its hand and patted around. Their eyes were better than human eyes, and their reaction speed was faster. In the evening, Li Yi ate barbecue skewers. He turned on the big fan and turned off the air conditioner. But the change of air was especially good. The cow hadn't finished eating yet. It was just right to skewer it. It was the last meal. There were also clams and scallops that had been soaked. They were skewered and fried. There were no fresh ones, unless Li Yi drove the yacht to the beach. Senior sister, can I eat? Li Fuquan's face was full of I want to eat. He had 2 bottles of fluids during the day, and changed the medicine on his leg. You can only eat barbecue beef skewers. You can't eat garlic, chili sauce, seafood, broad beans, fish leeks. The little girl told her junior brother all kinds of things that he couldn't eat. Senior sister, if people in other places are bitten by snakes, they will definitely die if they eat this? Li Fuquan was greedy. In the past he was greedy and endured it. He didn't have money. Now that he had a master, shouldn't he eat something good if he was greedy? If you're in other places, you're dead. In your last moments, you can eat whatever you want. The little girl didn't hold back at all. Senior sister, I just want to eat beef skewers. I feel sick and want to vomit when I see other things. Li Fuquan said very sincerely. The beef was indeed delicious. One had to know how to be content, right? Don't feel wronged. Master had to exchange his life for the medicine that he gave you. Your wound isn't swollen anymore. I've met many people who were bitten by poisonous snakes. Some couldn't be saved in the end. Some had a big hole where they were bitten, leaving a scar forever. You were bitten 4 times by Verger Glider. In the whole world, except for Master, no one can save you. Moreover, your wound isn't swollen anymore. The little girl was teaching her junior brother. She felt that it was strange. What medicine did she use? Senior sister, find a robot to read to me. I'll eat and listen at the same time. Li Fuquan requested. Then you're silly. You have to think about how delicious the meat skewers are, and not think about other things. Unless you can be like Master, who can solve national affairs while eating and talking. It's not tiring at all. The little girl refused. She didn't want to learn. Now she just wanted to eat and relax. Then she would improve faster. Chapter 17:10. Li Yi, who was grilling the skewers, took a small brush and brushed the rice wine on the skewers from time to time. The rice wine was freshly brewed this year, and he couldn't bear to brush the old ones. Princess Yongmu had no choice but to fan him from the side, and the ashes from the charcoal fire rose. Li Yi couldn't brush the water, and the skewers didn't taste good. He couldn't spray vinegar either. It wasn't roasted chicken, duck, goose, or quail. If he brushed oil and washed the ashes down, there would be too much oil on the skewers, and it would be greasy. He could only brush this year's rice wine with low alcohol content. At the same time, he prepared a pair of scissors and cut off any part of the skewers he saw. Li Yi was still thinking of a way to deal with the problem. He didn't say to Princess Yongmu, Don't fan, can't you see the problem? Was the food more important or the emotions more important? Li chose the latter. Fan, I'll try my best to cooperate. Your husband has this ability. Xiaolon saw it. She reached out and quietly touched Princess Yongmu's waist. Little Miss Li, let me fan for a while. Okay, you fan. Princess Yongmu was willing to give Xiaolon a chance to show off in front of Li Yi. However, Xiaolon took the fan and fanned twice. A little miss, there's something. Come with me. She pulled Princess Yongmu elsewhere and put down the fan. Princess Yongmu was stunned. She looked at Xiaolon. What was she doing? Xiaolon pointed at Li Yi. Li Yi put down the brush. If no one fanned, there was no need to deal with the ashes. You're smart. Bring 2 skewers over. Let's eat. Princess Yongmu didn't think that her position was being challenged at all. Xiaolon was observant. It was normal. Xiaolon ran over and came back with a tray not long after. There were several kinds of meat skewers on it, and the most was roasted meat. When Princess Yongmu saw the meat, she felt that it tasted like braised pork. She looked at Xiaolon and smiled. This was delicious. Because it was cooked. It was already cooked before roasting. It was braised and cut into large slices. Princess, let's just eat these. It's not good to eat too much at night. I'll go get some fruit. There are too many cantaloupes and watermelons in the capital office. They're all being transported here. Xiaolon ran to get the fruit platter. She never dared to think that she was like the women beside the previous emperors. In her heart, Li Lang was even more powerful than those emperors. She could not tolerate sand in her eyes. For example, if Princess Yongmu threw a tantrum, and he took the opportunity to be gentle with Li Lang, he would definitely be punished. What he should be doing was helping to coax Princess Yongmu, not looking for an opportunity to rise to the top. Of course, the princess never threw a tantrum. She could be happy for half a day, just by eating braised pork. In the Japanese Empire, the Minamata family was very happy. They held a bonfire party and sang and danced. However, it was not the kind of performance that existed in Li Yi's era, in the later period of history. That kind of performance did not exist in the Tang dynasty. It was a kind of opera. In history, it only sprouted during the Song dynasty and flourished during the Ming dynasty. During the Tang dynasty, as long as the Japanese Empire had a bit of background, they would dance to Tang dynasty songs and dance to Tang dynasty songs. They painted their faces in a scary red and white color. It did not belong to the Tang dynasty. There was not so much paint, and people did not like to paint their faces too thick. Tang dolls only appeared in the later period of the Tang dynasty. They developed during the Song dynasty and flourished during the Ming dynasty. The Tang dynasty regarded fat as beauty. It was not like sumo wrestling. King Chu liked thin waists. Could it be that in the Tang dynasty, people liked the image of 3 feet 3 inches tall and 3 feet 3 inches wide? This did not conform to the rules of the continuation of the human species. Unless the human woman became an ant queen or a bee queen. And Lu Shan had such a body type. He was trusted because everyone felt that he did not have much ambition. In the Tang dynasty there was polo. Li Shimin was an expert. Li Longji was also good at horseback archery. Empress Wang played shuttlecock games with the people in the harem all day. Under such sports, can one still be fat? The image in the painting was freehand and not realistic. Being able to fly with such fat meant that in terms of artistic processing, such beauty was used to represent prosperity. Everyone was full. The people in the Japanese Empire were not fat. They were all quite skinny and did not have much meat. They were malnourished. The people from the Yashashu and Yoshimura families also ate together. Their patriarchs were not dead, and the Minamata family did not want to kill. Minamata Inaya did not care about killing. If it was necessary to kill, then kill. He considered killing all of them. So many people held grudges, and it would take a long time for them to forget. Then he would lock them up and raise them. He would not kill them, at least not now. Once the people of the 2 clans were settled down, and the change of power was completed, then they would see what the people of the 2 clans, who once had a say in them, were thinking. Minamata Ineo only learned this technique. It was his instinct. In fact, he did not do anything wrong. In history, Li was forced to his death because of his lack of experience. After he became a captive, many of his subordinates were not convinced. Thus, they had to appease him. In the end, he wrote lyrics for fun. He did not have the ambition. If he had, he would not have lost his country. In the later stage, his subordinates were all dealt with. He was still writing lyrics. People did not care about what he wrote. They would find a reason to say that his writing was not good. He was not as good as Lu Shan. At least when Lu Shan was alive, he was happy because he was cheated by Zhuge Liang. At that time, Zhuge Liang wanted the Sima family to seize power, so he had to establish his prestige. He could have developed steadily, but he did not. He sent troops again and again. People's actions were all purposeful. Zhuge Liang was in his own land. It was not easy to accumulate things and people, but he had to fight. What was he after? It depended on how many people with the surname Zhuge and Sima. They were doing it for their family. Zhuge Liang did not have a country in his heart. At that time, no one in the world had a country in their heart. It was just like Li Yi's war-torn country. The people from the Minamata family were happy. The people from the Yashashu and Yoshimura families ate while observing. They saw the warships with torches, and the navy of the Tang dynasty in good clothes. They knew how they lost. The army of the Tang dynasty came to help. The people from the two families who were captured were in a bad mood. Their weapons, iron and copper tools were confiscated. Fortunately, the Minamata family did not want their clothes. The two family heads sat next to each other. They did not know what to feel. They only knew that their family was gone. They would become vassals of the Minamata family in the future. Yoshimura Suzuki was beside Yashishitsang. Both of them were in good condition. They were just a little tired from rushing over. The people from the Minamata family brought stewed fish and grilled fish. In addition, there were large scallops steamed with soy sauce. They were good food, especially the soy sauce. The Japanese Empire did not have soy sauce, but there was natto. This was not invented by the Japanese Empire. It was learned from China. Ordinary people could not afford it. The beans and jars were quite precious. He doesn't want to kill us. Yoshimura Suzuki did not eat. He sat in a daze for a while and said, "He's just putting on a show for others. If he kills us, others will be worried, and will not exchange with them." Yashishitsang also did not eat. He was thinking about Minamata Inaya's intentions. What should we do? Yoshimura Suzuki did not blame Yashishitsang, because it was useless. It was the Yoshimura family who found the Yashisha family and asked them to help. In the end, both families were involved. There were even lives on their hands. No matter where they went, they could not explain it. Chapter 17:11. The Minamata family didn't care about what the other two families thought. They were the happiest. They didn't need to pay for labor anymore. They just needed to give them food to eat and save money on other things. At the same time, the biggest crisis was solved. People who came to trade with them in the future would not be robbed or killed. Chang'an in the Tang dynasty is like this every night. When the night ends, it becomes morning. People can go out to eat at any time. You can find any woman there. Unfortunately, we can't find one. We have no money. Kazuko doesn't give us money. Their boats don't need oars. They pedal. It's hot. There are many people at night. People are not allowed to carry poles or push carts to other places at night. People need to sleep. They have a lot of cows, horses, donkeys, and mules. They put a bag behind their butts and put their feces in the bag. People who had been to the Tang dynasty began to tell others that even a bonfire party had to be compared to Chang'an in the Tang dynasty. You've said it twice. Someone who was eating was annoyed. I'm afraid you can't remember. Do you know how wide the roads in Chang'an are? From here to there. The person continued. Some people liked to hear it. They liked it after hearing it a few times. For example, the wives and children of people who went to the Tang dynasty had extra gifts for their families. Everyone had gifts. Li gave them to others. He hoped to make a breakthrough here and become a stable stronghold. Lan Bao was drawing with the smell of toilet water. He was good at drawing. He learned it when he was an apprentice. If he couldn't even draw, how could he make all kinds of things with patterns? Minamata Kazuko handed him tools and all kinds of rulers. Lan Bao designed a big warehouse, drainage, feces pit, internal structure, and materials. He was afraid that it would be destroyed in a heavy rain or a typhoon. He piled stones to make a strong warehouse. Now he had people. His father-in-law was drinking with people of status in the family. He didn't deal with people of status now. Those who wanted to challenge his position were taken away by him and locked up. After he was locked up, he would be released. He must stabilize his position as the patriarch. The wine they drank was white wine mixed with cold water. The alcohol content was very low. For people who had never drunk white wine before, drinking a few glasses could still make them drunk. The people of the Nantiang clan were very respectful to the clan leader. After all, he had a good daughter. Lan Bao is busy again. He's writing and painting. The knowledge of the Tang dynasty is good. I'll go and have a look. Namida Inaya drank a mouthful of wine and stood up to go to the side. Actually, the distance between them was only 5 steps. He could just sit there and talk. Father-in-law. Lan Bao heard the voice and put down his brush. He moved a stool over. Don't you want to eat some skewers? Seeing that his son-in-law was satisfied, Inaya Mineta sat down and asked with concern. I ate a little. I'll have a few more bites after I finish painting. Father-in-law, don't drink too much wine. It'll be hard for you to sleep at night. Lan Bao replied and picked up the unfinished drawing. Father-in-law, please take a look. We need to build a few scattered stone warehouses. We need to dig canals outside, divided into open canals and underground canals. There should also be water next to the food storage, so that if there was a fire, it could be used to extinguish the fire. Leave 4 doors open. If something really happens, open all 4 doors. Lan Bao used the simplest words to introduce, and Manamida Inaya would say good from time to time, regardless of whether he understood it or not. His purpose was not to explain how to build the warehouses. He wanted others to see that he had a good relationship with his son-in-law. Lan Bao knew that he still had to put on an act and cooperate with his father-in-law. Minamida Kazuko was roasting a large conch by the side. She used a grate and dipped the meat in seasoning before placing it on a plate. The plate was made of porcelain with exquisite patterns on it. It was a gift from the Li family Zhuangzi. Pa! A sound came from the side. A child from the family went to scoop the stewed fish. He took a bowl and did not dare to throw it away. He quickened his steps and tripped. Lan Bao put down the drawing and ran over. He picked the child up from behind and observed the child's face and small hands. He asked, "Where does it hurt?" The child shook his head in panic. Suddenly, he saw the broken bowl and the spilled fish on the ground. He revealed a frightened expression and cried, it's okay. Stop, why did you come over? Why are you so fierce? Are you going to hit the child? Lan Bao coaxed the child. A man rushed over and scolded him. He broke something. The man was shouted at and quickly stopped. Will the thing be better if you hit him? Lan Bao understood the adult's thoughts. Hitting the child would teach him a lesson. The child already knew that he was wrong. Look at how frightened he was. Next time, take a tray and walk with it. If you accidentally trip again, throw the tray away. Don't hurt yourself. Lan Bao turned around and said to the crying child, don't adults fall too? Kazuko, are you stupid? Look at how frightened the child is. Leader Lan is talking to you. Minamida Inaya shouted at Minamida Kazuko. Actually, he felt sorry for the beautiful porcelain bowl. There were 4 similar bowls in a set. Since one was broken, there were only 3 left. Yes, I've wronged the child. I didn't take good care of him. What else could Minamida Kazuko do? Fix an autumn bowl. When someone accidentally breaks the others, fix it. I brought a lot of porcelain. Lan Bao did not feel sorry for him. In the past, if he broke one, he would cry whenever he thought about it. Now that he had money, he knew how much it cost. There were many kilns in the capital and the surrounding prefectures. Usually they would burn pottery. Once in a while they would burn porcelain. Most families use pottery to entertain their guests. If the children broke a lot of pottery, the parents would clean it up after seeing it. It was not worth much. If the bowl was filled with braised pork, they would pick it up, wash it, and heat it up in the pot. They would not throw away the noodles or rice. They would boil it with water. The hot noodles would become cold noodles, and the steamed rice would become boiled rice. If it was filled with soup, they would throw it away. There was little in the soup. It was all water. Autumn, the child stopped crying and pointed at the bowl on the ground. He was illiterate, but he knew what the 4 bowls were from Lan Bao's words. Minamata Kazuko came over and brought the child back. Someone came to clean up. Jiang Chuan and the others are not coming down for dinner? Minamata Inaya looked at a boat. They are tired and resting on the boat. They should have eaten already. Lan Bao was not sure about the winged knights arrangement. He knew that the winged knights wanted to sleep well. The boat was the safest. Are the people in Chang'an of the Tang dynasty eating now? Minamata Inaya glanced around and felt that this night was particularly warm. The people who work early in the morning go to bed early tomorrow. They are only willing to eat supper when the people who work in shifts at the dock get off work. In addition, the students who earn living expenses during the day and study at night will come out at this time. They will find a place with light to read and communicate with their companions. They are usually in the area under the Li family Zhuangzi's jurisdiction in the south of Chang'an. Lan Bao told the truth. Not everyone did not sleep at night. How rich must they be? Everyone still had to live. Even if it is far away? Minamata Inaya wished he could go to Chang'an of the Tang dynasty to take a look. There are public buses. The students can take the tickets. They don't need to spend money. The elderly don't need to spend money. The children don't need to spend money. The disabled don't need to spend money. And the non-commissioned officer don't need to spend money. Lan Bao said a series of things about not needing to spend money. Chang'an was like that. What about the bus fare? Minamata Inaya thought of the cost. The imperial court will subsidize it. The Li family Zhuangzi will subsidize it in the south of the city. The students can eat a bowl of noodles at night. Lan Bao said with a different smile. Chapter 17:12. Lan Bao couldn't describe his feelings with words. He hadn't studied for a long time and didn't have a photographic memory. He felt that his Tang dynasty was good, just like the people in the Duojing government. At this time, the sky in Chang'an was later than in the Japanese Empire. The lights in the south of the city were the brightest. When some shops were closed, they would bring the lights to the places where they were open for the students to use. This included the glass lamps with candles inside. Kerosene, gasoline, and diesel had other uses, and paraffin was a byproduct. Most of the paraffin was bought by merchants, and it was much cheaper to light oil lamps in other places. Few students came by car. It cost a lot to live in the city, and the price of inns was high. The residential area after Ba Bridge was not allowed to enter. It used to be allowed. They either lived in other counties, because it was cheaper and inconvenient to communicate. Most of them lived in Chang'an and in the south of the city. They had a certificate and lived in a small house without a toilet or kitchen. It only cost 1 yuan a day. They prepared their own night buckets and poured them out at a fixed place during the day. It was called night incense, and they washed it. Just like in Li Yi's old Shanghai, there were carts collecting the waste in the morning. After pouring it in, they went to the central place to wash it with water. They had to line up. If any student said that he couldn't stand such dirty things, he would refuse. Then there was no need to take the imperial examination. If he couldn't pass, he couldn't even answer all the questions correctly. Li Yi could jump into the methane pool to take things out. Other people also had to do it. You can't do it? Why are you so delicate? Students can do it. The 42 and 220 students before Li family Zhuangzi had to help deal with the livestock sheds and chicken coops. Then they all got A in the imperial examination, which meant that doing dirty and tiring work had an extra status when taking the imperial examination. Brother Feng Shua, did you go to the manure pit during the day again? Smell, there's no smell on you. A few students were reading under the lights in the south of the city. Some of them were talking to their classmates. The person called Feng Shua was surnamed Shi, and his name was Yongqiu. He made a lot of money from his work, mainly because he was careful. When he dug, he spilled very little, and didn't spill any on the road. Before he dug out the manure pit, he would spread a layer of sand around it. After sprinkling the sand, he would put the sand into the big bucket in the car. What was even more amazing was that he had prepared water soaked in perilla leaves and sprayed it with a pump to cover the smell. At the end of the day, he could earn more than 50 yuan, free baths and a free lunch. His breakfast depended on which workshop he went to. After he went in, the workshop head was also willing to give him a meal. At night he didn't eat. Instead he came here to study. After he was done, he ate a bowl of noodles and walked over while reciting what he had learned. Yes, I've washed it. Since I'm doing this job, I use soap to bathe. Sure, Yongqiu also smelled himself to make sure there was no bad smell. Which workshop are we going to tomorrow? Another person asked casually. Tomorrow. Tomorrow is the birthday of Prince Shui's eldest son. Sure, Yongqiu paused. Brother Feng Shua, you got the invitation? The person who asked before was surprised. At the same time, he felt a little sour in his heart. It was Vice President Zhong's recommendation. My results in the painting competition were passable. Sure, Yongqiu gave the answer. He had used Zhong Xiaojing's connections. Zhong Xiaojing was sponsored by Li family Zhuangzi to organize the competition. He picked the best ones and brought them to celebrate the birthday of Prince Shui's eldest son. Brother Feng Shua, if that's the case, you're going to have a meteoric rise. Another person was also jealous, but he couldn't ridicule him. Meteoric rise? What meteoric rise? It's not like you don't know that if you want to walk the path of recommendation, you have to pass Dr. Li's test. Those who can pass the imperial examination were recommended, but Dr. Li didn't agree. Later on, they passed the imperial examination. Those who are recommended by Dr. Li will definitely have a higher ranking in the imperial examination. Sure, Yongqiu shook his head lightly. The path of recommendation was too difficult. No matter how many things you know, Li guaranteed that he would be able to get to the bottom of what you are best at. How many books did Li write the annotations? What everyone learned was what he wrote. Shangshu, great learning, the doctrine of the mean. Wasn't it all because of the annotations written by Li? The key point was that these books were all correct, but it only proved that you tried hard to memorize them. The subsequent problems were so difficult that it made people doubt their life. The key point was that if Li didn't pass the recommendation, he wouldn't be able to hold his head high if he passed the imperial examination. If he said that Li didn't like him, he would still rely on his own ability. It was useless. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't lack the imperial examination at all. You can pass the imperial examination, but you can't pass Dr. Li's test. Isn't that normal? After passing the test, you will be directly awarded an official position. Then take the imperial examination, and your ranking will be high. After the examination, you will be waiting to be assigned an official position, but it might not be real power. Obviously, you want to go through the back door, but in the end, you have to go through the same examination as the Xiaocai examination. If you want to be assigned an official position, fine. You can go to the county's registrar outside the capital, the county's deputy, and the county's deputy. Then a group of people will watch over you. Not only can you not make mistakes, but you also have to make political achievements and recommend your prince to bear the pressure. What kind of relationship and talent do you have to make a certain prince do this for you? Do you know how much the prince will suffer if you don't make political achievements? Of course, the other kind of imperial examination is different. If you have talent and learning, but don't have the qualifications to take the imperial examination, the requirements will be lowered, and you will be given an official position first. The students were in a good mood again. Yes, sure, Yongqiu wants to be recommended, but it will be difficult. Brothery, do you have good wine? I brought you a person. Do you know how good he is in regular script? Today, I will show you how to draw. Li was barbecuing skewers outside when Li Chengqi chased after him with a man in his 40s. I didn't bring wine or white wine for barbecued skewers. It's not good to drink white wine at night, so I only have beer. The yellow wine is used for the skewers. Li first gave a palace made a big handful of barbecued skewers to let the others eat. He put some on a tray for himself and walked over. After putting down the tray, he cupped his fists towards the man. Brother, the weather is hot. How about drinking some cold beer? Okay. The other party also cupped his fists. Li Yi poured 3 cups of beer and took a sip first. However, the man directly raised his head and gulped it down. It's a 2-liter cup. When Li Yi was in the karaoke bar, a bottle of beer was more than 300 milliliters. A 2-liter cup could fill 6 cups. A 500 milliliters jug of beer was 4 jugs. Not to mention drinking wine, even drinking water. Li Yi took a deep breath and put the cup in front of his mouth again. Gulp, gulp. I can't lose. Why are you drinking so much stronger than before? I'm a little dizzy. Ugh. The man who finished a large cup of beer burped at this time. Li Yi. He turned around and walked to a place where there was no one. Wah, I vomited. I haven't eaten the skewers yet. I've been barbecuing for others. Can I still eat after drinking so much beer? On the way back, he took a detour to get some edamame. Just now I died, right? Li Yi was just about to say that he was going to get something when he saw the man who was drinking beer vomiting into the bucket. When we came, he had just eaten and didn't drink. There's too much food in his stomach. Li Qingqi helped to explain. Okay, it's good that he vomited. Let's drink slowly. Li Yi was glad that he had been eating on an empty stomach. It was very uncomfortable to vomit after eating. Chapter 17:13. The palace maid next to him fed him water and continued to vomit. After vomiting out everything in his stomach, there was still some in his small intestine. After vomiting, the man seemed much more relaxed and smiled at Li Yi. I ate too much at night and wasted food. It's okay, it's not a big deal. Li Yi expressed his understanding. The man had clearly eaten and was brought to the banquet by Li Qingqi. It would be strange if he could still eat. The capacity of the stomach was limited, and it was not like eating too much had never happened before. Achoo! Achoo! The man was stunned for more than 10 seconds after vomiting and kept sneezing. Did Daoxian catch a cold? Li Qingqi asked with concern and turned to Li Yi. The gastric acid has irritated the roof of the mouth, and the nasal mucosa is uncomfortable. It will be fine in a while. Drink some warm water. You feel uncomfortable eating anything now. Li Yi did not have such a reaction. His stomach was empty, and there was little gastric acid. However, he still went to check the vomit in the bucket to confirm. Sometimes when the small intestine was irritated, there would be a histamine reaction. At this time, it would be an allergic reaction. Sneezing would also cause red spots on the body, followed by swelling. The more one scratched, the more itchy it would be. In the worst case, it would be asthma. Gastric acid also irritated the esophagus and throat, causing allergic reactions. Anyway, vomiting could cause asthma. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of warm water, the man burped. It's okay, beer will be fine. Is it medicine? The man obviously knew Li Yi's identity as a miracle doctor. It's anesthetic. If you drink too much, you won't be able to feel it. Li Yi said with a smile. The man was stunned for a moment, then he smiled. Dr. Li is really humorous. The color pictures in the newspaper, those colors look very good. It's quite troublesome. It needs to be printed. The cost of color pictures and words is high. Li Yi explained how to print. His printing workshop could not automatically mix colors and jet ink. If he wanted to print, he had to draw first and then engrave. It's worth it. I have a collection of every newspaper. Oh, I'm not like the Tubo envoy. The man joked. The Tubo envoy got himself into trouble in order to trick Li Yi. The old newspapers were old to the people of the capital government, but they were new to the entire Tang dynasty. The contents inside were precious. Li Yi picked up a skewer of roasted chicken heads and sprayed it with vinegar. The 3 of them shared one each. She then asked Li Qingqi, "Has elder brother eaten?" "Nope. I came here to look for you, hoping to eat here." Li Qingqi waved his hand, took the chicken head, and ate it with his hands. When the meat is cooked and roasted, it needs to be braised first. When it's cooked, it needs to be heated and seasoned. Roasting it raw meant that it had to be cut open. Otherwise, it wouldn't be cooked even after half a day. If he wanted to roast the chicken head well, he had to use a small fire to simmer it slowly. It would take up a lot of space. Unless it was 20 yuan for one skewer, barbecuing 4 skewers would cost 80 yuan. Otherwise, barbecue sellers would suffer a huge loss. The people brought by Li Qingqi learned to grab the chicken with their hands and eat it slowly. The chicken head had less meat and more bones, so they had to break the bones continuously. After eating a few bites and drinking a mouthful of beer, he looked at Li Yi, who was busy grilling the meat skewers. "Dr. Li, bring me 2 more. Finish the chicken head first. Eat carefully, don't waste it." Li Yi refused. "So stingy? Why don't I draw a picture for you?" The man squeezed Li Yi. "You just vomited, so it's not suitable for you to eat anything. Your gastrointestinal tract hasn't recovered yet. Eat the chicken head slowly. There's a lot of saliva, and it will give your gastrointestinal tract time to recover." Li Yi didn't want to draw, but didn't he know how to draw? The man was stunned again, and then he sighed with emotion. "I misunderstood Dr. Li. Dr. Li is indeed a saint and benevolent." After eating the chicken head, he drank more than half a cup of beer. The pure beer had a high alcohol content, and it was stronger than ordinary wine. "I'll draw a picture. Brush and ink, please." The man wiped his hands with a handkerchief. The palace maids quickly asked the eunuchs to bring a table. It wasn't that they couldn't lift it, but they were women. They should let the men do the hard work. The man dipped his brush in ink, picked up the beer cup, and gulped down the rest of the beer. Then, he picked up the brush and began to draw. Li Yi stood at the side and watched while roasting the skewers. He was prepared to shout a few words against his will, or write a poem to praise him. As he watched, Li Yi's hands stopped roasting the skewers, allowing them to be roasted. After a while, the skewers were burned, and he was awakened. "Wu Dai Dang Feng. Wu Daozi. Brother Yi, you can tell that it's Dao Xian." Li Qingqi smiled. "Yes, Dao Xian is Wu Daozi. Why didn't I think of it just now?" Li Yi suddenly realized that Li Qingqi had mentioned Wu Daozi's name before. "Brother, call Wu Daozi here. When I go back, I will find someone to tell His Majesty. His Majesty has said that no one can draw without an imperial edict." Li Yi felt satisfied. Wu Daozi was indeed better than him in drawing this. Although he could imitate Wu Dai Dang Feng, he couldn't do it with Li Kuei or Li Gui. Li Yi knew why Wu Daozi was with his brother. In history, Wu Daozi had an official name called Ning Wangyu. Just like the little girl who walked in the empress's palace, he was an additional official. However, his brother was still King Song. He didn't change his title because of the Chung in his third brother's mother's posthumous title. At the same time, he wasn't King Ning. King Ning had an even higher position. He was the one who founded the country. After Li Longji secured the throne, he was willing to give King Ning to his eldest brother, who was the crown prince. Just like when Li Yi went to sea, the title of Admiral of Heavenly Strategies belonged to Li Shimin. Now there was no need to give it to King Ning. So what if it was King Song? He still controlled the Chaotian fund of the Tang dynasty. Li Qingqi was in charge of many things at the seaside. "Yes, you should talk to third brother. Otherwise, if His Majesty gets angry, he will dismiss you." Li Qingqi joined in the fun. "If you want to pretend, I will accompany you." So first Madame Gong's son, Ji Zhen Ruoxu and Bogeo are all here? Li Yi named another 4 people. When he saw Wu Daozi, he remembered that they were first Madame Gong's son, He Zhizhang Zhang Ruoxu, and Zhang Su. In fact, Wang Jihuan was also here. However, Wang Jihuan was too arrogant. He was even more arrogant than Li Qingqi. He always thought that there was no one else in the world. Were medical books considered articles? Come, recite all the medical books. Li Qingqi didn't dare to be unrestrained. He just helped the people of the Tang dynasty to live a good life. Now he was worried to death. It had been so many years, but the development was too slow. His 5-year plan was already gone. "Yes. Do you want to meet him?" Li Qingqi didn't think that Li Yi couldn't meet anyone unless the other party was gone. "Not for now. I'm too busy. I don't know what to say when I meet him. Let's leave it to fate." Li Yi actually felt a little nostalgic for these people of the Tang dynasty. Memories. Thirst for knowledge. In fact, he didn't care. Wang Wei and Meng Haoran came to find him. Meng Haoran was so tired of running around. In order to become an official, he didn't give up his position. Wu Daozi, who was in front of him, learned calligraphy from others and became an official. He was very far away. Later, he couldn't work anymore, so he resigned and went to Luoyang. He Zhizhang came from the imperial examination and had a good start. As for Zhang Ruoxu, he was good at writing but not good at politics. He never became an official. Zhang Su was more honest. He grew up in an official's family, so he was willing to be an official. Then he went to Chang'an. These people were quite interesting. Li Yi was not as excited as before. Chapter 1714. It took a long time to draw a painting. Wu Daozi only drew the general posture of a few people and did not fill in the colors. In the Tang dynasty, such paintings were painted with colored ink. Wu Daozi raised his sleeve to wipe his sweat. It was half finished. The rest was easy. He had an apprentice and usually asked his apprentice to paint. No need, just like this, Li Yi said. He did not want color. Colors were worthless. This painting was an unfinished work of Wu Daozi. He warmly invited Wu Daozi to eat skewers and drink. Wu Daozi had worked so hard to come here, and even vomited in order to drink with him. Wu Daozi was also very satisfied. He felt that he had outdone himself. This beer was good. In the future, he would drink beer to paint and not wine. Mosquitoes flew around, but it did not affect everyone's fun. The stability of the Tang dynasty is all thanks to Dr. Li's good plan. Wu Daozi sincerely praised Li Yi. At least he could use more kinds of paint, and the paper was cheaper. It has nothing to do with me. It is all thanks to His Majesty's kindness to the Tang dynasty. The officials brainstormed. The soldiers risked their lives to guard the border, and the people worked hard. The prosperity of the imperial government is not the work of one person. The happiness of the people is the virtue of the many. The tall trees are full of shade, and the single tree is not a forest. The reed leaves are luxuriant, and the single tree is not swaying. The Tang dynasty is a country with hundreds of industries, thousands of roads, and thousands of people working together. Only then can it shake the world and have people come from all directions. Li Yi said sincerely. He was very grateful to Li Longji, Li Qingqi, and the prime ministers. Sometimes these people cooperated with him like idiots. At the same time, they witnessed the rise of the Tang dynasty and put down many power struggles. Otherwise, he could only usurp the throne. They were all dragging him down. He might as well break through and do it himself. If he was tired, so be it. Otherwise, he would not be able to live. Dr. Li, you did the most. I know, His Majesty. Wu Daozi still wanted to praise him. Thank you. Drink up. Li Yi interrupted in time. Don't talk about His Majesty. Why would he talk about His Majesty behind his back? Drink. Okay. Wu Daozi gulped down half a glass of wine and burped. He found that it was not full. Now he could drink. After vomiting, he drank a lot and his body automatically adjusted. Today, he felt that he was in a good state and could drink a lot. Li Yi was normal. He looked at Wu Daozi and thought for a while. Let's sing. Everyone take out your instruments. He had no choice. If he wanted to drink more, the best way was to sing. It would make him excited, and when he sang, his body would move more. Just like the people back then, when they were already drunk after eating and drinking, they ended up singing after eating. Once they started singing, there was simply not enough alcohol to drink. Good. Sing the Swan Goose. I heard that this song was made by Dr. Li to wear down the enemy soldiers? Wu Daozi relaxed. Li Yi gave off an easygoing feeling, without any sense of pressure. Of course, he didn't see how Li Yi looked when he was angry with the chancellors. The chancellors were always on tenterhooks when they ate. The palace maids and eunuchs ran to get musical instruments, which were necessary tools. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan also joined in on the fun. One of them played the violin, while the other played the sun. Li Qingqi didn't have a big drum, so he made a small tambourine to try out the sound. Li Yi took out a harmonica, an accented harmonica. There was no F-sharp or B-flat in the Swan Goose, so there was no need for a chromatic harmonica. The harmonica itself was an octave apart between the two rows. If one played an octave chord with 9 holes, the best effect would be to block the tongue in the middle and add accompaniment, but it would exhaust the lungs. Fortunately, Li Yi's lung capacity was large, and he didn't play an octave chord the whole time. Therefore, Wu Daozi sang an off-key song at the top of his voice. Swan goose sky, hong geese up in sky, line up river water long autumn grass. On the Hudong Road, the heavenly soldiers cruised 3 to 5 miles ahead. In the night, the soldiers were also singing softly. They had musical instruments, but they didn't dare to use them. Those were all military instruments. Were they going to blow the horn? Or were they going to beat the drum? They didn't have alcohol to drink, and they didn't eat skewers either. They were afraid that drinking alcohol would cause problems and cause smoke to rise from the bonfire. However, they had individual self-heating rations, which could be heated by pouring water in. The cost was a little higher, and they didn't have aluminum foil. They used other things as a sandwich. After pouring water into the outer layer and waiting for a while, the fragrant and hot food would be ready. It was much simpler than Li Yi's, but it couldn't be compared to that time. At that time, there was no food, and there were drones to deliver it. The heavenly soldiers had several types of individual rations. The soldiers' favorite was braised pork, braised quail eggs, and braised pork with preserved vegetables. They had a lot of oil and were mainly flavorful. There was no staple food inside. They could bring their own staple food. If they could bring individual rations, why couldn't they bring some fried rice, fried noodles, or dead noodles? As long as the food was delicious, it was fine. The staple food could be soaked in water and eaten with the food until it was fragrant enough. If there was soup in the food, it wouldn't be a problem to dip it in the soup. Here, eat 2 pieces of jerky. I've soaked it for you. This time, the battalion commander in charge, Shiryu, gave the jerky that had been soaked in water for more than 10 minutes to the dogs. There was too much salt on the outside of the jerky, so it had to be soaked out. He was a hunter himself, and he had always kept hunting dogs at home. He could handle ordinary wild beasts, such as wild boars, which were the most powerful ones he could handle. If it was tigers, it wouldn't work. His hunting dogs wouldn't dare to charge when they saw a tiger barking with all their might. Some would even be scared to the point of peeing and couldn't stand up. He had always envied hunters who could raise mountain guard dogs. Their dogs would bite even though they knew they would die. Soldiers had no will to live, so they became the formation breaker. Dogs had the will to die, so they became mountain guard dogs. Shiryu envied those who had mountain guard dogs. They didn't despise their own dogs, as long as they didn't go to the tigers. Wild boars weren't a problem. If their own team encountered a black bear or tiger, would they need their dogs to charge? After the sound of gunshots, they would all become prey. They quickly dealt with it and sent it back to exchange for money. The extra money could be used to ask others to help bring it back home. If he took a break, he would help other brothers bring it back. The 3 big dogs he brought had always been very obedient. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't bark. If they encountered a rabbit, they would rush up and bring it back. If they were touched on the head by their owner, it would seem that everything was worth it. If they encountered a pack of wolves, they would run away quickly. There were too many wolves. If the 3 of them attacked the alpha wolf together, the chances of winning would be lower. Not to mention there were other wolves. If they ran back to find their owner would go with others to kill the wolves. Then they could show off their strength. Now there was dried meat and some salt. It was delicious. Most animals like to eat salt. Dogs also like to eat it, but eating too much would affect their sense of smell. At the same time, they had to drink more water. This isn't preserved vegetable braised pork. It's pickled pork. There's a little distiller's grains. The rest are all big pieces of streaky pork. Li Dongzhu is really generous. A soldier heated up the dish and found that the ingredients were different. It wasn't written on the package. Your meat is bad. The color is wrong. Let me try it. A person beside him came forward. No need. I like to eat bad meat. You eat yours. This person wasn't stupid. What do you mean you'll try it? What will I eat after you try it? Will you let me try your braised pork? I'll take a bite. Woo woo woo. Oh oh oh. Woof woof woof. While everyone was joking, Shiryu's 3 dogs spat out the food in their mouths and barked softly in a direction. Get ready, Datang. Shiryu knew that they had discovered the situation. His dogs wouldn't bark like that unless it was a special situation. Someone inserted the end of the bamboo tube into the soil and put his ear on the hole. Battalion Commander Cavalry. There are many. The Turks are on the move. Let's finish eating quickly and set off. Sure you didn't forget to eat. How could he fight on an empty stomach? Chapter 17:15. The soldiers in front of the Celestial Army changed their usual slow chewing and swallowing movements. Instead, they gobbled down the food in big mouthfuls. Shiryu's 3 dogs were smart enough to notice that something was wrong. They quickly chewed and swallowed the dried meat. It was time for them to set off. The Celestial Army's front line consisted of 1 man and 4 horses. They were the kind of soldiers who fought when they could and ran when they couldn't. After the soldiers finished eating, one of them carried 2 dogs while Shiryu carried one of them. The dog didn't struggle. As a hunter, it would be embarrassing if Shiryu couldn't even handle this little bit of training. The troops set off and followed the direction they heard. They wanted to see who it was and what it was. The man carrying the other 2 dogs put half of a steamed bun in front of the dog's mouth and urged the horse to the dog. Hurry up and eat it. I'll throw you down when the fight starts. The dog didn't mind. It bit off a piece and ate it into its stomach. Then it bit and licked. I'll stuff it in. The man carrying the dog knew that the dog didn't dare to bite the man's hand. He stuffed the rest of the steamed bun into the dog's mouth. When he pulled his hand out, the dog started to chew. Not to mention hunting dogs. Li Yi's family had a lot of good dogs. When the adults tried to break the dog's mouth, the dog struggled. If it was a child, the dog wouldn't dare to move for fear of hurting the young master's hand. So be it. You're young anyway, you can't hurt me. If the child slapped the dog's face, the dog would still have to accompany its young master. If it was a cat, the cat would slap back if the child dared to slap the cat's face. At most, it wouldn't show its claws. The cats raised by the imperial family of the Tang dynasty were more docile and had a way. Everyone would hit them. Only when they ran to one person would the others stop. Even if the cat didn't have a hierarchy, it knew who could protect it. When the owner waved, the cat would be obedient. It couldn't be helped. A well-raised dog would recognize its owner. If it was beaten, it wouldn't compromise. If it couldn't fight, it would die. If it could run, it would run to its owner. If the owner was beaten, it would bite. If it died, it would die. Therefore, Li family Zhuangzi didn't raise cats. He didn't have the time to play with the cats. If you don't know how to raise a cat, a poor family can't raise a cat. If your living conditions are not good, the cat will leave. If you are poor, other people have meat to eat, but you don't. Leave. Dogs, on the other hand, wouldn't do that. Even if they were poor, they would endure being beaten. If you feel that your master is spoiling you too much, then try to bite him. If your master doesn't hit you, then you can bite your master to death next time. Your status has changed. In history, Li Longji and Yang Guifei got a Persian cat as a pet. The cat felt that it was better here and couldn't find a better place. Now there were also cats on the grassland, or rather feline animals. When they saw a large group of cavalrymen running, they all ran away. Why would they run away like a pack of canines? That was not something they should touch. With the binoculars in hand, Shiryu's team finally found another team. The scouts are in groups of 10, and we've discovered 7 groups with different faces. There are at least 5,000 of them, and each scout has 3 mounts. The main force should be 1 person on 2 mounts. Shiryu's army of 500 scouts was sent out, and they brought back information. They couldn't enter, as the enemy's scouts were too concentrated. If they entered, they would be attacked. He wasn't afraid of fighting, but he was afraid of alerting the enemy. The other party was obviously going to launch a sneak attack. When they realized that the situation was not right, they would turn around and attack them. Commander, sure, the Turks are going to the Shi tribe. They are too fast. Another team of scouts returned. 10 men, go and inform the Shi tribe to prepare. Send another 10 men back to report that there is a problem within the Turks. No, report it truthfully, but tell them our considerations. Shiryu instantly judged the situation. The Turks were going to war with the outside world. They had to either stabilize the situation or shift the conflict. To stabilize the situation, they naturally had to expand. To stabilize the situation, they had to fight for power. As the commander, Shiryu thought of many things in an instant, but he didn't dare to give any accurate information. He could only report it truthfully. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The two teams ran away. They threw their things to the other teams and ran with all their might, reducing the burden on the horses. However, the water and grains that the horses drank were not reduced at all. It was not a problem for the people, but the horses had to pursue speed. "Commander, what do we do?" The captain beside him asked. "What else can we do? Preserve the horses. Once they attack the Shi tribe, we will ambush them when they are in formation or charging. We have guns. When they arrive at the Shi tribe's territory, and the Shi tribe organizes a defense, we will look at the situation and go out." Shiryu thought of many things in an instant. He intentionally let these people go. If they attacked now, the other side would be defeated. He wouldn't be able to gain much advantage, but the Shi tribe would be safe. He had to make the Shi tribe afraid. And then his team would fight to prove that the Tang dynasty's army could protect the Shi tribe. He didn't care about 10 times the number of troops. The range of the bow and the range of the gun was too far apart. The gun was indeed inaccurate on the horse, but the bow was accurate? Who didn't know how to shoot? Didn't they know how much the wind would affect the arrow? Shiryu had already discovered it, but it wasn't him who discovered it. It was the border army who tested it. The stronger the wind, the more powerful the gun. If the distance was small, the stronger the wind from the bow and arrow. Who knew where it would be blown? Sniping was difficult, but they could at least guess one of the shots, right? If the enemy died, and they didn't die, it would be a victory. There was also the downwind. If the enemy was downwind, and their team was downwind, they would still stop their horses, aim and shoot. After 2 rounds of shooting, the bow and arrow wouldn't have enough range. The border army had already studied it, and they had practiced with a lot of bullets. Check the bullets. Don't let anything go wrong. Li Dongzhu's words were repeated several times in his heart. It's time to start. Shiryu couldn't tell if he was afraid or excited, but he was very excited. They were finally going to fight. What was wrong with the Tujue? Understood. 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 Good. I'm watching. No problem. Yes. A mess of responses sounded. Everyone checked the bullets. Riding the horse didn't delay, except for the one carrying the dog. Be obedient and don't move. Let me check the guns. When it's time to fight, you run. You just need to report. A soldier carrying a dog talked to the dog. The dog couldn't understand, but it could feel the emotions. The dog was lying in front of the man, its 2 paws behind the horse's neck to maintain balance. It didn't need people to carry it. It knew that it was tired from running, but it wasn't tired on the horse. Do you want to kill the scout? The scout on his side ran back and asked Shiryu. Do you want to do it? Then isn't it over? Keep a distance, don't let them see us. Their scouts are riding 3 horses each, and the regular army has 2 more. We have 4 horses, and we have the advantage in speed. Don't fight with the enemy. Shiryu shouted back. He knew that the scouts on his side were itching for a fight. They could surround and kill the enemy's scouts at any time. Chapter 17:16. Shiryu's camp was far behind the Tujue's camp. There were many Tujue scouts, so he wasn't in a hurry even if he couldn't get in. He was 300 miles ahead of the Celestial Army, north of Huada County in Inner Mongolia, when Li Yi was there. The Tujue were going to Guyuan County in Hebei Province when Li Yi was there, next to Inner Mongolia. Guyuan County was exactly 300 miles away from Huada County, and the Shi tribe's leader, Li Daxiao, was in charge here. Li Daxiao was the same as Li Shihua. He didn't marry the princess and stayed in Chang, and with Li Shihua. At this time, his younger brother, Li Lisu, was in charge of the Shi tribe. This was the Luan River basin above Qingda, when Li Yi was there. The Khitans were in charge of the east where Li Shihua was. At this speed, the Tujue would arrive before tomorrow morning. They had torches, but Shiryu's team didn't. The binoculars only needed to see the light spots, so they followed slowly. The messenger was fast, and each of them had 4 horses, so they didn't carry much weight. They followed for 2 hours, and the Tujue's team slowed down. Shiryu's team changed direction and ran southeast, where there was a small river. The Tujue also had a river where they rested, so they couldn't let the horses drink. Both teams rested, and Shiryu's 3 dogs ran to the river to drink. At this moment, the Great Tang soldiers only lit a few dozen small torches for Ma Xiaoming to drink. After half an hour, the Tujue's team continued forward, and the Tang dynasty's team followed. The other 10 riders continued to run, and they didn't give the horses time to rest. Anyway, they took turns to ride for 300 miles, so they wouldn't be tired. The 2 teams ran one after another until midnight, and they were less than 30 miles away from the Shi tribe. The Celestial Army knew that they needed to rest. Obviously, the Tujue wanted to launch a surprise attack at dawn, so they were the most tired. Sure enough, the Tujue's team stopped again, but there was no river, so they could only let the horses eat grass. Shiryu's team also didn't have a river, so he put down the dogs and said, "Go, find a well nearby." The 3 dogs were stunned, and they turned and ran in the same direction. The team followed. The dogs' running speed wasn't fast, so they ran and sniffed. About half an hour later, the 3 dogs stopped at a place and circled around it. Shiryu immediately went over, and under the illumination of the torch, he touched the ground and examined it. He lifted up a patch of grass, and the grass on it was still very tall. Below was a wooden board. When the wooden board was removed, a pipe appeared. The people next to him took the parts above the pressure well, assembled them, and poured water into it to draw water. After a dozen breaths of time, the clear water was forced out. The soldiers took out tools to collect water and feed the horses first. This was also the reason why Shiryu always brought his dogs with him. They would secretly dig wells and cover them, and most of the time, they would not know where the wells were. He couldn't leave any obvious markings on the side, so that others could still see it. The 3 dogs had peed in a large area. Unless it was a heavy rain, the dogs could still find them. Even if the smell of urine was gone, the dog could still locate the well, but it would take some effort. When Ma Quan had drunk enough water, he began to drink. Shiryu continued to take out jerky to feed the dog, and the dog did a good job. On the other side, a team of 10 people had arrived at their position. They shouted, "Heavenly Army Scouts, urgent military situation." Under the torches in the camp, some people were looking around with binoculars. 10 people lit torches and raised their binoculars as well. Both sides confirmed that they were on the same side. The others did not have binoculars. "Come over quickly," the other party called out. 40 horses ran over. "I am Heavenly Army Scout Gaoli. I want to see Li Xiaotang." The captain of the 10 people asked. "Wait, eat and drink first." The person who had asked the question just now ran away. A group of Shi clansmen came over to help lead the horses and deliver things to the 10 people at the same time. The 10 people only drank water and did not eat. They were not hungry. The food they had eaten before was still in their stomachs. After a few minutes, Li Xiaotang entered the room. "Generally we are." Gao Li explained the situation, and did not mention that there might be problems within the Turks. The other party had already attacked this side. What was the internal situation important? "Thank you." After Li Xiaotang heard this, he turned around and ran out. One by one, the horses ran away, and the camp began to get busy. The resting people were woken up. They ate and drank a few mouthfuls of water, and prepared to face the enemy. The stronghold was made of soil and wood. The bottom part was soil. The wood was nailed into the soil, and there was another part above. A ditch was dug outside, but there was no water in the ditch. The ditch was not deep, but the horses would definitely not be able to get up. The people who were woken up cursed the Turks. When they learned that the other party had 5,000 people, they curled their lips. No matter how weak the Shi clan was, they could not be defeated by 5,000 Turks. Who were they looking down on? Some soldiers carried buckets of water and poured it on the grain to prevent the Turks from having the chance to rush there and start a fire. First, they wet the outer layer and wait for the enemy to retreat before drying it and eating it. The inner layer was still dry. They could not set fire to the inside, right? The people in front of the Shi clan were preparing. Another group of 10 people returned to the Celestial Army camp around the same time. Zhang Jiajin was woken up. When he heard the news, he washed his face and walked around the room with his hands behind his back. After walking around a dozen times, he stopped and ordered, "Send someone to find Zhang Jiyun. Tell him to send troops to the east of the Celestial Army. The Celestial Army will send 20,000 troops to the north, and then turn northeast to intercept the Turks." Yes, the messenger went down. The bugle horn sounded in the Celestial Army camp, and the other bugle horns followed. Zhang Jiajin wrote letters and released pigeons. He had pigeons here. No one knew how to train pigeons, so they were usually kept in cages to be fed. He caught 2 pigeons and put the letters in the bamboo tubes that the pigeons carried with them. He let go, and the pigeons flapped their wings and flew up before landing again. The 2 pigeons cooed a few times as if communicating with each other before flying up again. They circled twice in the sky before finding the right direction and disappearing outside the light of the torches. They should be making a move. Since the Turks have come out, the imperial court will deal with them. Zhang Jiajin clenched his fists. He was already feeling depressed guarding here and wanted to send troops to fight. The Celestial Army did not have enough troops. If the imperial court wanted to fight, they would have to send more troops. When the Shi clan and the Khitans sent troops together, there might be no more Turks by the time autumn came. The 20,000 cavalrymen with large backpacks organized their troops. Each person rode 2 horses. They did not have that many horses to equip them with. They were eating canned meat. They chewed hard on the canned meat in the bamboo tubes. After eating, they threw the bamboo tubes away and set off in batches. There was no pre-battle mobilization. Zhang Jiajin stood at the entrance of the camp and watched. At the same time, he prayed that his brothers would not die. He prayed that they would kill the enemy and bring back many horses. The Turks who were being targeted did not know that their movements had been exposed. They set off again. This time their speed was not fast. They waited until dawn to give the horses more time to rest. The sun did not rise, but the darkness gradually disappeared. The sky in the west was the first to brighten. The Turks were less than 5 li away from the nearest camp. The horses began to speed up. Chapter 17:17. More than 10,000 horses galloped. The ground shook a few miles away, and the sound could be heard. There were 5 strongholds in front of the Shi tribe. Each stronghold had 3,000 people. There were no other people here. They were all warriors. Less than 10 miles behind them was the Luan River. There were strongholds on both sides of the river. The strongholds in front were still warriors, and the ones behind were ordinary Shi tribe people. They needed to use the water from the Luan River to water their fields. There were fields on both sides of the river. They would only come over when they harvested. The Luan River was deep and shallow. The shallow parts could be walked by wading in the water, and riding horses was not a problem. In the past, the Shi tribe was a semi-nomadic tribe. They had a place to live, and in the winter, they would stay in a relatively stable residence. They also grew grain, usually wheat and sorghum. They also grazed. Now they grew a lot of rice and raised livestock and poultry. Lideya was in Chang'an. Through trade, the Shi tribe people had plenty of tools. Otherwise, how could the strongholds be built so well? They also cultivated paddy fields and needed short curved plows. The houses they built were made of bricks and covered with thatch. The tiles had not been baked yet, and they were just burning bricks. Chengda had an open-pit coal mine. Li Yi did not want to talk about it, but he felt that the Shi tribe needed it. He could not possibly transport coal from the side, right? There was. The heavenly soldiers were in Shangxi Datang City, Tianjin County. Did Shangxi Datang have coal? The heavenly soldiers had a coal mine. It was more than 300 miles to transport coal to the Shi tribe. Wouldn't it be better to transport other things? Under Li Yi's guidance, the Shi tribe people found the open-pit coal mine. No matter how big it was enough for them. At this moment, the people living by the river ran into the cellar. They were all distressed about their houses. If the Turks rushed over and set the houses on fire, they would have to rebuild the beams. The walls were made of bricks, so they were not afraid of fire. The livestock and poultry were released. When the time came they could run. It would be lucky if they could escape. Dang 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 dang. Enemy attack, the Turks are coming. Get up, the Turks are coming. The people standing guard at the front of the strongholds banged their gongs and shouted. Then the gongs of the other 4 strongholds rang out. The Turks did not seem to want to attack the stronghold at all. Their group rushed past the stronghold and toward the river. Then, they changed their direction slightly, wanting to go around the stronghold by the river. The drawbridges of the 5 strongholds were lowered, and the doors opened almost at the same time. Dozens and hundreds of people rushed out, all of them in a sorry state. Some of them did not even have their bows. They screamed desperately, trying to protect their families behind the river. They had only traveled a few li when the Tujuatubo divided their forces. One of the 5,000 men was divided into 3,000, the other into 2,000. The 2 teams rushed towards the nearest stronghold. There were still people coming out of the stronghold one after another. There was no formation. The Turks knocked their arrows with excitement written all over their faces. Then the people who rushed out turned their horses around and ran back. Just now they were risking their lives, but now they ran even faster. The Turks thought that the She people were afraid of death, so they shouted. While they were charging, additional sounds of horse hooves joined in. Cavalrymen rushed out of the gates of 4 of the 5 strongholds in neat rows, all of them fully armed. The cavalrymen who ran out quickly increased the speed of their horses, and 2 of the She people who were targeted ran around the stronghold. The cavalrymen of the other 3 strongholds rushed to the rear of the stronghold. They knocked their arrows, and were ready to draw their bows at any time. Other than the difference in the number of stones, their bows and arrows were the same. They were standard equipment of the Tang dynasty, with leather armor on their bodies and wooden helmets on their heads. The Turks were quite smart. They saw the situation and the equipment of the other party, and knew that they had fallen into a trap. Charge, cross the river, go to the back and kill them, the leader commanded. They looked for gaps in the cavalry formation, not giving up. The 2 sides crossed each other at a certain distance and shot arrows. From time to time, people would fall from their horses. Kill. Sure, you thought that the She people would have a hard time fighting. But it seemed that the Turks were finished. He did not want to wait. The 480 men rushed towards the 3,000 Turks, where the highest commander was. Ka 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 ka. The heavenly soldiers lowered the front of their helmets, opened the front of their guns, loaded the bullets and pressed their fire caps in, ready to fire at any time. The 3 dogs did not move and stayed where they were. Their mission was not to bite the hooves of the horses. If they rushed in, they would be trampled to death. The Turks who were going back and forth to the back of the Luan River did not hear the sound of hooves. The battlefield was too chaotic. They rushed through the night. The She people slept first, and when they were woken up, they still had time to adapt. The morale of the 2 sides was not on the same line. The Turks were tenacious. They wanted to cross the river, so someone had to stop the 5 strongholds. The horses slowed down in the water and became fixed targets. They were looking for an opportunity to distance themselves. The 3,000 men ran, and Shiryu's men gradually approached. There are fewer people there. Charge. The commander of the 3,000 men weighed the battlefield and saw a team with fewer people. He wanted to disrupt the enemy's formation by charging at this team. The team adjusted slightly and rushed towards the heavenly soldiers. Stop 2 rows. Shiryu saw that they dared to attack him. He ordered. The 480 men formed 2 rows in a short time. The front row and the back row raised their guns in the gap. About 300 meters. Fire! Shiryu shouted. Bang! 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 The first row of guns fired and they quickly reloaded. Fire! Shiryu shouted. Bang! 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 The second row of soldiers pulled the trigger and reloaded. The moment the Turks heard the gunshots, the people in front shouted and fell off their horses. Some horses were hit, some raised their hooves in pain, some rushed to the side, and some directly knelt down. About 200 meters. Fire! Bang! 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 Fire! Pa! Retreat, reload. Shiryu stopped fighting. The horses were running too fast, and he had lost his mobility. Everyone immediately urged the horses to run. As soon as the horses sped up, they used their own methods to reload. They stuffed their guns under their armpits, grabbed the reins and loaded with their mouths. The charging Turks on the other side slowed down. Military forces of the Tang dynasty. It's the military forces of the Tang dynasty. Firearms. Are these firearms? The Turks were a little panicked. Not many people had died, but the sense of powerlessness was strong. It was so far away, and the people around them were shot. How could they fight? The soldiers of the Tang dynasty were riding 4 horses per person. Their troops would be wiped out. They could not catch up, hit or run away. The Turks' commander was even more confused. What should they do next? Gather, gather. The commander finally gave the order. Fire. Bang. 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 Sure, you would not wait for the Turks to think before attacking. He had enough range now. Go that way. The Turks' commander did not want to chase, and the troops changed direction again. Fire. Bang. 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 The Turks ran, and Shiryu continued to shout. The Shi clan's troops were still chasing and circling. The other 2,000 Turks were circled back and forth by several troops. Some were chasing from behind, some were running diagonally in front, and the troops on both sides were circling back and forth. They were surrounded by the Shi clan's warhorses, and there was no gap in the distance. The troops could only rush in one direction to escape the encirclement. Chapter 17-18. Fire. Pa. 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 Fire. Originally, there were 3,000 men, but now, there were less than 2,000. A portion of them had died in the battle with the Shi tribe, and they were being chased by the Celestial Army. Every time there was a gunshot, someone would fall off their horse. They hated the sound of the gunshots. Why did they always hit people from a distance? The Celestial Army became more and more excited as they fought. Finally, they had a chance to fight. Hunting prey was boring, but it was more fun to fight enemies. There was no need to aim accurately. If they fired in a general direction, they would definitely hit someone. There were many enemies. Li Xiaotang stood on the gate of the stronghold and looked through his binoculars. He focused on the Celestial Army. A cloud of smoke rose, and the Turks fell off dozens of men. This weapon is good, but it's a pity. Li Xiaotang was envious but shook his head. The Tang dynasty would never give it to them. The bows and arrows that were given now were once unattainable. His people were not afraid of fighting against the Turks. On the chaotic battlefield, everyone turned and turned, and the 2 Turks finally met up. Retreat, retreat. The commander gave up on the idea of crossing the river. The Turks ran, and the Shi tribe chased. Even if they could block the Turks, they would have to fight. The losses on their side were too great. If they left a gap for the Turks to run, they would attack from 3 directions. Get out of the way. Those on the left, get out of the way. Shiryu's team shouted. They wanted this position. The Shi tribe on the left slowed down and sped up again, leaving a gap of a few hundred meters. The Celestial Army opened fire, and the Turks fell off their horses. After an hour of fighting, the Turks had less than 2,000 men, and many of their horses had been lost. When another round of gunshots rang out, someone from the Turks shouted, "The commander is dead, the commander is dead." The whole team panicked, and then someone shouted, "Surrender, surrender. Stop fighting, we can't run, surrender. We surrender, don't shoot." The Turks slowed down and finally stopped. Some of the Shi tribe people shot again, but they felt that it was meaningless and stood guard at the side. The Turks got off their horses, and the injured were helped out by others. The Celestial Army people also got off their horses and cleaned their guns. It was obvious that they could not continue fighting. "How far did you run?" "My dog." Sure, you did not know the distance and had been shooting. Battalion commander, these Turks. The Celestial soldiers at the side pointed at the captured enemies. "It's ours. We'll send it back and exchange it for money," Sure, you said naturally. Captives were valuable, but the Shi tribesmen had no use for them. They were always afraid that the captives would run away if they asked them to work. "Are we going to be promoted?" Another man asked. Probably. Where would he go after being promoted? Award merit points. No land, only money. Then, everyone will be promoted by one level. And how many people will each take? Sure, you had a headache when he thought about being promoted. If he didn't become a battalion commander, his brothers would also be promoted, and there would be no soldiers under them. There were only so many people in the Heavenly Soldiers' army. If all of them were to become battalion commanders, what was the difference between a battalion commander and a small soldier? He didn't want to go to another army. He wasn't familiar with it. If he left the army, he wouldn't have the final say. If you can give me a reward of 100 cutlasses, give me another merit, and give me more military pay every month, my family's life. The person who asked the question spoke out his thoughts. It's always better to fight a battle like this. Fire from far away, it's safer. The horses are also ours, right? The Shi tribe has a lot of horses. The Shi tribe doesn't need horses in the rear, but there are enough at the front. And the meat and skin of the dead horses, 1/3 of it to the Shi tribe? If we didn't send the message, the Shi tribe would have suffered heavy losses. I'm not worried about the Shi tribe suddenly rebelling. Today they saw how powerful our guns are. Rest, we still have to go back and report. Drink water, I don't want to eat. The Heavenly Soldiers' army felt that all the spoils of war belonged to them. The Tang dynasty gave the Shi tribe a lot of benefits, so the Shi tribe should be sensible. The Shi tribe swept the battlefield and carried away the dead soldiers from both sides. The Tujua tribe dug a big hole and buried them. Their own people had to report to their families and ask them to bring them back. The Shi tribe members were happy but also sad. The brothers who were bragging with them yesterday were gone today. Let's see what Li Dongzhu plans. Sure, you looked at the Shi tribe members and couldn't bear to snatch the spoils of war. The families of the dead soldiers would be sad. How would they live in the future? They probably hoped for compensation and took the spoils of war themselves. Hurry up and treat them. Battalion commander, we have to save them. We have something. A person who had just put away his gun ran over. Yes, let's see who's injured. Quick, the losses after the battle are greater. We'll save the injured Tujua later. Sure, you reacted. His team had medicine and surgical tools. Everyone became spirited. Stop chatting and get down to business. They shouted and dispersed. Most of them ran back. There were more injured people in the camp, so the Shi tribe members had fewer losses. Flick, flick, the pigeon flew back to Li family Zhuangzi. The person who raised the pigeon took off the bamboo tube and looked for Songda. Songda hesitated for a moment and went to Zhuangzi's political hall. Pigeon, pigeon, carrier pigeon. By Zaifu, the carrier pigeon is back. Songda entered the political hall without anyone stopping him. There were no guards at the entrance of the hall. Zhuangzi's political hall was absolutely safe. Where did the pigeon come from? The 4 ministers asked. Japanese Empire. Songda took out 2 bamboo tubes. Send it to your Dongzhu. He insisted on going to Lantian County and delayed things. Song Jing did not take it. What was the point of telling them about the Japanese Empire's pigeons? Steward Song, pigeons, more pigeons are back. The voice of the pigeon keeper came from outside. Songda ran out and returned in less than half a minute with 2 red bamboo tubes in his hands. Heavenly Army's pigeons. Quick, take them out and translate. Song Jing saw the color of the bamboo tubes and did not care about anything else. He opened one and found the Heavenly Army's code book and checked the words. A battalion of soldiers 300 miles north to scout the Tujua. 5,000 cavalry to report to both sides and tail them. 20,000 soldiers to the north to block their way back. The translator read out. Farming, farming, all you know is farming. Quick, send the other tube over. Li Yi is delaying things. Su Yi was so anxious that he stomped his feet. The ministers can't make a decision? Songda was unhappy. You're the minister of war, but you're not saying anything. Why are you blaming my Dongzhu? Bai Gu and the others looked at each other. Send troops to fight the Tujua? There's no progress with the 5,000 Tujua soldiers. Is there chaos within the Tujua? Zhang Juling was worried. His eyes were dark. Bai Gu coughed. The most important thing is to defend the borders. Jia Zhen is in charge and commands well. What should we do? Send people over and bring more pigeons. Song Jing could only do so. The Tang dynasty's decision to attack and how to attack were delegated to the local generals by the imperial court. The imperial court could only arrange for people they trusted. As for the specific deployment of troops, the imperial court did not issue any orders. The opportunity was fleeting. By the time news came back and forth, the battle had already ended. I'll send this to Dongzhu. Songda took a red bamboo tube and 2 bamboo tubes from the Japanese Empire and ran out to arrange for fast horses. Shaoi has given the Shi tribe a lot of good things. They are half selling and half giving. They are allowed to buy on credit. I think they will win this battle. The Tujue. Bai Gu said comforting words. He could not guess the internal situation of the Tujue. Chapter 17:19. Woof 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 woof. Sure you brought his 400 brothers back to the Shi clan village. The 3 dogs pounced on him, wagging their tails and sticking out their tongues to lick him. The dogs knew that their master had gone to risk his life. Many people had died, and the smell of blood was everywhere. They were happy to see their master back. They felt that they had been separated for a long time. Okay, stop licking. Have you eaten? I've prepared food for you. You've done a good job. Sure you saw that the dogs were fine and patted their heads one by one. His dogs were different from those raised for meat. Even if they died of old age one day, they couldn't be eaten. The others began to wash their hands and treat the wounded. Sure you took out food for the dogs and asked them to eat while he joined in the treatment. The Shi clan soldiers had arrow wounds and fell wounds, but there were no knife or spear wounds. The 2 sides fought without contact. Those who fell were treated with splints. The arrows were removed, disinfected, sutured and applied medicine. In this way, the probability of infection was low. They would observe the situation before dark and decide whether to change the medicine. After changing the medicine, they would change the medicine the next day. Without anesthesia, the Shi clan people bit on sticks or handkerchiefs. It felt good when alcohol came into contact with the wounds, especially when they had to wipe and clean the flesh. If you can live, think for your family. Just grit your teeth and get through it. Men are afraid of pain. Living is better than dying. Just treat it as if you were caught by the enemy and tortured. You can only bear with it. Good man, you didn't say anything. Did you faint? Generally, send a team to the Heavenly Army or the Henji Army to ask for things. Painkillers, anti-inflammatory medicine, gauze. We need to change the medicine. The Heavenly Army people encouraged him as they treated him. Sure you treated a wounded man, and said to Li Xiaotang, who was watching from the side. Li Xiaotang gave the order as fast as he could. He had only heard of such methods, and today he saw it with his own eyes. It was indeed magical. He hesitated and asked embarrassedly, Commander Sure, can you leave the dead horses for us? The meat and skin of the horses will be sent to our dead brothers. I don't have the final say. It depends on Li Dongzhu. Sure you shook his head. Li Xiaotang was sad at first, but when he heard the name Li Dongzhu, he smiled and said, Okay, we'll listen to Li Dongzhu. He was afraid that the imperial court of the Tang dynasty would not leave him anything or reward him. If it was Li Dongzhu, he would have treated the Shi clan well. He still owed Li Dongzhu a debt, and was slowly paying it back. His asking price was not high. Don't mistreat the captives. After treating our people, and then treating the captives, the money spent on the medicine will be earned 100 times more in the future. Shiryu was afraid that if the Shi clan members died, his brothers would come after the captives, and if the captives died, the losses would be huge. Quick, go and tell him. Li Xiaotang ordered again. Turning his head, he said gratefully, Thank you, Commander Sure, for informing us in advance and for helping us kill the enemy. There are women in the tribe. No, I have a wife. I'm guarding the border. My wife is taking care of the children and my parents at home. Shiryu didn't wait for the other party to finish his words, and firmly refused. Battalion Commander Sure is indeed a loyal person. Li Xiaotang could only praise him. I also value my life. If I find a woman, I'll go back and get my head chopped off. The more benefits they receive from the imperial court, the stricter the military law will be. Shiryu was afraid that the other party would continue to introduce him, so he simply threw out a death scenario. The imperial court is indeed good at managing the army. That gun is really powerful. Li Xiaoting gave up and praised the gun instead. He found the gun's advantage. The bullets were light, and he could carry a lot at a time. With a long shooting range and good horses, the enemy could only be beaten without being able to retaliate. In addition, ordinary leather armor would not be able to block it. That's right. Shiryu admitted, something made by Li Dongzhu. Next time, I'll bring it with me to shoot the monkeys and shoot the horses. Once I shoot it, it will be a mess. Shiryu agreed with the other party's words. However, since the other party could not get it, it was already good enough to give him a standard bow. As they spoke, another injured person was carried over, and Shiryu continued to treat him. At most 5 days. You are a child, in the growing stage. Your wounds heal quickly, your blood flow is good, your body's genes are good, and you have enough nutrition. This nutrition refers to what you ate in school. Your foundation is good, and you don't lack nutrition after your injury. Don't worry, if you don't want the scar, I have a way to remove it. Li looked at his second disciple's wound, and was very satisfied. He was satisfied with his disciple's recovery speed, and even more satisfied with the county school of Lantian County. Yu Handing took good care of the children. The same child could only eat a little every day, and was always hungry. Compared to 3 meals a day with meat, vegetables, and fruits, the result was definitely different. Master, Bai Zaifu promised me to give benefits to the Grief Tian Square in Guangzhou City. Li Fuquan thought of something. I guarantee it. If he dares to go back on his words, I will not pay taxes. Li Yi laughed. If he did not pay taxes, what could others do to him? It was only halfway through the year, and estimated that the Li family Zhuangzi's tax revenue would reach 10 million CUN. If the income did not reach 10 million CUN, the tax would be too high. For some things, 100 CUN of sales would require 80 CUN of tax. If it was someone else, they would have quit long ago. He did not want to be too tired, so he gave the money to the imperial court. The imperial court had many people, and if the local government needed money, the treasury would allocate it. As for whether the local government would embezzle, it was a matter for other departments. They could not refuse to pay just because he might be embezzling and affect the people's livelihood. If he was embezzling, the Ministry of Revenue would audit the accounts, and the emperor's team would be responsible for it. Urgent report, urgent report. The winged knight's shouts sounded from the shore. From the Li family's manor, they changed horses every 10 li. The information was delivered. Master, there's something. Li Fuquan heard the commotion and reminded Li Yi. Read it first. Call me if you need anything. Have you been reading medical books recently? Is the tablet tiring? Li Yi was not in a hurry. He knew that his second disciple had to memorize the books first to learn medicine from his eldest disciple. Paper books were not suitable for his second disciple to read. It was tiring to flip through the pages, and the tablet would flip through the pages. Keep a distance from the books. Every half an hour, I will rest for a quarter of an hour and close my eyes to recall what I memorized. Master, there are more medical books than what students normally learn. There are actually hundreds of them. The 4 books and 5 classics and other books are easy to memorize, but there are too many medical books. After Li Fuquan started learning medicine, he realized that what he memorized in the past was only a small part of the medical books. The medical books you read do not include another category. The other category includes drugs, surgery, and so on. Learn it. It's good that you have this thought and talent. Li Yi really did not know how to encourage his second disciple. Anyway, this was life. No, a doctor. Doctors learn with a lifetime. The books used for the imperial examination were really nothing. Master, there are books on other subjects, right? Li Fuquan finally understood the worry. Don't worry, learn slowly. Li Yi was afraid of discouraging his disciple. It was a joke for a person to want to learn all subjects. There were many branches in a subject, and one branch had different branches. Brother Yi, come here. Li Longji's voice suddenly came from the robot in the room. It seems to be a big matter, you rest. Li nodded to his second disciple and went out to find Li Longji. Li Fuquan looked at the little robot. Can you give me a portion of spicy noodles? No chili garlic, can't it be sweet and sour? No. The little robot shook its head. Give me some chili oil alone. I smell it, I don't want to eat it. Li Fuquan rolled his eyes. Let me show you the picture, you look and think about it, it will leave a deeper impression. The little girl's voice came from the little robot. Senior sister, I don't mean anything else. Li Fuquan was scared. Chapter 1720. Brother Yi, take a look. When Li Longji saw Li Yi, he immediately translated the information. Li Yi picked it up and glanced at it. He seemed to be in a daze. Li Longji did not rush him. He looked at the letter from the Japanese Empire. There was going to be a war there. He smiled. What war could the Japanese Empire fight? If the Great Tang Navy and 200 Yulin flying cavalry launched a surprise attack, they would be able to occupy Pingchungjing. Third brother, send a pigeon back to Zhuangzi. Take out a large amount of resources from Zhuangzi. Prioritize medicine. Recruit troops and send them to the Heavenly Army. Order Hudong Jidushi Zhangjiajin to gather troops north and prepare to build a city. Chanyu Protectorate and Anbei Protectorate will each send 20,000 cavalry north. Do not speed up. We have to make a big fuss. Tongzhou and Huazhou Telenine families will send 30,000 troops to transport baggage. Collect the goods at Chongping Warehouse. Jingzhou will send Southwest barbarians to replenish the goods at Chongping Warehouse in Tongzhou and Huazhou. Hebei Province will buy provisions and head north. Henan Province will cross the river to support Hebei Province. Li Shihua wrote a letter back to his brother Li Suogu and ordered him to mobilize the Khitan soldiers to reinforce the Shi tribe. Prepare to cooperate with the Shi tribe and the Tang dynasty at any time. At the same time, send a caravan to the Khitans. Allow the Khitans to buy on credit. Also, the Tang dynasty will exchange armor and bows for cheap. I will choose a coal mine and build cement kilns there. This year, we will help the Tang dynasty build a castle on the grasslands. Li came back to his senses and continued to issue orders. A large area of the Tang dynasty needed to be mobilized. He did not care about the specific situation of the Turkic Khaganate. From a strategic point of view, if the strategy could be supported, the strategy would be pushed forward. The specific tactical problems would depend on the generals. Li knew his own ability. He could not reach the level of a famous general in his time. He could command a large area of guerrilla warfare. Guerrilla warfare would eventually become a large-scale battle. Compared to the war gods of that time, Zhang Xiaosong was nothing. Li Yi did not want to learn, and he could not learn. The only thing he could do was to deal with logistics. He knew how to replenish the baggage in a large-scale battle. He would have to wait until he encountered a situation where he would know how to command on the spot. Someone anonymously wrote a letter in blood to report Zhang Jiajin for embezzling military funds. They sent over 100 letters from different people. Li Longji suddenly brought up this matter. How did you deal with it? Li Yi asked. Let's not talk about the real situation for now. Your Majesty, did you say that you were greedy enough for 100,000 gold coins? If it's not enough, Your Majesty will personally make up for it, just like Zhang Xiaosong. Li Longji laughed and said, corruption. Give me a quota. If it's not enough, I'll make up for it. As for the blood letter, I can't tell what kind of blood it is. Li nodded and began to write a letter. His speed was so fast that his handwriting became ugly. After he finished writing, he put down the pen. Third brother, help me take a look. I'll go cut a fruit plate. Li left, and Li Longji called Gao Lishir to write the imperial edict according to Li Yi's writing. After he finished writing, he sent it back with the Li family Zhuangzi's letter to the chancellors. The chancellors would write it again in the imperial secretariat. This was the correct procedure. When the pigeons were released, Li Yi came back with a fruit plate. Where did Wen Tian go? Li Longji seemed to have forgotten about what had just happened. He passed the letter from the Japanese Empire to Li Yi. She brought a group of people to wash yarn in a small stream. It seems that Lan Bao can help the Nantian family occupy a large territory. It will be more convenient for the trading team in the future. Li Yi also did not care about the situation in the Japanese Empire. The team had enough manpower. Unless there was a war in Pinching, it would be considered a national war. He would drive a yacht there. When she was young, she was frightened in the imperial residence. She was sensible. After she entered the palace, her life became better. However, she did not smile much. After meeting you, Wen Tian seemed to have changed into a different person. She was so happy every day. At my age, when I look at Wen Tian, it's like I'm looking at my biological daughter. Isn't that right? She's like my own daughter. Li Longji talked about his daughter. Yes. Li Yi nodded. You're right. Seeing Wen Tian with you, I'm relieved. The others probably think the same. Just follow your heart and don't feel burdened. Li Longji added and patted Li Yi's shoulder. I've always followed my heart. Li Yi continued to nod. That's good. The matters between men and women are just like this melon. When the melon is ripe, it will fall. There's no need to follow any etiquette. Eat the melon. Li Longji used a toothpick to pick up a piece of watermelon and fed it to Li Yi. Li Yi opened his mouth and ate. It's sweet. Third brother, you're really good at picking melons. It's not easy for a woman to find a man she truly likes. Just like, report urgent news from Tubo. Princess Jinqing has sent a pigeon. Before Li Longji could finish, another urgent report arrived. The winged knights ran in and took out 2 unopened bamboo tubes. The color was not red but green. Seeing the color, Li Longji and Li Yi sighed in relief. It was good that it was not red. Obviously, the Zaifu did not open the tubes. Princess Jinqing's pigeon had nothing to do with them. Unless the emperor looked for them, after reading the contents. The red ones were different. They had to race against time. Pulling out the letter, Li looked at the secret text inside and directly translated. Retired Emperor. Your Majesty, Father King, this unfilial daughter is homesick. Today she and her husband, the ruler, pearls, pills and dowry are on their way home. After Li Yi finished reading, he said to Li Longji with red eyes. Princess Jinqing is back. We have to prepare a boat to go to the artificial canal. The boat there is too big to pass. Yes, the cruiser can stop at the place where the mountain passes. There's no need to drag it up. Li Longji wiped his eyes and said excitedly. He also did not want to marry a woman from the Tang dynasty. Even if Princess Jinqing was not married off when he was the emperor. Princess Jinqing's return proved to the world that the Tang dynasty did not use women to seek peace. It was a normal marriage, and she could return to her mother's home. Not only did his daughter come back, but he also brought his son-in-law. Look, is this fear of Tubo? Okay, let's inquire in advance. The yacht is fast. Li Yi had to agree. His yacht could not enter the Yellow River, nor the artificial canal, unless they continue to dig and can store water in the canal. Third brother, when our railway is built, we will build the Yellow River Bridge while building the Hukou waterfall and the big reservoir of the canal. This year, Princess Jinqing obviously can't go back. She can stay for a year. The goods must be sent back first, and the trade with Tubo will be strengthened. Let's urge Tubo to occupy India. Tubo's Daluan Chili Su should take the opportunity to stabilize Tubo's internal affairs. The Tubo tribes will not be able to fight for power. Whoever sits on the throne will be attacked by the Tang dynasty. When they are used to profit, the Tang dynasty will drive them away with profit. Li Yi considered many follow-up problems in an instant, including calculating Tubo. Li Longji looked at Li Yi in a daze, and then laughed. Haha, Brother Yi, it's been hard on you. The chancellors added together are not as good as you. Don't. Third brother, you don't know. They are very powerful. I'm considered cheating. If I don't cheat, it's impossible not to cheat. Ha ha ha. Li Yi wanted to be humble. But then he realized that there was no such thing as being on the same starting line. He had the means to cheat, so why not cheat? He could obviously use heavy machine guns to fight, but he had to fight hand to hand. The system wanted to commit suicide. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.